Imagine stepping through a wooden gate into a quiet walled garden, the noise of the world fading behind you. Well, tonight, we're exploring how medieval gardens were designed for peace and rest. These weren't just places for growing herbs or food, they were sanctuaries. Carefully arranged with shaded benches, fragrant flowers, flowing water, and paths for slow walks, gardens in the Middle Ages were meant to soothe the spirit as much as they served the body. Monks, nobles, and townsfolk alike found comfort within their walls, where every plant carried meaning and every corner invited reflection. If these stories bring you comfort, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to keep tapped in. Also, please let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always comforting to know our little circle is finding rest together. Now, dim the lights. Maybe imagine the soft trickle of a fountain, the hum of bees drifting over blossoms, and the stillness of a space built for quiet minds. This is the story of medieval gardens, carefully designed to bring peace and rest. Imagine passing through a hefty wooden gate with iron hinges that creak like a long-time friend clearing their throat. A medieval garden that has been waiting for centuries to reveal its secrets to you is something truly remarkable that you have just entered. It might be 1250 or 1350. Here time seems to move more slowly. The air is scented with lavender and damp earth, and each path seems to be whispering, "Slow down, you're safe now." In an era known for plagues, wars, and the occasional dragon sighting, well, that last one was mostly in the stories, but you never know, you might ask why anyone would bother designing elaborate gardens. The response is incredibly straightforward. Humans have always required breathing spaces. Medieval gardens were meticulously planned havens that could literally save your sanity, not just lovely places. Take a moment to imagine life in the Middle Ages. You're crammed into cities with dark, narrow streets that, let's face it, smell like things you'd rather not recognise. You have to avoid suspicious puddles, dodge horses, and hope the person selling you bread hasn't been experimenting with using sawdust instead of flour. By nightfall, your nervous system is more tightly wound than the drawbridge of a castle. Imagine now finding a secret garden in a castle courtyard, or behind the walls of a monastery. It's like walking into a warm kitchen after a thunderstorm. Suddenly, the cobblestones that seem to take offence at your ankles are replaced by neat pathways beneath your feet. Instead of flags snapping urgently in the wind, flowers nod in soft breezes. The only sounds are bees humming their old working songs, and the water trickles rather than rushes. The need for specially designed areas to help people relax was recognised by medieval garden designers, something we're still learning today. They were using centuries of meticulous observation about what truly makes people feel at ease, rather than psychology textbooks, which had not yet been created. These gardens adhered to the enclosed embrace concept. Every serene medieval garden was encircled by buildings, hedges or walls, giving the impression that one was being held rather than left open. You were entering a protective cocoon where the chaos of the outside world couldn't follow you, not just a garden. The enclosure was also useful. Medieval gardens required protection from straggling animals, think attempting to meditate while chasing a determined goat away, severe weather, and the odd bandit who might be more concerned with your turnips than your spiritual health. The psychological impact, however, was even more significant. Your mind stops looking for far-off dangers and becomes focused on the here and now when you are unable to see past the garden's boundaries. Every design featured water as a key component. Not tumbling waterfalls or flamboyant fountains, which were added later when people felt that leisure had to be more thrilling. Water in a medieval garden flowed slowly and purposefully. Rainwater could be collected in a simple stone basin, which would serve as a drinking area for birds and a mirror for clouds. Water flowed along raised beds in tiny channels, creating the softest sound imaginable, like rain on leaves, or a lullaby to the ground. The pathways themselves were psychological engineering masterpieces. Medieval garden paths were intended for wandering, in contrast to contemporary gardens where paths frequently lead to designated locations. They were never hurried, but instead curved gently, offering fresh views at every bend. It may appear to be a rosebush, but as you approach it you'll find a tiny herb garden behind it, which leads to a sunny area where you can sit and watch butterflies compete for the best flowers. These designs weren't haphazard. Although they would have scoffed at such a pretentious title, the first landscape therapists were the designers of medieval gardens. They were just individuals who realised that time, beauty, safety and gentle stimulation are all necessary for the human spirit to unfold. A ton of time. You'll find that each component had a purpose as you get comfortable exploring these gardens during our journey together. The herbs weren't only used to season soup. Depending on your needs, they release scents that could increase energy or reduce anxiety. In addition to being lovely, the flowers' hues and forms were selected to soothe weary eyes and promote the kind of gentle concentration that allows your mind to relax. Even the upkeep of these gardens was planned with tranquility in mind. In contrast to contemporary landscaping, which necessitates loud machinery and last-minute weekend labour, medieval gardens developed their beauty gradually, season by season. Pruning, weeding, watering, all gentle, repetitive tasks that allow your thoughts to settle like sediment in a peaceful pond, became a kind of moving meditation. As you fall asleep tonight, picture yourself as the garden's caretaker. As you check on young seedlings, feel the morning dew on your fingertips, hear the gratifying hum of your blade cutting overly eager herbs. Imagine yourself sitting on a plain wooden bench in the evening light, watching the last bees of the day visit flowers that appear to glow in the golden hour. In your fantasy medieval world, you awaken to the sound of bells ringing throughout the countryside. Not the startling clatter of contemporary life, but the soft bronze voices that have been calling people to prayer for centuries. You're now in a monastery garden, the pinnacle of the art of tranquil design. For good reason, monastic communities were the world's best gardeners during the Middle Ages. Through prayer, meditation, and what they referred to as opus manuum, the work of hands, these individuals had devoted their lives to discovering a connection with God. They learned that certain physical settings could either help or hinder their spiritual objectives, and they incorporated these insights into the design of their gardens. As soon as you enter the monastery, you'll notice how different the atmosphere is from the outside world. Not only is it quieter, but the air itself seems to have acquired patience. The garden unfolds in front of you in sections, each serving a distinct function, but all being bound together by the same overarching idea. Everything in this place is there to restore the health of the human soul. The physical garden, where therapeutic herbs are grown in tidy raised beds, is the first space you come across. However, don't picture sterile rows like the outdoor area of a contemporary pharmacy. An artist's sense of colour, texture and scent is evident in the arrangement of these plants. Even their most utilitarian plantings were beautiful to behold, because the monastery gardeners recognised that healing starts with the senses. Alongside tidy thyme borders, chamomile grows in silvery green mounds. In purple ranks that appear to glitter in the morning light, lavender stands at attention. Wherever it is permitted, mint grows, producing cool green carpets that smell good whenever you touch them. The real magic occurs when you discover that in fact walking among these plants causes your breathing to slow down. The visual effect is calming. Certain scents have direct pathways to the nervous system, a discovery made by medieval monks that modern aromatherapy is still catching up to. It's true that lavender reduces anxiety. In fact, rosemary can help with mental clarity. Mint actually improves mood and aids in digestion. However, they did more than simply cultivate these plants. They placed them along the garden paths so that people would naturally and unconsciously experience their benefits. It was not because medieval people lacked imagination that monastic gardens were laid out according to rigid geometric patterns. These geometric patterns functioned as a kind of visual meditation. Your mind would naturally settle into the same serene rhythm if your eye followed the neat patterns, squares within squares, circles intersected by crosses and rectangles divided by diagonal paths. Beyond aesthetics, geometric garden design has a profoundly fulfilling quality. It is easier for your internal state to achieve equilibrium when your external environment is well organised and balanced. Through daily practice, the monks were able to determine this. They discovered they could enter and stay in meditative states more quickly and for longer after spending hours in prayer and reflection in gardens with solid geometric underpinnings. A well or fountain, placed where several paths met, was the focal point of the majority of monastery gardens. This had symbolic and psychological significance, in addition to being pragmatic, although access to water was undoubtedly crucial. In almost all spiritual traditions, water is a symbol of life, rebirth, and purification. Having it at the centre of the garden served as a conscious or unconscious reminder to guests that they were in a space devoted to renewal. The water features were intended to stimulate your senses without overpowering them, which is where the subtle genius of medieval garden designers was displayed. Water trickling slowly from a carved spout into a basin in a basic stone well could produce the softest sound possible. enough to drown out distracting sounds outside the garden walls, but not enough to draw attention to itself. In order to maximise psychological benefits, the seating areas in the monastery gardens were positioned strategically. Wooden benches were placed facing either west, for evening reflection as the day came to an end, or east, for morning meditation in the light of the sunrise. They were placed next to herb beds where the scent would be most potent in the hottest hours of the day, or nestled into alcoves created by carefully trained fruit trees. Sitting in one of these locations, you would observe how the garden seems to envelop you without making you feel crowded. Although the surrounding hedges or walls provide privacy and security, they aren't so high that you feel confined. As the sun passes overhead, you can see the sky, watch the clouds move and take in the shifting patterns of light and shadow. It feels like a soft, verdant hug. Monastery gardens' maintenance philosophy was a reflection of their spiritual mission. Slowly and deliberately, the work was done as a kind of prayer. Weeding was an opportunity to exercise patience and attention to detail, not a task to be hurried through. Watering was an opportunity to observe and appreciate the needs and growth of each individual plant. In addition to providing basic plant care, this method produced gardens that exuded serenity. Spaces acquire a distinct energy quality when they are maintained with love and meditation, as opposed to speed and efficiency. This phenomenon is frequently mentioned by contemporary visitors to restored monastery gardens. There is an unmistakably serene quality to these areas that transcends their aesthetic appeal. In ways we have mostly forgotten, the monks also had an understanding of seasonal rhythms. Their gardens were planned to offer various forms of aesthetic appeal and practicality all year long. The delicate blossoms of fruit trees and the new green of fresh herbs arrived with spring. Harvests were plentiful, and the scent of blooming plants filled the air during the summer. Autumn brought vibrant foliage and the joy of collecting seeds for planting the following year. With the sharp lines of the geometric design clearly visible, and evergreen herbs offering patches of life against the snow, even winter had its own stern beauty. Imagine how the light of the day gradually fades and how the air cools and carries the mixed scents of herbs as you settle into evening prayer in this monastery garden. You discover that you have spent the entire day in this verdant haven without ever feeling rushed, anxious, or out of sync with the cycles of life itself when the bells ring once more, summoning the community to vespers. You're exchanging your modest monastery cell for something far more opulent this morning, a castle garden intended for medieval aristocracy. However, don't anticipate the extravagant extravagance of later centuries. Subtly sophisticated medieval noble gardens were designed to provide ideal settings for the kinds of pursuits that kept aristocrats sane amidst the demands of political life. The unusual living quarters of medieval aristocrats resembled a goldfish bowl. From servants to rival families to visiting diplomats who reported back to foreign courts, everyone was continuously watching, criticising, and analysing their lives. There was hardly any privacy, and leisure had to be carefully planned in between court rituals, tournaments, and the never-ending negotiations that prevented kingdoms from falling into anarchy. Their gardens, which were created especially to offer the kinds of tranquil experiences that would be practically impossible to find elsewhere in medieval society, turned into vital pressure valves. However, these were not merely enlarged monastic gardens. Noble gardens needed to do more than just impress guests. They also needed to offer useful advantages and a real escape from the bustle of the outside world. You can see how the garden areas are shrewdly tucked into areas that might otherwise go unused as you stroll through the castle's main courtyard. Every inch of protected interior space was valuable, because medieval castles were constructed primarily for defence and then for comfort. Working like puzzle solvers, the garden designers created lovely havens in small courtyards with no military use, along walls and in strange corners. One of the most clever features is what the medievals called a plaisance, basically a private outdoor space intended for leisure and small parties. Imagine a square or rectangular area surrounded by dense hedges or low walls, with thoughtfully placed sightlines that preserve views of the castle's most appealing features or far-off landscapes while obstructing views from the crowded main courtyards. These spaces were decorated to resemble outdoor living rooms. Backrests and seating were provided by raised beds, which were frequently topped with turf benches, which were essentially earth and grass sofas that were surprisingly cosy and unmistakably different. Depending on when the garden's owner wanted to escape from public responsibilities, wooden benches were positioned to benefit from morning sunlight or afternoon shade. Noble Gardens' plant selections demonstrated a deep comprehension of social dynamics and psychology. Roses were important because of their symbolic meaning in addition to their beauty. Roses stood for love, purity, and the transient nature of earthly beauty, according to the medievals, who interpreted everything. Roses were a continual reminder that there was beauty in life worth stopping to appreciate, like poetry growing right outside your window. The way these roses were cultivated, however, was the truly ingenious aspect. Medieval gardeners trained roses as climbers and ramblers, weaving them through wooden frameworks to create living walls and shaded alcoves, in contrast to modern rose bushes that bloom once, and then look rather ordinary for the rest of the year. Picture yourself sitting beneath an arbour, with hundreds of tiny, highly fragrant roses that formed a natural canopy above you, and petals that occasionally fell like fragrant snow. In castle settings, herb gardens fulfilled three functions. They were useful, aesthetically pleasing, and instructive. Noble families were supposed to know how to run the home, cook, and practice medicine. The herb garden offered practical and soothing opportunities for hands-on learning. Identifying the various mints, which is surprisingly difficult and strangely meditative, knowing which herbs aid in digestion, or just taking in the complex scents that change throughout the day as plants released various aromatic compounds in response to temperature and sun could all take up an afternoon. Although more ornate than those found in monasteries, water features in noble gardens were still created with psychological comfort in mind. The family's coat of arms could be carved into a raised stone basin that was supplied with water from the castle's main supply via a tiny channel. Although the visual effect was more advanced, the sound was still subdued because medieval people had not yet developed the noisy fountain obsession that would define later periods. These water features provided focal points for casual get-togethers and reflection. Since medieval aristocrats lacked modern-day coffee shops and living rooms, garden water features offered serene and lovely settings in which challenging discussions could take place without creating tension. Moving water seems to promote honesty while discouraging conflict. Medieval garden designers were well aware of this and took advantage of it. Unlike monastery gardens, where paths encouraged solitary meditation, castle garden paths were ideal for two-person conversations, wide enough for companions to walk side by side, but not so wide that the area felt formal or intimidating. The paths in noble gardens were made for what we might call therapeutic strolling. These pathways frequently included what medieval designers referred to as viewing mounts, tiny man-made hills made by piling up dirt and covering it with turf. More significantly, climbing to the top of a viewing mount offered a mild form of exercise that might help release the tension that had built up from long days of sitting through court ceremonies or council meetings. It also gave you a new perspective on the garden and the surrounding area. Noble gardens displayed a remarkable level of sophistication in their seasonal planning. In addition to ensuring that there is always something lovely or intriguing, garden designers planned planting schedules to ensure that the garden would offer a variety of psychological advantages all year long. The emphasis on hope and rebirth in spring plantings was ideal for acclimating to the long, gloomy winter months when everyone was cooped up inside. The social activities that were vital to aristocratic life were supported by the abundance and celebration that summer gardens provided. Plants in autumn gardens gave nobles a sense of preparation and achievement, which helped them adopt the planning mentality needed to survive the winter. What could be referred to as emergency relaxation features, elements created especially to offer prompt stress relief during political crises, were also present in medieval castle gardens. The maze or labyrinth was a favourite, but not the difficult puzzle mazes of later eras. With their single paths winding in intricate patterns but never offering choices or dead ends, medieval labyrinths were intended to be walking meditations. When you needed to solve complicated problems, you could walk the labyrinth, and the intricate pattern and rhythmic movement would frequently encourage solutions to come to you organically. Imagine yourself sitting on one of those turf benches in your make-believe castle garden as evening draws near and the scent of plants that bloom at night starts to fill the air. Here, the meticulous design of the garden somehow absorbs the political tensions of the day. You can rest fully tonight, surrounded by beauty that has been specifically designed to foster human peace, but tomorrow will present new challenges. You're learning about the hortus conclusus, or enclosed garden, one of the most advanced inventions in medieval gardening tonight. This was not just any walled area with plants, rather, it was a thoughtfully planned setting, intended to produce what could be referred to as perfect psychological conditions for human flourishing. A A thorough understanding of how environmental boundaries impact mental state led to the development of the enclosed garden concept. People in the Middle Ages lived in constant fear of danger that might lurk outside of their familiar boundaries. Anywhere, at any time, there could be bandits, untamed animals, hostile armies, and unexplained illnesses. Every element of daily life, including the layout of serene areas, was influenced by this persistent low-level anxiety. Imagine yourself walking through a small gate or doorway into an enclosed garden. The changeover is purposeful and dramatic. You're surrounded by walls that define and safeguard a smaller, more manageable universe one moment, and then you are in the open world with its boundless horizons and possible dangers the next. Your nervous system literally lets out a sigh of relief as a result of the profound and instantaneous psychological shift. Medieval garden designers, however, went beyond the basic enclosure. They realised that walls by themselves could feel more like prisons than like freedoms. Making the enclosure feel more like an embrace than a prison was the trick. They achieved this by paying close attention to sight lines, proportions, and what we might refer to as controlled openings. A sense of protected space where you could not be surprised or threatened was provided by the walls of the most successful enclosed gardens, which adhered to what contemporary environmental psychologists refer to as the prospect and refuge principle, though medieval designers would have simply referred to it as feeling safe while seeing beauty. However, the gardens also featured thoughtfully designed opportunities, sky views, far-off landscapes, or garden elements that allowed your thoughts to roam without straying from the safety zone. Gates or windows in the walls that framed views like living paintings could create these opportunities. Picture yourself perched on a stone bench, gazing through an arched aperture that ideally frames a view of the castle's towers or a far-off hillside. Your body stays securely contained while your eye can travel to these far-off views, meeting the human need for spatial variety. The enclosed garden's plant choices were exquisite examples of sensory design. Each plant was picked for its ability to enhance the garden's overall psychological ambiance, in addition to its aesthetic value. Lavender offered a soothing scent and delicate silvery leaves that glistened in any kind of light. The strong, enlightening aroma of rosemary could clear mental haze and boost alertness without making people anxious. Plants in the mint family offered refreshing scents and cooling effects that could help cool even the hottest summer days. What we might refer to as layered fragrances, plant combinations that released distinct scents at various times of day and in various weather conditions, were common in medieval enclosed gardens. The scent of wet herbs may be green and dewy in the morning, mingled with the honey-sweet aroma of flowers opening to the sun. Aromatic plants such as oregano and thyme would release their stronger scents in the midday heat. Night-blooming plants, with their enigmatic and frequently more complex scents, would emerge in the evening. These gardens' ground planning adhered to principles that seemed to work almost magically. The walkways were both intimately intimate and sufficiently wide for comfortable walking. Since you could never see the entire garden at once, they gently curved to evoke a sense of discovery. There was always something new to discover around every corner. However, everything happened at a natural and secure pace, and the curves were never abrupt enough to cause surprise or fear. Enclosed garden water management reached new artistic heights. Each drop of water could be meticulously regulated and synchronized because these were enclosed spaces. In order to produce various sounds and visual effects throughout the garden, designers devised systems that would allow water to move slowly through the area, appearing and disappearing. You may first see water as a soft spring that emerges from a carved stone face in one wall, then follow its path as it feeds various plant beds via tiny channels before gathering in a central basin to reflect the sky and light. From the first soft bubbling of the spring to the soft trickling through the channels to the almost silent filling of the last basin, the sound of this water would change as it travelled. The psychological significance of what we might refer to as controlled wilderness within enclosed spaces was also recognised by medieval designers. These gardens featured sections where plants were permitted to grow in more organic patterns, despite their meticulous planning and upkeep. Herbs that had been left to self-seed and spread could be found in a corner, resulting in patches that felt wild and impromptu, but were totally safe. A basic psychological need of humans was met by this harmony between naturalness and control. We need a certain amount of surprise and natural beauty to keep our minds active and interested, but we also need order and predictability for security. Both were simultaneously offered by enclosed gardens, which offered areas of delightful unpredictability along with general order and safety. Enclosed gardens featured especially elaborate seating arrangements. There were several seating options to accommodate various social settings and moods. Cool, isolated places to reflect were provided by stone benches set into the walls. For extended stays, wooden benches placed in bright spots offered warmth and comfort. The most private and cosy seating was provided by turf benches, those amazing earth and grass creations from the Middle Ages that were ideal for reading, taking naps, or having quiet discussions. The placement of these seating sections was done to capitalise on the various seasons and times of day. In order to enjoy the soft early sun, morning seats faced east. The locations of the midday seats were chosen to provide shade during the hottest times of the day. Seats in the evening faced west to watch the sunset. In order to harness any available warmth from the low winter sun, winter seats were placed in alcoves facing south. Enclosed gardens' seasonal development was thoughtfully planned to offer psychological support all year long. After enduring the harsh winters of the Middle Ages, people needed hope and renewal, which spring plantings offered. Summertime designs offered celebration and plenty. Plants in autumnal gardens conveyed a sense of preparation and harvest. Evergreen trees and intriguing architectural elements were included in the design to add beauty and interest even during the winter months. Most significantly, medieval enclosed gardens were intended to be places for what we might refer to as productive solitude. These were not places where you could hide from the outside world forever, but rather places where you could temporarily withdraw, regain your emotional and mental balance, and then resume your daily activities with fresh vitality and perspective. Imagine yourself falling asleep in your own little enclosed garden, with walls that feel protective rather than limiting, and breathing in air that is scented with herbs that have been carefully selected to encourage relaxation and tranquility. The boundaries of the garden create a perfect little world where you can just enjoy being in an area created specifically for your well-being. When you wake up this morning, you'll find something amazing. Centuries before the terms environmental aromatherapy were coined, medieval people were engaging in a highly developed form of it. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, their gardens were meticulously planned sensory experiences that used the scents and qualities of plants to affect mental, physical, and emotional states. Medieval garden designers drew inspiration from a fascinating blend of traditional knowledge passed down through the generations, keen observation, and what they dubbed the doctrine of signatures, the idea that a plant's growth patterns, scent, or appearance could reveal its medicinal uses. Their practical outcomes were frequently remarkably effective, even though some of their theories now seem charmingly antiquated. An early morning stroll through a medieval herb garden would reveal what is essentially a living pharmacy, but one that has been created with a psychologist's awareness of human needs and an artist's sense of aesthetics. Every plant was placed to provide the greatest possible therapeutic benefit to garden visitors, in addition to ideal growing conditions. Along pathways where people would naturally brush against it, chamomile was planted. It has tiny, daisy-like flowers and a sweet, apple-like scent. Although medieval gardeners were aware that the aroma of chamomile could reduce anxiety and encourage sound sleep, they also recognized that the psychological impact was greater when the scent was inadvertently inhaled rather than intentionally. Something about finding a healing scent by accident is more potent than actively seeking it out. In addition to its lovely purple blooms and unique scent, lavender was prized in medieval gardens for its incredibly consistent calming properties. The biochemistry of how lavender's linalool and linaloyl acetate compounds actually slow down nervous system activity was unknown to medieval people, but they were aware of the effects. In order to promote peaceful sleep, lavender was planted close to places where people sat, along walkways that led to private areas, and particularly close to windows in bedrooms. Lavender's placement in gardens demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of scent dispersal. Medieval gardeners planted lavender in sunny locations where afternoon heat would optimize its therapeutic benefits, because they knew that the plant releases its strongest fragrance during the warmest part of the day. Additionally, they placed lavender bushes where people might unintentionally brush against them while strolling, because they knew that bruised lavender releases even more scent. Almost like a garden guardian, rosemary was placed close to gates and entrances so that its potent, calming scent could assist guests in shifting from the disorganized state of everyday life to the concentrated awareness required for appreciating a garden. According to contemporary research, medieval people thought rosemary improved mental clarity and memory. It is true that compounds found in rosemary can enhance alertness and cognitive function. However, this is where the genius of medieval garden design was displayed. Rosemary was also planted alongside soothing herbs like chamomile and lavender. The end effect was a well-balanced scent experience that could improve mental clarity without causing overstimulation or anxiety. In these gardens, you felt more at ease and could think more clearly, two things that are surprisingly hard to combine. The most adaptable medicinal plants in medieval gardens came from the mint family. Various mints were used to achieve various physical and psychological effects. Without the potency of peppermint, spearmint provided mild digestive support and a revitalizing mental boost. The sweeter, softer scent of apple-mint was ideal for unwinding in the evening. In the damp spots next to garden water features, where its cooling qualities could intensify the revitalizing effects of flowing water, watermint flourished. Medieval gardeners also recognized a fact that contemporary aromatherapy is rediscovering. Combinations of plants, rather than individual species, frequently produce the most potent therapeutic fragrances. In their gardens, they established what we might refer to as fragrance neighborhoods, by assembling plants whose fragrances would complement one another and offer supplementary medicinal advantages. A standard calming corner might include rose for emotional support, chamomile for mild sedation, lavender for anxiety relief, and maybe a dash of mint for freshness. Because each plant releases a different amount of fragrance in response to temperature and humidity changes, these plants would be arranged so that their distinct scents would naturally blend to create complex, subtle scent experiences that could change throughout the day. In medieval gardens, roses had uses far beyond aesthetics. Various types were selected based on their distinct scents and purported impact on health and happiness. With their powerful, complex scent, damask roses were thought to uplift the soul and fortify the heart in difficult times. Alba roses were believed to promote rational thinking and clear mental confusion because of their fresher, cleaner scent. Roses were planted along pathways that people might walk when resolving difficult emotions, and medieval rose gardens were frequently created as emotional support systems. The perfect environment for processing and healing emotions was created by the combination of therapeutic fragrance, lovely visual stimulation, and mild physical exercise. Medieval gardens' seasonal fragrance progression was thoughtfully planned to promote mental well-being all year long. Fresh green fragrances that could alleviate winter depression and promote mental rejuvenation were the focus of spring gardens. Early herbs, such as young rosemary and mint, offered astringent, energizing scents that might help dispel the mental sluggishness that frequently accompanied the dark months. With several plants blooming at once to create intricate, multi-layered scent environments, summer gardens provided the most complete fragrance experiences. However, these weren't overpowering sensory attacks. Medieval gardeners recognized the value of restraint and balance. There were peaceful spots with delicate scents in even the most ornate summer garden, places where overstimulated senses could relax. Warming, grounding scents from autumn gardens could ease the psychological transition to winter. The rich, complex scents of late-blooming herbs, such as oregano and sage, seemed to capture the joy of harvest. These plants were frequently placed close to places where people could sit and think back on the events of the year, while mentally getting ready for the reflective winter months. Medieval herb gardens also served as therapeutic environments for their upkeep. Herb harvesting required methodical, slow attention to timing, plant conditions, and appropriate methods. Spaces filled with concentrated fragrances from drying herbs could benefit from aromatherapy for weeks. Since disturbed herb plants released their fragrances as you worked, even weeding herb gardens was more enjoyable than other garden maintenance. The significance of a personal connection to medicinal plants is another thing that medieval people understood that we are still learning about. They urged garden visitors to form bonds with individual plants, learning about their unique growth patterns, best times to harvest them, and distinctive scent patterns. The therapeutic effects were enhanced by this individualized attention. The benefits of a plant seem to be more potent when you know it well. Imagine yourself surrounded by carefully selected and arranged plants that will support your health as evening descends on your make-believe medieval herb garden. A delicate combination of scents permeates the air, calming the stresses of the day and preparing your mind for a good night's sleep. Every breath brings you compounds that have been used for thousands of years to help people find health and peace. These compounds were arranged by gardeners who realized that healing occurs most effectively in settings that are beautiful and thoughtfully designed. You're studying one of the most intriguing facets of medieval gardening this morning. The creation of spaces that have the power to literally alter human perception through the use of geometric patterns and symbolic designs. Plants were not arranged haphazardly or in accordance with contemporary aesthetic standards by medieval garden designers. Their work was based on a deep understanding of how spiritual awareness and mental state are influenced by visual patterns. In the world of the medieval people, everything was thought to have symbolic meaning. Rather than being merely ornamental choices, numbers, shapes, colours, and spatial relationships were seen as stepping stones to a greater comprehension of natural harmony and divine order. This symbolic language was employed by garden designers to create areas that could lead guests to particular spiritual and psychological states. You would instantly notice the sense of balance and justice that seems to emanate from the layout itself if you were to walk into a medieval garden that was created using sacred geometric principles. Pathways that follow mathematical proportions found in nature, the same ratios that are present in human bodies, flower petals and seashells, would entice your attention. Your mind would perceive these patterns as essentially reliable and harmonious, even if you were not familiar with the technical specifics. The square formed by intersecting pathways into 4 smaller squares was the most popular geometric foundation for medieval gardens. The 4 elements, earth, air, fire, and water, the 4 seasons, the 4 cardinal directions, and the 4 rivers of paradise mentioned in biblical texts were all represented by this pattern, which is known as a quadripartite design. Beyond its symbolic significance, however, this design had useful psychological effects. Quadripartite gardens offered a visual order that was both simple enough to be instantly understandable and complex enough to be fascinating. The overall pattern was easy for your mind to understand, giving you a sense of control. However, there was space for variation and surprise within each quadrant. Human psychological needs appear to be well served by this blend of controlled variation and predictable structure. Geometrically designed gardens had pathways that were more than just ways to get from one place to another. They served as what we might refer to as contemplation guides, physical objects that, by merely walking, could induce meditative states in your mind. Special features such as a fountain, an especially lovely plant, or a religious sculpture that encouraged pause and contemplation were frequently used to mark the intersections where pathways crossed. Medieval garden designers realised something that contemporary meditation instructors have rediscovered: that beautiful visual stimulation coupled with repetitive rhythmic movement can create deeply calming and restorative altered states of consciousness. It became a kind of moving meditation to follow the geometric paths of a medieval garden, with their predictable curves and intersections. Geometric gardens with circular features had unique psychological purposes. Curved alcoves, round fountains, and circular herb beds offered visual respite from the overall geometric framework's angular precision. More significantly, however, in medieval symbolic thinking, circles stood for wholeness, harmony, and perfection. It was thought that incorporating circular elements into garden design would aid guests in achieving spiritual integration and psychological wholeness. What we might refer to as sacred proportion systems, mathematical relationships thought to reflect divine harmony, were incorporated into the most elaborate medieval gardens. The golden ratio, which can be found in everything from nautilus shells to sunflower seed spirals, was frequently used to establish the connections between various garden sections. Even when visitors were unable to consciously pinpoint the reason, these proportional systems produced gardens that felt enigmatically fulfilling to experience. Your mind would react with a sense of calm and righteousness that seemed to come from the surroundings rather than from any deliberate effort on your part as your eye moved through areas that felt harmonious and well-balanced. Geometric gardens featured equally complex colour schemes. Based on observed psychological effects and symbolic associations, medieval designers employed what they dubbed colour harmonies. White flowers were frequently planted in central areas or along main routes because they symbolised purity and spiritual illumination. Red flowers were placed where their emotional intensity could be appreciated without overpowering the tranquil atmosphere of the garden, symbolising both earthly passion and divine love. Despite being comparatively uncommon in medieval gardens, blue flowers were prized for their purported capacity to foster introspection and spiritual understanding. They were frequently placed in peaceful nooks or beside walkways that led to places of prayer where their calming hue might assist guests in turning their attention from material worries to spiritual ones. Keeping up geometric gardens was a kind of spiritual exercise in and of itself. Regular, patient attention was necessary to maintain the pattern's clarity and accuracy. The gardeners who cared for these areas frequently referred to their labour as a kind of meditation or prayer. Replanting to maintain colour arrangements, weeding to preserve the clarity of planted patterns, and trimming hedges to maintain clean geometric lines all became opportunities to practice the kind of focused attention that medieval people associated with spiritual development. Geometric gardens were designed with seasonal changes in mind to preserve the key patterns while offering year-round diversity and interest. The linear features of the garden, such as the bulbs placed along the edges of the pathways to produce clear lines of colour, could be highlighted with spring plantings. While keeping their fundamental boundaries, summer plantings could fill in the geometric shapes with a profusion of growth. Even as their foliage changed colour, plants that offered strong structural elements could be found in autumn gardens. In order to maintain the geometric patterns even when the majority of the plants were inactive, winter gardens relied on hardscape components and evergreen plants. The psychological significance of what we might refer to as pattern completion was also recognised by medieval garden designers, who produced geometric designs that encouraged guests to actively perceive the patterns rather than merely passively observing them. The entire geometric pattern may not be immediately apparent when you first enter a garden. Instead, you may need to navigate through different sections and observe the area from different perspectives before the entire pattern becomes clear to you. Important psychological purposes were fulfilled by this gradual pattern recognition process. It was a gentle, fulfilling puzzle with a clear solution that kept your mind active. Garden patterns could be fully comprehended and appreciated, in contrast to the intricate and frequently intractable issues of everyday medieval life. A sense of emotional and intellectual relief that was hard to find elsewhere was brought on by this experience of understanding and completion. The geometric garden design's symbolic meanings also gave guests what we might refer to as contemplation frameworks, organised approaches to considering life's more profound issues. A garden that is themed around the number 4 could inspire contemplation of the 4 seasons of spiritual growth, the 4 stages of life, or the 4 virtues. Through garden design, these ideas were made tangible and approachable rather than being abstract philosophical concepts. Geometric gardens' maze and labyrinth features had specific psychological purposes. Since they could engender fear rather than serenity, true mazes, with their numerous paths and dead ends, were less prevalent in serene medieval gardens. But because of their meditative properties, labyrinths, single-path patterns that wound in intricate yet predictable ways toward a central goal, were well liked. It took just the right amount of mental focus to navigate a labyrinth, keeping your conscious mind busy while allowing deeper levels of awareness to emerge. What medieval people referred to as contemplative prayer and what we might recognise as a type of walking meditation were made possible by the rhythmic movement and the visual interest of the winding path. What medieval designers referred to as paradise features, elements created especially to evoke the biblical Garden of Eden or other sacred landscapes, were found in the most ornate geometric gardens. These could include particular plant combinations mentioned in religious texts or fountains arranged to form the 4 rivers of paradise. However, even these highly symbolic components were incorporated into designs that placed more emphasis on psychological calm and comfort than on purely symbolic accuracy. Observe how the shadows highlight the patterns that lead your eye and mind to peace, as evening light starts to slope across your imagined geometric garden. Lines of light and shadow reveal mathematical relationships that appeared abstract during the day, serving as a reminder that the same principles that give flowers and seashells their beauty also influence the areas where people can find the most tranquility. As our tour of medieval gardens comes to an end tonight, you find yourself sitting in a garden that reflects all we have learned together. A place where noble sophistication meets monastery wisdom, where geometric precision embraces natural beauty, and where each element has been thoughtfully chosen to foster human peace. The surrounding garden is a representation of centuries' worth of knowledge about what people require in order to flourish spiritually and emotionally. Despite lacking access to contemporary psychology textbooks and environmental science research, medieval garden designers created methods and ideas that are still remarkably successful today. Their gardens were more than just lovely settings. They were therapeutic havens designed by individuals who recognized the power of outward beauty to alter inner experience. You can see how every element we've come across during our exploration fulfills several functions at once. In addition to offering physical security, the walls surrounding these gardens establish psychological barriers that help your mind focus on the here and now rather than constantly looking for threats in the future. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, the geometric pathways lead your body through soft rhythmic motions that naturally create meditative states. In addition to producing beautiful sounds and visual interest, the water features we have found offer the psychological advantages of being near flowing water, such as enhanced focus, lowered stress hormones, and that inexplicable feeling of rejuvenation that people seem to experience when they are near water. Despite their ignorance of negative ions and the neurological effects of specific sound frequencies, medieval people noticed that people felt better when they were near flowing water, so they planned their gardens accordingly. Perhaps the most advanced knowledge of all can be found in the plant choices made for medieval gardens. These gardeners were aware of the scents that could reduce anxiety, enhance mental clarity, and facilitate the shift from wakefulness to sleep. They selected plants that would offer the appropriate sensory experiences during the seasons when people most needed them because they were aware of seasonal psychology. Perhaps more significantly, though, medieval garden designers recognized that peace is more than simply the absence of stress or conflict, something we occasionally overlook in our contemporary world. True peace is a positive state that must be actively created and maintained through careful attention to environment, relationships, and daily practices. Medieval gardens were intended to promote peace. Each component combined to help guests transition from whatever state they were in to one of true peace and rejuvenation. Without strain or effort, the shift occurred gradually and organically. Simply by spending time in a thoughtfully designed setting, you would find that your natural ability for peace would reassert itself, and that the tensions and worries of the day would dissolve as you entered these gardens. Medieval garden maintenance ideas also contained timeless lessons. These areas were cared for with love, patience, and what the medievals referred to as right intention, the desire to bring about healing and beauty rather than efficiency or maximum output. The gardeners who cared for these areas were aware that their own mental states during work had an impact on the outcome. Compared to gardens tended with meditative care, gardens tended with hurried frustration felt different. This idea applies to all facets of creating tranquil spaces, not just gardening. Beyond just physical arrangements, the energy and intention we put into any space-making activity, whether we're setting up a room, cooking, or just planning our daily schedule, influences the outcome. Important lessons about the interplay between structure and freedom were also imparted by medieval gardens. They weren't wild, unruly places, but they also weren't strict or repressive. They offered dependable beauty, well-defined boundaries, and predictable patterns, but there was also space for growth, surprise, and organic variation. Human psychological well-being appears to depend on this harmony between spontaneity and order. In our contemporary world, we frequently vacillate between two extremes. Either we give up on structure completely and hope that freedom alone will bring peace, or we attempt to control every element of our surroundings and schedule. Medieval gardens offer a compromise, building pillars that support rather than impede our innate ability to be happy and peaceful. Another timeless lesson is provided by the seasonal awareness incorporated into medieval garden design. Recognizing that people have different needs at different times and seasons, these gardens were created to offer a variety of gifts throughout the year. After long winters, when people most needed encouragement, spring gardens provided hope and renewal. Summer gardens supported the active growing season with celebration and plenty. As the year came to a close, autumn gardens provided a time for contemplation and preparation. During the reflective months, winter gardens offered structure and peaceful beauty. The way we think about bringing peace into our own lives may change as a result of this seasonal approach to the surroundings and activities. We might learn to modify our peacemaking techniques to fit with seasonal psychological needs and natural rhythms, rather than relying on the same tactics to function consistently throughout the year. Important insights can also be gained from the social aspects of medieval gardens. These were places intended to foster both community and solitude, not just private havens. They offered gathering places where people could congregate in lovely serene surroundings as well as peaceful alcoves where people could find time to themselves. The gardens demonstrated that fostering an environment free from stress and conflict is what true peace is all about, not isolating oneself from others. Perhaps most importantly, medieval gardens showed that usefulness and beauty are partners rather than mutually exclusive. Every lovely feature in these gardens had a functional function as well, whether it was to improve growing conditions, supply medicinal plants, control water flow, or promote mental well-being in people. This combination of usefulness and beauty offers ideas for how we could approach all of our life's decisions. final wisdom worth passing down is provided by the timing principles ingrained in medieval garden design. Through repeated exposure to thoughtfully designed sensory experiences, these gardens gradually worked their calming magic. They were intended to bring about the kind of profound, long-lasting change that occurs when people regularly spend time in settings that encourage their best traits, rather than for temporary solutions or instant transformation. Imagine yourself carrying forward the fundamental ideas we've learned as you get ready to leave this fictional medieval garden and head back to your own time and place. The significance of safety and enclosure, the ability of natural beauty to alter mood and consciousness, the importance of geometric order mixed with organic variety, and the fundamental human need for areas created especially to foster peace. The medieval garden keepers had a profound understanding. Establishing peace in particular locations is the first step toward establishing peace globally, and people naturally become more peaceful when they regularly have access to truly peaceful settings. Their gardens were investments in human potential, areas created to support individuals in becoming the most serene, astute, and affectionate versions of themselves. The scent of medieval lavender, the sound of water gently trickling through stone channels, and the fulfillment that comes from spending time in places created with unending attention to human flourishing should all accompany you as you drift off to sleep tonight. Even though these gardens are only in our imaginations right now, anyone who wants to bring beauty, order and peace to their own region of the world can always benefit from their wisdom. Some human experiences, beauty, peace, the healing power of well-kept gardens, transcend time and connect us across centuries to the basic needs and joys that make us human. These bells that called medieval people to prayer ring one last time across your imagined landscape, but they are not calling you to any specific religious practice. Dream sweet dreams in your peaceful garden. Picture an early morning in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, a hazy dawn light creeping over the rolling hills and illuminating the stone walls of Pella. The capital, in the courtyard of the royal palace, a young prince takes measured steps across smooth flagstones still cool from the chill of night. He is Alexander, son of King Philip II, already restless with ambition. He stands no taller than any normal youth, yet there's a quiet intensity in his gaze. Local gossip suggests he asks questions no child his age should, ones about life, death, and the boundaries of human capability. It's whispered that from the day he first saw the world, he's been driven by the desire to surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms, before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning manoeuvre of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympius, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct, subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact. The throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganized, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, others. They are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost, yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers, and increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry manoeuvres. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that hot flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert's silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds, using a combination of siege towers, specialized climbers, and cavalry blockades. The Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and grueling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolizes respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskinesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes King of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephant shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Porus's. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Hephaestus River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him. That the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience. Anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined. shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. You know that feeling when you find something in your attic that makes you forget about the cobwebs in your hair? That's exactly what happened to Dr. Sarah Chen on a particularly muggy Tuesday afternoon in Athens. She'd been rummaging through the basement archives of the National Library, hunting for anything related to her research on ancient Greek philosophy, when her fingers brushed against something that definitely didn't belong with the other manuscripts. The leather binding felt different, older, somehow more secretive. It appeared as though it had been concealed for centuries, awaiting discovery by the appropriate individual. The cover bore no title, just a small symbol that looked suspiciously like Aristotle's signature, if philosophers had signatures back then. Although philosophers probably didn't have signatures back then, you get the idea. Sarah pulled the manuscript closer to the single, flickering fluorescent light that made everything in the basement look like a horror movie set. The first page made her eyebrows shoot up so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. Written in faded Greek letters were the words, "The teachings they didn't want you to know," though in much fancier ancient Greek, of course. Now, Sarah had been studying Aristotle for the better part of 15 years. She knew his work, just like some people know their morning coffee routine. She could recite passages from the Nicomachean Ethics while brushing her teeth, and had actually done so on more than one occasion, much to her roommate's bewilderment. But this was entirely new territory. Aristotle's hand appeared to write the manuscript, or at least it was a convincing forgery. But forgers usually didn't hide their work in dusty basement archives, where nobody would find them for centuries. Typically, they desired for their creations to be discovered, especially by individuals with substantial financial resources and dubious moral standards. As Sarah carefully turned the brittle pages, she realized she was looking at what appeared to be Aristotle's personal journal. His thoughts were raw and unfiltered, unlike the polished treatises that had endured through history. You might jot down notes in the margins of your own books, yet these margins held concepts that could transform our understanding of one of history's most influential intellectuals. The first entry was dated to what would have been 335 BCE, right around the time Aristotle returned to Athens to establish his school, the Lyceum. But instead of the formal, measured tone of his public works, the passage read more like someone venting to their diary after a particularly frustrating day at the office. "Alexander keeps sending me letters asking for advice on conquering the world," the entry began, "as if I have a manual for that sort of thing lying around. I keep telling him that wisdom comes from understanding yourself first, but apparently that's not nearly as exciting as charging across continents with an army." Sarah found herself smiling despite the gravity of her discovery. Here was Aristotle, the great philosopher, sounding remarkably like any modern mentor dealing with an overachieving student who'd rather skip the hard work of self-reflection and jump straight to the glamorous stuff. But as she continued reading, the entries became more intriguing. Aristotle wrote about ideas that seemed to contradict his published works, theories that felt centuries ahead of their time, and observations about human nature that were so brutally honest they would have probably gotten him exiled from Athens faster than you could say, corrupting the youth. The basement suddenly felt smaller, stuffier. Sarah became aware that she'd been suppressing her emotions unknowingly. This wasn't just any old manuscript, this was potentially the philosophical discovery of the century. The kind of find that would make her colleagues turn green with envy, and probably result in at least 3 documentary crews camping outside her apartment. She carefully closed the manuscript and looked around the empty basement, half expecting to see some shadowy figure lurking behind the filing cabinets, ready to snatch away her discovery. But there was only the gentle hum of the ancient air conditioning system and the faint smell of old paper and forgotten stories. You'd think that finding a potentially world-changing manuscript would keep someone awake all night, pacing around their apartment like a caffeinated philosopher. But Sarah had always been the type to process big discoveries slowly, like a fine wine or a particularly complex piece of music. So instead of rushing into anything dramatic, she made herself a cup of chamomile tea, settled into her favourite reading chair, the one with the questionable upholstery that somehow made everything more comfortable, and began to read more carefully. The second section of Aristotle's hidden journal dealt with what he called the art of comfortable rebellion. This chapter was fascinating because the Aristotle everyone knew was hardly a rebel. He was more like the philosophical equivalent of a competent insurance agent, reliable, thorough, and not particularly interested in rocking boats. However, his private thoughts revealed a distinct perspective. The greatest wisdom, he had written, often comes from quietly questioning everything, even the things you've spent your whole life teaching others to accept. Sarah had to pause at that line. She'd spent her career studying Aristotle's public teachings about logic, ethics, and the natural world. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe, just maybe, some of those carefully constructed arguments were more like starting points than final destinations. The philosopher went on to describe what he called gentle heresy, the practice of challenging established ideas not through dramatic confrontation, but through persistent, quiet questioning. Like water slowly wearing away stone, you were instead eroding the assumptions that everyone took for granted. I've noticed, Aristotle continued, that the most dangerous ideas are often the most comfortable ones. The thoughts that feel so natural are often ones we never think to examine, like assuming that wisdom always comes from age, or that happiness means the same thing to everyone, or that the best way to live is the way our parents lived. Sarah found herself nodding along as she read. This was the kind of philosophy that felt less like an academic exercise, and more like practical life advice. You could converse about it with a knowledgeable companion over an extended meal, as opposed to engaging in a formal discussion with accurate citations and footnotes. What struck her most was how modern these ideas sounded. Aristotle was essentially describing what we might now call mindfulness, or critical thinking, but he was doing it in a way that felt gentle rather than aggressive. He wasn't suggesting that people should go around tearing down every belief system they encountered. Instead, he was advocating for a kind of philosophical curiosity that could coexist peacefully with daily life. The comfortable rebel, he wrote, is someone who can hold their beliefs lightly enough to examine them, but firmly enough to live by them when examination is complete. There was something deeply appealing about this approach. Sarah had always found traditional academic philosophy a bit exhausting. All that arguing and counter-arguing, all those elaborate systems designed to prove other people wrong. But this felt different. This approach to philosophy felt more like a way of living than merely a means to win arguments. The journal entries from this section were peppered with small observations about daily life in ancient Athens. Aristotle wrote about conversations with his students that went in unexpected directions, about moments when he realised he'd been wrong about something he'd taught for years, and about the strange comfort of admitting ignorance in areas where he was supposed to be an expert. Today, a student asked me why we call certain emotions good and others bad, one entry read. I gave him the standard answer about virtue and vice, but afterward I realised I wasn't entirely sure I believed what I'd said. Perhaps emotions are more like weather, natural phenomena that simply are rather than moral categories that should be judged. Sarah could almost imagine the scene, the great philosopher standing in his school surrounded by eager students, suddenly confronted with the possibility that one of his fundamental assumptions might be shaky. Instead of doubling down on his position, he seemed genuinely curious about this moment of uncertainty. As she continued reading, Sarah realised that the topic wasn't just a historical curiosity. These ideas felt remarkably relevant to her life. How many of her beliefs had she simply inherited rather than examined? How many assumptions was she carrying around without even realising it? The chamomile tea had gone cold in her mug, but she barely noticed. Outside her window, Athens was settling into its evening rhythm, but inside her apartment, she was having a conversation across centuries with one of history's most influential thinkers. Except this version of him felt less like a distant authority figure and more like someone she might actually want to have coffee with. The third section of Aristotle's journal had a title that made Sarah nearly snort tea through her nose. On the noble art of making it up as you go along. This was definitely not the Aristotle she remembered from graduate school. I have a confession, the entry began, which I suspect would horrify my students if they knew. Most of the time I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. Sarah had to read that sentence 3 times before it sank in. Here was one of history's most confident-sounding philosophers admitting to what basically amounted to imposter syndrome. It was like discovering that your high school principal had been just as confused about how to run a school as everyone else. But instead of being disappointing, this revelation was oddly comforting. Aristotle went on to explain that he'd gradually realised that the appearance of certainty was often just that, an appearance. The really interesting stuff happened when you admitted you were figuring things out as you went along. I've noticed that my best insights come not when I'm trying to prove a point, he continued, but when I'm genuinely puzzled by something and willing to sit with that puzzlement for a while. It's akin to the distinction between forcing a key into a lock and patiently waiting for the right key to emerge. This was revolutionary stuff, philosophically speaking. The Aristotle that history remembered had built elaborate logical systems and created comprehensive categories for understanding everything from ethics to biology. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe the best wisdom came from embracing uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate it. Sarah reflected on her own academic career. How much energy had she spent trying to sound like she knew what she was talking about? How many potentially interesting ideas had she set aside because they didn't align neatly with existing frameworks? The academic world practically demanded certainty, or at least the convincing performance of certainty. But Aristotle's journal suggested a different approach entirely. The wisest people I know, he wrote, are the ones who can say, I don't know, without shame, and I might be wrong without fear. They're also coincidentally the most interesting people to talk with. The entries in this section were full of examples from Aristotle's daily life, where admitting ignorance had led to unexpected discoveries. He wrote about a conversation with a pottery maker who had casually mentioned something about clay that completely changed Aristotle's understanding of how materials behave. He described a discussion with a child who had asked such a simple question about justice that it had forced him to reconsider an entire chapter of his ethics. Children, he noted, are natural philosophers because they haven't yet learned to be embarrassed by not knowing things. They ask, why? With the same enthusiasm, whether they're talking about the colour of the sky or the nature of friendship. Adults, unfortunately, often lose this beautiful shamelessness about their ignorance. Sarah found herself thinking about her relationship with uncertainty. People expected her to be an expert on ancient philosophy in her professional life. Students came to her classes expecting answers. Colleagues expected her to have informed opinions, and academic conferences expected her to present research as if she had definitively solved whatever puzzle she was working on. But sitting in her comfortable chair, with Aristotle's secret journal, she realised how much more captivating her work might become if she approached it with the same kind of curious uncertainty that he was describing. What if not knowing something wasn't a professional weakness, but a starting point for genuine inquiry? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle experimenting with what he called productive confusion. Instead of rushing to resolve every intellectual puzzle, he would sometimes deliberately sit with questions that didn't have clear answers. He would collect observations without immediately trying to fit them into theories. He would have conversations without trying to win them. I've started telling my students when I don't know something, one entry read, and the strangest thing has happened. Instead of losing respect for me, they seem more engaged. It's as if admitting my ignorance gives them permission to explore their own. This was exactly the kind of teaching approach that Sarah had always wanted to try, but had never quite had the courage to implement. The academic world could be brutally competitive, and showing vulnerability felt risky. But here was Aristotle, the renowned philosopher, suggesting that being intellectually honest might actually be more effective than pretending to be knowledgeable. As she read on, Sarah began to see how this embrace of uncertainty connected to the earlier themes in the journal. The comfortable rebellion that Aristotle had written about wasn't just about questioning established ideas. It was about being comfortable with the fact that questioning might not lead to neat final answers. The evening was growing darker outside, and Sarah realised she'd been reading for hours without noticing the time pass. But instead of feeling worn out, she felt energised by these ideas. It was like discovering that someone she'd admired from a distance was actually much more interesting and human than she'd imagined. The fourth section of Aristotle's journal opened with what might have been the most subversive statement yet. I have come to believe that the most revolutionary thing a person can do is to live an ordinary life with extraordinary attention. Sarah had to smile at this. The idea that ordinariness might be a form of wisdom was not in the standard philosophical curriculum. Philosophy was supposed to be about big ideas, universal truths, and profound insights that elevated human thinking above mundane concerns. However, Aristotle's personal reflections appeared to be moving in a completely different direction. He was becoming fascinated with what he called the philosophy of Tuesday afternoons. The idea that wisdom might be found not in dramatic moments of revelation, but in the simple practice of paying attention to ordinary experience. I spent this morning watching my neighbour hang laundry, one entry began, and realised I was witnessing a perfect demonstration of practical wisdom. She knew exactly how much space each garment needed, how to arrange them so they would dry efficiently, and how to secure them against the wind without damage. This knowledge came not from books or lectures, but from years of patient attention to a simple task. This writing was vintage Aristotle in some ways. He had always been interested in practical wisdom, alongside theoretical knowledge. But there was something different about the tone here. Instead of analysing practical wisdom as a philosophical concept, he seemed to be celebrating it as a way of life. The entries in this section were full of similar observations. Aristotle wrote about the baker who could tell by smell exactly when bread was ready, the teacher who knew instinctively when a student was struggling with something beyond the current lesson, and the gardener who understood the subtle rhythms of plant growth better than any botanical treatise could explain. These people, he wrote, are practicing a form of philosophy that doesn't announce itself. They're conducting ongoing experiments in how to live well, but they don't call it research. They're developing sophisticated theories about human nature and the physical world, but they don't write papers about it. They're just living with intelligence. Sarah found this perspective both refreshing and slightly unsettling. She'd spent her career in an environment where the value of knowledge was largely determined by how complex and abstract it could become. The idea that the person who knew the most about living well might be someone who had never read a philosophy book was both liberating and threatening to everything she'd built her professional identity around. But as she continued reading, she realised that Aristotle wasn't dismissing formal philosophy so much as expanding its boundaries. He seemed to be suggesting that the kind of wisdom you might develop through decades of mindful attention to daily life was just as valuable as the kind you might develop through years of academic study, maybe more so. I have students who can argue brilliantly about the nature of virtue, he wrote, but who have never learned to listen carefully to another person. I know scholars who can analyse the structure of a perfect argument, but who cannot comfort a friend in distress. Knowledge without practical application is like a beautiful song that no one ever sings. Sarah found this observation particularly poignant. How many academic discussions had she participated in that felt completely disconnected from actual human experience? How many brilliant theoretical insights had she encountered that seemed to have no practical relevance to the business of living a good life? But Aristotle's journal was suggesting a different approach entirely. What if the goal wasn't to transcend ordinary experience, but to inhabit it more fully? What if wisdom wasn't about rising above the mundane, but about finding depth within it? The entries from this period showed Aristotle conducting what he called experiments in ordinary attention. He would spend entire days trying to notice things he usually took for granted, the way light changed throughout the day, the subtle variations in people's voices when they were tired or excited, and the small rituals that made daily life feel stable and meaningful. I am trying to learn to see my life as if I were an anthropologist studying a foreign culture, he wrote. What are the customs and assumptions I follow without thinking? What would a visitor from another world find most puzzling about the way I organise my days? This practice seemed to be yielding unexpected insights. Aristotle began to notice patterns in his behaviour that he'd never seen before, connections between his emotional states and his physical environment, and small habits that were either supporting or undermining his well-being. Today I realise that I think more clearly when I'm walking than when I'm sitting still, one entry read. But I've been conducting most of my important conversations while seated. This seems like the kind of practical wisdom that's too obvious to notice until you notice it. As the evening deepened around her, Sarah found herself wondering what she might discover if she applied this kind of attention to her own ordinary days. What patterns might emerge if she paid closer attention to the rhythms of her life? Could she uncover hidden wisdom in her daily routines? The idea was both simple and profound, that the most important insights might not come from reading more books or attending more conferences, but from learning to inhabit her experience with greater awareness and appreciation. The 5th section of Aristotle's journal began with a warning that would have made his PR team very nervous. I must write carefully about what I'm going to discuss next, because it touches on the most dangerous idea I've encountered, the possibility that the best life might be the one where you stop trying to become someone else. Sarah raised an eyebrow at this. In her experience, ancient philosophy was usually all about self-improvement and moral development. The whole point was supposed to be becoming a better version of yourself. But Aristotle seemed to be heading towards something that sounded suspiciously like acceptance, which wasn't typically considered a philosophical virtue. I have spent most of my life, the next entry continued, trying to become the person I thought I should be. I have strived to become the wise teacher, the respected scholar, and the moral exemplar. But lately I've been wondering, what if the person I already am is actually quite adequate? Such an attitude was definitely not the kind of thing that would have appeared in the Nicomachean Ethics. Ancient Greek culture was built around ideals of excellence and self-improvement. The whole concept of virtue was about actualising your potential and becoming the best possible version of yourself. But here was Aristotle suggesting that maybe all that striving was missing something important. The entries in this section were more personal than anything Sarah had read so far. Aristotle wrote about the exhaustion of constantly trying to live up to his reputation, the way he'd begun to feel like a character in a play rather than a person living his life. He described the strange relief he'd felt when he first allowed himself to admit that he didn't always enjoy teaching, that he sometimes found his students tedious, and that he had days when he'd rather be gardening than philosophizing. The most radical thing I can imagine, he wrote, is simply being honest about who I actually am rather than who I think I should be. He meant not being honest in a confessional, dramatic way, but rather being honest in the quiet manner of someone who has stopped performing for an invisible audience. Sarah found his words surprisingly moving. She reflected on her relationship with professional expectations and how she sometimes felt as if she were playing the role of Professor Sarah instead of simply being herself. The academic world seemed to reward a particular kind of personality, articulate, confident, intellectually aggressive, and she'd spent years trying to fit herself into that mould. But what would it be like to bring more of her actual self to her work? The parts of her that were uncertain, curious, and sometimes confused? Could she embrace the aspects of herself that prioritized comprehension over accuracy? Aristotle's journal entries from this period showed him experimenting with what he called authentic presence, the practice of showing up to conversations and interactions as himself, rather than as the version of himself he thought other people wanted to see. I tried an experiment today, one entry read. When a student asked me a question I didn't know how to answer, instead of deflecting or giving a partial response that made me sound knowledgeable, I simply said, "That's a wonderful question, and I genuinely don't know the answer. What do you think?" The conversation that followed was more fascinating than any lecture I've given this year. This kind of authenticity seemed to be having unexpected effects. Aristotle wrote about students who began sharing more personal questions about how to apply philosophical ideas to their actual lives. He described colleagues who started admitting their uncertainties and doubts. It was as if his willingness to be himself was giving other people permission to be themselves as well. "I'm beginning to suspect," he wrote, "that what people really want from a teacher is not someone who has all the answers, but someone who demonstrates that it's possible to live thoughtfully with questions." Sarah thought about her teaching. How much more engaging might her classes be if she approached them with this kind of authenticity? Instead of trying to be the expert who knew everything about ancient philosophy, what if she positioned herself as someone who was genuinely curious about these ideas and wanted to explore them together with her students? The journal entries also revealed Aristotle grappling with the social risks of authenticity. Ancient Athens was not necessarily a place where being different was celebrated, and philosophers were already viewed with some suspicion. Being genuinely himself meant risking the disapproval of people whose opinions he cared about. There is a particular kind of loneliness, he wrote, that comes from being surrounded by people who know your reputation but not your actual thoughts. It's the loneliness of being admired for qualities you're not sure you possess and respected, for achievements that feel less important to you than they do to others. But he also wrote about the relief of gradually letting go of the need to maintain that reputation. I'm discovering that the energy I've been spending on trying to be impressive could be much better used for actually paying attention to what's happening around me. As Sarah read these entries, she realised that Aristotle was describing something that felt very familiar. The tension between who you are and who you think you're supposed to be, the exhaustion of maintaining a professional persona, and the yearning for conversations that felt real rather than performative. The section ended with an entry that felt like a small revolution. Today I told someone that I don't actually enjoy wine very much, even though I've been pretending to appreciate it for years, because that seemed like the sophisticated thing to do. It was such a small admission, but it felt like opening a window in a stuffy room. The sixth section of Aristotle's journal opened with what sounded like a contradiction. I have been working on becoming better at being confused, and I think I'm finally getting good at it. Sarah had to pause at this sentence. In her world, solving confusion quickly was the norm. Students were confused until they understood the material. Researchers were confused until they found answers to their questions. Confusion was a temporary state that you passed through on your way to clarity. But Aristotle seemed to be suggesting something entirely different. He was treating confusion not as a problem, but as a skill that could be developed and refined. I used to think the goal of thinking was to eliminate confusion, the first entry in this section continued, but now I suspect that the goal might be to become confused about more interesting things. This was a fascinating distinction. Aristotle went on to describe what he called productive confusion, the kind of mental state where you're not sure what you think about something, but you're engaged with that uncertainty in a way that feels alive and generative. He contrasted this with what he called dead-end confusion, the kind where you're stuck and frustrated and just want someone to give you the right answer so you can move on. The difference, he suggested, wasn't in the confusion itself, but in how you related to it. When I'm productively confused, he wrote, I feel like I'm at the edge of understanding something important. I don't know what it is yet, but I can sense its presence. When I find myself in a state of dead-end confusion, it feels like I'm struggling against a barrier that someone else has constructed. Sarah found this distinction immediately useful. She reflected on her own research, considering the moments when she felt genuinely puzzled by something compared to those when she felt frustrated by her inability to make progress. The quality of the confusion really was different in each case. Aristotle's journal entries from this period were full of examples of productive confusion in action. He wrote about spending an entire afternoon thinking about a single question a student had asked, not because he was trying to find the answer, but because he wanted to understand why the question was so intriguing. A young woman asked me yesterday whether it's possible to be brave about small things, one entry read. I gave her a standard answer about the nature of courage, but the question has been haunting me. There's something about it that suggests my usual way of thinking about bravery might be incomplete. Instead of rushing to resolve this confusion, Aristotle seemed to be cultivating it. He wrote about carrying the question with him for days, noticing how it changed his perception of ordinary interactions. He observed people making small acts of courage that he'd never recognized as such, speaking up in conversations where they disagreed with the majority, admitting when they didn't understand something, and choosing to be kind when it would have been easier to be indifferent. I'm beginning to think, he wrote, that there might be an entire category of virtues that I've been overlooking because they're too quiet and everyday to notice. This was exactly the kind of insight that seemed to emerge from what Aristotle was calling productive confusion. By staying with the question instead of immediately trying to answer it, he'd opened up a whole new way of seeing familiar territory. Sarah realised that she'd been having a similar experience with this journal itself. Instead of rushing to analyse it or fit it into existing categories of philosophical thought, she'd been allowing herself to be puzzled by it, and that puzzlement was leading her to see connections and possibilities that she never would have noticed if she'd approached it with a predetermined agenda. The entries in this section also revealed Aristotle developing what he called confusion practices, deliberate exercises designed to cultivate productive uncertainty. He would spend time each day thinking about something he thought he understood well, trying to find aspects of it that were actually mysterious. "Today I tried to really think about what happens when I recognise a friend's face," one entry read. "I know that I know this person, but I have no idea how that knowing works. What is the mechanism by which patterns of light entering my eyes become the experience of recognition? The more I think about it, the more miraculous it seems." This kind of practice seemed to be having a profound effect on how Aristotle experienced daily life. Instead of taking familiar experiences for granted, he was learning to see them as full of mystery and complexity. The world was becoming more interesting rather than more predictable. "I'm discovering that confusion is a form of attention," he wrote. "When I'm genuinely puzzled by something, I pay attention to it in a way that I don't when I think I already understand it." As Sarah read these entries, she found herself wanting to try some of these confusion practices herself. What would it be like to approach familiar aspects of her life with genuine curiosity, rather than automatic understanding? What might she notice if she allowed herself to be puzzled by things she usually took for granted? The section ended with an observation that felt like a summary of everything Aristotle had been learning. "The wisest people I know are not the ones who have the most answers, but the ones who have the most interesting questions. And the most interesting questions are usually the ones that make you realise how little you actually know about things you thought you understood perfectly." The final section of Aristotle's journal felt different from the rest. Aristotle's handwriting appeared slightly shakier, suggesting that he had written it later in his life, and his tone was more reflective and settled. The opening entry was dated several years after the others, and it began simply, "I have been thinking about what it means to live a quietly revolutionary life." Sarah sensed she was approaching something important. This passage felt like Aristotle's attempt to synthesize everything he'd been exploring in his private writings, to see what it all added up to. "I realise now that I have been describing a particular way of being in the world," he wrote, "though I didn't set out to do so. It's a way of living that doesn't announce itself dramatically, but that changes everything nonetheless." The entries in this final section wove together all the themes that had appeared earlier: the comfortable rebellion, the wisdom of uncertainty, the revolutionary ordinariness, the dangerous authenticity, and the art of productive confusion. But instead of treating them as separate ideas, Aristotle was showing how they formed a coherent approach to life. "The gentle revolution," he wrote, "is not about overthrowing external systems, but about changing your relationship to your experience. It's about choosing curiosity over certainty, authenticity over performance, attention over distraction, and questions over answers." Sarah could see how these concepts tied together everything she'd been reading. Each of the practices Aristotle had been exploring was really a way of stepping outside conventional approaches to living and thinking. But instead of doing so through dramatic gestures or confrontational behaviour, he was advocating for a kind of quiet subversion. "The most radical thing you can do," one entry read, "is to pay attention to your actual experience, rather than to your ideas about what your experience should be." This approach sounds simple, but it undermines almost everything that society tells us is important. Aristotle went on to explain what he meant by this. So much of human suffering, he suggested, came from the gap between how we think our lives should be and how they actually are. We exhaust ourselves trying to feel the emotions we think we should feel, to want the things we think we should want, and to be the people we think we should be. "But what if," he wrote, "the person you already are is actually quite interesting? What if the life you're currently leading holds more wisdom and beauty than your training has taught you to perceive? What if the gentle revolution is simply learning to see what's already there?" This approach wasn't about settling for mediocrity or giving up on growth and change. Instead, it was about starting from a place of basic acceptance rather than fundamental dissatisfaction. It was about approaching self-improvement from a foundation of self-appreciation rather than self-criticism. Sarah contemplated how different her life might feel if she approached it with this kind of gentle attention. Instead of constantly measuring herself against external standards or future possibilities, what would it be like to genuinely appreciate the person she was right now, the work she was already doing, and the relationships she already had? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle living this philosophy rather than just theorising about it. He wrote about small moments of contentment that he might have previously overlooked. The satisfaction of a good conversation with a student, the pleasure of a perfectly ripe piece of fruit, and the comfort of a familiar walk through the city. I am learning to treat my life as if it were a work of art that I am both creating and appreciating, he wrote. Not in a self-conscious way, but in the way that an artist might step back from a painting occasionally to really see what they've been working on. This metaphor struck Sarah as particularly beautiful. Instead of treating life as a problem to be solved, or a test to be passed, what would it be like to approach it as a creative work in progress? Something that was already valuable, but that could always be developed further? The final entries in the journal were surprisingly practical. Aristotle offered specific suggestions for anyone who wanted to experiment with these ideas. Keep a daily record of moments when you notice something you'd usually overlooked. Practice saying, "I don't know," without embarrassment. Spend time each day doing something ordinary with extraordinary attention. Allow yourself to be confused by things you think you understand. These are not dramatic practices, he wrote, but they are surprisingly powerful. They work by gradually shifting your attention from what you think should be happening to what is actually happening. But what's really going on is often more interesting than what you think is going on. The journal ended with an entry that felt like both a conclusion and a beginning. I have spent my public career trying to understand the nature of the good life, but I think the good life might be simpler than I imagined. It might be nothing more than learning to live your actual life with genuine attention and appreciation. Everything else, the wisdom, the peace, the joy, might simply be what emerges when you stop trying so hard to be somewhere else. As Sarah closed the manuscript, she realised that the fluorescent light in the basement had been replaced by the warm glow of early morning. She'd been reading all night, but instead of feeling tired, she felt energised by a quiet excitement. The find wasn't just a historical discovery, it was a practical invitation to experiment with a different way of being in the world. She carefully placed the journal back in its protective case, but she knew she'd be returning to these ideas again and again. Aristotle's forbidden teachings weren't forbidden because they were dangerous to society. They were forbidden because they were dangerous to the part of each person that preferred the familiar discomfort of striving to the unfamiliar comfort of acceptance. Outside, Athens was waking up to another ordinary day. But Sarah suspected that her own ordinary days might never feel quite the same again. Julius Caesar wasn't always the towering figure we picture, draped in a bright red cloak and commanding the world's greatest empire. Before he was that legend, he was simply Gaius Julius, born into a patrician family with fading clout in a Rome that seemed to change every week. In those early days, the city itself wasn't the polished marble wonder of later centuries. With curving streets that spread gossip more quickly than chariots, it was a noisy, crowded centre of ambition and politics. People lived on top of each other in shabby apartments, while aristocrats planned lavish feasts in their villa courtyards, hoping to lure allies for the next election. Gaius Julius was shaped by it all. The noise of street vendors hawking figs and fish, the heated oratory in the forum, and the whispers behind every statue's column. Even as a child, Caesar had a curiosity that led him to corners of Rome others avoided, dimly lit taverns, the muddy banks of the Tiber River, and rows of cramped bookshops where scribes copied scrolls for hours on end. These experiences seasoned him with a knowledge of everyday life that most upper-class Romans rarely bothered with. He'd watch workers at the docks, fascinated by the different languages from traders coming in from the east. It gave him an early taste for the diversity that existed beyond Rome's walls, and no matter how chaotic it got, he never seemed overwhelmed. Instead, he'd carefully absorb how each piece of society functioned and file the information away. In his early teens, while many aristocratic boys took lessons in rhetoric under famed tutors, Caesar did too, but he did more than rehearse speeches from ancient Greek texts. He peppered his teachers with questions about how words could shift emotions. He realizes that to command respect in Rome, you needed to shape minds and hearts, not just bodies on a battlefield. This flair for oratory would become one of his trademarks. Before he wore the laurel wreath, Caesar was already making a name for himself in smaller legal cases. He wowed the courts with a perfect blend of reason, passion, and style that made older, more experienced pleaders look foolish. His household wasn't exactly a fortress of tranquility. Tensions brewed under its roof, fed by old feuds and expectations that could suffocate a young man. If you were a patrician, tradition dictated you climb certain ladders, hold a few offices, curry favour with the Senate, play by Rome's unwritten rules. Yet Caesar's mother, Aurelia, sensed something different in him. His eyes sparked with ambition beyond the norm. Quietly, she encouraged him to break moulds, but do so intelligently. She knew that living like a chameleon in Rome's political ecosystem, switching shades when necessary, was the path to real power. Of course, Caesar's early journey wasn't smooth. He found himself ensnared in the civil disputes between Marius, his uncle by marriage, and Sulla, which tore Rome into factions. As a teenager, Caesar had to flee or risk execution when the dictatorial Sulla took over. But even on the run, he refused to remain hidden in a corner of Italy. Instead, he travelled discreetly, learning about local communities, forging bonds with minor officials and gaining a sense for the shifting alliances that propped up Roman government. Ever cunning, he avoided Sulla's men by staying a step ahead of them, sometimes disguising himself or travelling in the company of improbable companions, like foreign traders or even wandering performers. Eventually, Caesar returned to Rome after Sulla's death, but he'd learned that when power is on the table, trust is a fragile commodity. He had seen men switch loyalties for a promise of gold or turn in a friend to keep their own head. That lesson never left him. Upon coming home, he immediately set about re-establishing his social ties, attending banquets and forging friendships with men who had once eyed him with suspicion. Yet Caesar was adept at reading faces. If he caught even a flicker of duplicity, he dodged that bond elegantly, perhaps with an extravagant greeting followed by a subtle distancing. One could never be too careful in Rome's swirling politics. A remarkable moment came when he took on the role of priest to Jupiter, only to lose it during Sulla's purges. It was a blow. Public piety, after all, was a stepping stone for an aspiring politician. But Caesar's resilience was already in full bloom. He picked himself up, found a new path, and ventured into the world of politics from a different angle, securing lesser offices that would eventually open bigger doors. He also began building a personal brand of generosity. Soon people whispered about the banquets he held and the funds he provided for public works. Senators wondered how he managed to gather such deep pockets. It wasn't old family wealth alone. Caesar had a network of supporters, and many believed in him precisely because of his willingness to think outside the conventional lines of patronage and nepotism. By his mid-20s, Caesar had cultivated a reputation for being both bold and adaptable. He hadn't yet reshaped Rome, but the seeds were there. His path wasn't about simple heroics or the typical childhood prophecy that he was destined for greatness. Rather, it was a quieter accumulation of experiences that prepared him for the challenges ahead. Each piece, his exposure to everyday Romans, his brush with danger during Sulla's regime, his love of rhetoric, lined up perfectly to form a foundation. Rome, full of swirling rivalries and unspoken rules, had no idea that this relatively unremarkable young man with a quick tongue and quick mind was about to upend everything. Before he was a seasoned commander or the Colossus striding across the Rubicon, Caesar had an escapade that shaped his perspective on the power more than any lecture in the Senate ever could: his abduction by Cilician pirates in the Aegean Sea. It's a tale rarely told in the mainstream, but it offers a raw glimpse into his character. Caesar was travelling to strengthen his oratory skills under a renowned teacher on the island of Rhodes, something aristocrats often did. But the seas teemed with pirates who thrived on ransom, and it wasn't long before his ship was seized. The pirates who captured him expected a frightened Roman aristocrat. Instead, they encountered a man whose boldness made them question who'd truly been captured. When they demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, Caesar reportedly scoffed that they were underselling him. He insisted they ask for 50. The pirates, bemused yet intrigued, took his suggestion. For several weeks, Caesar lived among them, waiting for friends to gather the sum. During that time, he treated them as if he were the one in charge, ordering them to keep quiet when he slept, even reciting poems and speeches and telling them to appreciate the artistry, or else, to the pirates' credit, they indulged him, perhaps wondering if they had accidentally kidnapped a lunatic. He wasn't simply being arrogant, he was displaying confidence and unpredictability. In a precarious situation, fear can be an exploitable weakness. by acting as if he were the authority figure. Caesar forced the pirates to respect him, or at least treat him carefully. When the ransom finally arrived and Caesar was freed, he quickly organised a naval force, hunted those same pirates down, and had them crucified. It was an act of lethal retribution, laced with the cunning that would characterise his later campaigns. The memory of that ransom demanded, and of Caesar's outlandish performance on the pirates' island, helped shape his entire approach to dealing with adversaries, dramatic, strategic, and always with an eye to the outcome. Back in Rome, Caesar resumed his climb, yet he carried a certain swagger now, a sense that his life was fated for something extraordinary. After all, how many young Roman nobles had stared down pirates and lived to spin the tale? At political gatherings, people whispered behind their cups of wine, speculating on whether that story was just Caesar's brand of theatrics or pure truth. But it was undeniable that he managed to secure enough influence to become a military tribune, and soon he was off to gain experience in the provinces, which gave him intimate knowledge of the armies he would one day command. The politics he left in Rome were no less complicated. He forged a delicate pact with Pompey and Crassus, later known as the First Triumvirate. This was not a formal institution, but rather a private handshake that united three men with distinct strengths: Pompey's military prestige, Caesar's wealth, and Caesar's political cunning. People often assume Caesar just lucked into that arrangement, but it was actually the culmination of countless dinners, private agreements, and carefully bartered favours. Caesar knew that if he wanted to climb higher, he needed to bring Rome's big players into his corner, at least temporarily. If that meant moderating his own ambitions in the short run to secure Pompey's trust, he'd do it without blinking. With their support, Caesar aimed for a new goal, a position that would not only confer prestige, but also provide him with the chance to broaden his network and bolster his army with devoted soldiers. The governorship of Hispania Ulterior or Gaul, where fortunes could be made and reputation cemented, seemed ideal. Not only would it allow him to command armies, it would offer a stage to showcase his genius in both administration and warfare. In time, he secured the proconsulship of Gaul. Gaul was vast, populated by diverse tribes, each with its own traditions, alliances and grudges. Where lesser men might see only a frontier to exploit, Caesar saw a chessboard with dozens of moving pieces. He relished the challenge. This was, after all, the man who once calmly dined with kidnappers. Gathering legions known for their discipline and grit, he departed north, determined to do more than just play caretaker. He wanted to knit those tribes into Rome's sphere of influence, forging new roads and alliances while showcasing Roman supremacy. Before he launched significant campaigns, Caesar did his homework. He arranged meetings with tribal chiefs, listening carefully to their rivalries and hearing their pleas for Roman protection. Was it genuine concern or a ploy? Caesar would weigh each statement, reading not just the words but the shifts in tone and eye contact. If he sensed an opportunity, like a tribe longing for revenge on its neighbour, he'd promise support, extracting pledges of loyalty. In many ways, his tactics mirrored the hush-hush political dealings he'd honed back in Rome, only now the stakes were measured in thousands of soldiers and entire territories. Yet, throughout these manoeuvres, Caesar never lost sight of the persona he'd cultivated. He was no mere bureaucrat. He was that daring aristocrat who'd outwitted pirates, the dynamic orator who electrified the courts, and the cunning negotiator who'd found common ground with Pompey and Caesar. Each success in Gaul was reported back to Rome via sensational dispatches, commentarios, written with clarity and flair. People in the city devoured them as if they were tabloid headlines. He dramatised his victories just enough to capture the public's imagination. The Senate, reading the official versions, found themselves both impressed and wary. Caesar was quickly becoming too big to ignore. These initial steps in Gaul, some alliances struck, some small skirmishes won, emboldened him. He sensed that if he could bring all of Gaul under Roman control, he'd move from being just another ambitious politician to a legendary conqueror. That knowledge spurred him on. Caesar might have left behind the pirates who once threatened him, but the memory of that captivity fueled his hunger for absolute control. If he had his way, no one, be they a tribal chief or a Roman senator, would ever have the power to hold him captive again. The Gallic Wars, as Caesar's campaigns would come to be called, weren't just about marching legions across fields and building wooden palisades. They were about psychological warfare, diplomacy, and the cunning exploitation of intertribal rivalries. Rome's dominance always hung on its ability to divide and conquer. With Caesar at the helm, that strategy took on fresh nuance. In the early phases, Caesar consolidated Roman gains by constructing a network of roads and fortifications. This was hardly glamorous labour. Roman soldiers would spend weeks hacking through forests and bogs to erect outposts, sometimes under the threat of ambush. Yet each new Roman-style fort, complete with straight lines and carefully measured intervals, sent a message of permanence. These weren't just makeshift garrisons, they were statements that Rome had come to stay. People often remember Caesar's brilliance on the battlefield, but his true strength lay in methodical organisation. He considered logistics as vital as sword and shield. The various Gallic tribes watched uneasily, some rushing to Caesar's side, others forming alliances against him. Caesar capitalised on the smallest of division. If one tribe feuded with another, he'd arrive as a peace broker, offering Roman friendship and military aid against a rival. Soon enough, the tribe would find itself bound to Caesar by mutual benefit and shackled by Roman expectations. The brilliance lay in making it seem as if the tribe had chosen this path freely. Not that Caesar's campaign was devoid of bloodshed. Certain tribes resisted fiercely, resentful of foreign occupation. The Belgae in the north, for instance, marshalled huge forces that tested Roman discipline. Caesar, never squeamish, deployed tactics to crush resistance decisively, destroying crops, capturing strategic points, and sometimes resorting to brutal reprisals that sent a chill through neighbouring tribes. He didn't revel in cruelty for its own sake, but he understood the Roman tradition of deterrence. Ferocious display could prevent a drawn-out rebellion. This approach, while effective, also laid the seeds for future animosity, especially among fierce defenders of Gallic independence like Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix was an Arvernian chieftain who recognised that the Gallic tribes needed unity more than ever. He wasn't some hot-headed bandit chief. He was methodical, charismatic, and had a strategic mind that could rival Caesar's. While Caesar was off campaigning on another front, Vercingetorix rallied disparate tribes under the banner of Gallic pride. When Caesar got wind of this resistance, he recognised at once that Vercingetorix was no ordinary adversary. The typical trick of exploiting old rivalries might not work here. The confrontation between Caesar and Vercingetorix escalated into one of the defining struggles of the Gallic Wars. Vercingetorix adopted a scorched earth policy, instructing villagers to destroy their own supplies and towns to starve the Roman legions of resources. It was a grim strategy, burning fields and uprooting harvests, but it slowed Caesar's advance, creating logistical nightmares for Roman soldiers accustomed to living off the land. For a man who prided himself on controlling every variable, Caesar found himself confronting the unpredictable factor of a charismatic local leader who matched him in cunning. Still, Caesar was a master of adaptation. Recognizing the challenge, he consolidated his troops and chose to besiege key Gallic strongholds. Most famously, he surrounded the fortress town of Alesia, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge with tens of thousands of warriors. The siege of Alesia would become a testament to Caesar's ability to think in layers. He constructed a ring of fortifications around the city to starve out Vercingetorix's forces, and, anticipating a Gallic relief army, he built another ring facing outwards to protect his legions from an attack from outside. This double fortification was an audacious engineering project, involving miles of ditches, ramparts, and watchtowers, enough to give any modern city planner pause. The days wore on under a relentless sun. The besieged Gauls inside Alesia ran short of food. Women and children were turned out of the fortress, hoping for mercy, only to be left stranded between the city walls and the Roman lines. Meanwhile, a massive relief force of various Gallic tribes arrived, attempting to break Caesar's outer defences. During one critical night, it seemed Rome might collapse under the weight of the onslaught. Caesar himself rallied his men, darting from post to post. He knew if Alesia was relieved, Gaul could unite behind Vercingetorix, and Caesar's entire campaign might unravel. Against formidable odds, the Roman lines held. Exhausted from repeated attacks and lacking a coherent strategy, the relief force finally broke. Inside Alesia, with supplies gone, inns and morale shattered, Vercingetorix surrendered. The sight of this defiant Gallic chieftain handing over his weapons underscored the turning point. Rome had asserted its dominance, and Caesar stood at the pinnacle of victory. Yet for all the glory, the end of the siege left many Gauls embittered. Caesar might have pacified the region, but a smouldering resentment would eventually lurk beneath the official peace treaties. When Caesar returned to Rome, he was hailed as a hero. His campaigns in Gaul had quadrupled Rome's domain and filled the Republic's coffers with wealth from newly conquered territories. The Senate awarded him grand triumphs, parades where caged prisoners walked in chains, and the crowd roared with delight. In these processions, Caesar's name became synonymous with military genius and Roman might. Yet the very success that elevated him threatened to unbalance the precarious political framework in Rome. Men like Pompey and Crassus, once his allies, couldn't help but feel overshadowed by the sheer magnitude of Caesar's achievements. The old guard in the Senate grew uneasy. They murmured that Caesar's ambition was too large for the Republic. Even allies wondered if they could remain relevant while Caesar soaked up the glory. Caesar, for his part, believed he had only just begun. His vision extended beyond the spoils of Gaul. He wanted to transform Rome itself, to carve out a position where no single faction or rival could stifle him again. This set the stage for an inevitable clash. Caesar's manoeuvres in Gaul, while triumphant, had also sown suspicion and envy. And suspicion and envy in Rome often led to civil war, assassinations, and chaos. But if Caesar was worried, he hardly showed it. Fresh from the greatest victory of his career, he was welcomed like a conquering hero. He stepped onto the marble streets of Rome with a confidence forged in the crucible of countless battles, the final. The uneasy alliance of Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar, often called the First Triumvirate, had always been a marriage of convenience. Each man saw it as a tool to secure power, but once Caesar's Gallic conquests made him the darling of the masses, resentment began to simmer. Pompey, Rome's previous superstar general, noticed public attention drifting from him to Caesar. Crassus, meanwhile, met a tragic end in an ill-advised campaign against the Parthians, leaving Caesar and Pompey as the two principal contenders for the heart of Rome. An undercurrent of tension now pulsed through the city. Senators whispered in corridors, choosing sides. Pompey cozied up to conservative factions in the Senate who viewed Caesar as a threat to the old republican system. Caesar, still away in Gaul, understood he would need to solidify his position back home soon. The term of his governorship was drawing to a close, and if he returned to Rome merely as a private citizen, his enemies could bring him to trial for various alleged misdeeds and effectively end his political career. His solution? He demanded to run for consul in absentia, seeking an extension of the immunity and power he held as proconsul. The Senate refused, with Pompey supporting that refusal. This was the point of no return. Caesar stood at the banks of the Rubicon River, the boundary beyond which lay Italy proper. Roman law was crystal clear. No general was allowed to bring his army into Italy. To do so amounted to a declaration of war. On a winter's night in 49 BCE, Caesar made his choice. He marched across the Rubicon, uttering the phrase, "Alea iacta est," the die is cast, if the anecdotes hold any truth. Overnight, Rome's system of alliances shattered. The civil war had begun. Pompey and many senators fled Rome to gather forces in the east, confident they'd muster armies far greater than Caesar's. They had the backing of traditional elites, wealthy provinces, and, they believed, time on their side. Caesar, however, wasn't known for cautious delay. He pressed forward at breakneck speed. Towns and cities along the way opened their gates, some out of admiration for Caesar, others out of fear. The unstoppable momentum took Pompey by surprise, forcing him to evacuate Italy altogether. Caesar entered Rome unopposed. But taking Rome was just the beginning. The real challenge was confronting Pompey's legions, which were regrouping in Greece. Caesar, leaving a minimal garrison behind, sailed across the Adriatic to chase down his rival. It was a frantic race, both men vying for resources and key strategic points. Caesar's forces were often outnumbered. Pompey's alliances spanned vast portions of the Republic. Yet Caesar leveraged speed, surprise, and the loyalty he'd earned from legions who'd fought alongside him in Gaul. Battles erupted across multiple theatres, Spain, Africa, and ultimately the plains of Pharsalus in Greece. The Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE became a defining moment. Pompey, confident in his superior numbers, formed a traditional line, anticipating a swift victory. Caesar, outmanned, arranged a reserve line of cohorts behind his cavalry on the right flank, anticipating Pompey's horsemen would try to envelop him. When the cavalry clash began, Caesar's hidden cohorts surged forward, routing Pompey's cavalry. This triggered a domino effect. Pompey's infantry, once they saw the cavalry in flight, lost cohesion. Caesar's legions, hardened by years of frontier warfare, exploited every gap. It was a massacre. Pompey escaped, but the psychological damage was done. Men who had once sworn loyalty to Pompey began to slip away or switch sides, sensing the tides of fate had turned. Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping to regroup, but the Ptolemaic officials, keen to appease Caesar, betrayed him. On his arrival, Pompey was assassinated. His head presented to Caesar as a perverse gift. Caesar was horrified. Despite their rivalry, Pompey had once been his son-in-law. Caesar's daughter Julia had been married to Pompey. Caesar publicly wept at the sight of Pompey's severed head, then ordered the execution of the men responsible for the betrayal. This act conveyed a message. Caesar might be ruthless, but he upheld the dignity of Roman nobility and detested dishonour. Egypt, however, offered its own labyrinth of politics. Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy were locked in a power struggle. Caesar, now the most influential Roman in the region, found himself arbitrating their dispute. Cleopatra saw an opportunity. She smuggled herself into Caesar's presence, wrapped in a carpet, so the story goes, and charmed him with her intellect, wit, and grand vision for Egypt. Caesar, never one to resist audacity or intelligence, sided with Cleopatra. The pair consolidated power in Alexandria, defeating Ptolemy's forces and installing Cleopatra as queen. Their liaison was more than romantic, it was a strategic alliance that gave Caesar access to Egypt's wealth while securing Cleopatra's throne. Rome watched these events with fascination and growing anxiety. Caesar was off forging alliances and fathering a child with a foreign queen, Caesarion, while Italy braced for whatever came next. Though Pompey was dead, segments of the Roman Republic still resisted Caesar's rule. Caesar marched on, quelling resistance in Asia Minor, with such speed that he famously declared, "Veni, vidi, vici, I came, I saw, I conquered." Then he headed to Africa, clashing with remaining Pompeian forces and eventually subduing them. By 45 BCE, Caesar stood unchallenged as Rome's paramount leader. The Senate, most of whose members owed him their lives or careers, filled his hands with powers that stretched the limits of Rome's traditions. He was named dictator for 10 years, eventually dictator for life. Some called it a tyranny. Caesar, for his part, claimed he was trying to restore order. He enacted sweeping reforms, revising the calendar into the Julian model, restructuring debts, expanding the Senate, granting citizenship to loyal allies in distant provinces, and planning massive building projects that aimed to beautify the city. He also introduced social measures, like distributing land to veterans. In these moves, Caesar walked a tightrope, consolidating power, while giving just enough to the masses and Senate to keep them largely compliant. But something in the Roman psyche chafed at one-man rule. Rome prided itself on hating kings. Their entire identity was built around a republic, even if that republic was often manipulated by the powerful. Caesar's acceptance of lavish honours and his centralisation of power made some worry that he sought to crown himself. Others found him dangerously modern, someone who might change Rome beyond recognition. And behind Caesar's unstoppable force lay a silent question. Was the Republic just a stage for one man's ambition, or could it endure? When Caesar finally returned to Rome in triumph, the city was abuzz with rumours and festivals. Though war still simmered in the distant corners of the Republic, Caesar's personal magnetism and the promise of stability temporarily silenced most discontent. He orchestrated spectacular public games and feasts, showering the populace with free grain. Statues and monuments sprang up in his honour. Yet beneath the gleaming facade, the core of Roman tradition, those unwritten rules guarding the Republic from monarchy, felt under siege. One example of Caesar's larger-than-life persona was his attempt to reshape the calendar, which was no small matter in Rome. The old lunar calendar had become hopelessly misaligned with the seasons, creating confusion in festivals and civic life. Caesar, advised by astronomers including Sosigenes of Alexandria, introduced the Julian calendar, a solar-based system with a leap year cycle. This was a major administrative reform that didn't just tidy up dates. It demonstrated Caesar's willingness to override centuries of practice if he believed he had a better way. People marvelled at the clarity the new calendar offered, but they also sensed that if Caesar could reorder time itself, what else might he feel entitled to reorder? He poured money into construction. Under Caesar's direction, new buildings, temples, and public spaces sprouted, symbolising a Rome reborn. The Forum grew more magnificent. He commissioned grand projects that not only beautified the city but gave work to thousands of labourers, elevating Caesar's popularity among the common folk. At the same time, he expanded the Senate from roughly 600 to as many as 900 members, adding allies from the provinces and diluting the power of the old aristocratic families. Some saw this as an inclusive move broadening representation within the Roman state. Others viewed it as an egregious power play, a way for Caesar to stack the Senate with loyalists who owed their positions to him alone. All these changes stirred the question: was Caesar still just a leading citizen, or was he inching toward kingship? Rome had a cultural aversion to the very word rex, king. Generations were taught that their ancestors had exiled the last Roman king and vowed never to kneel before another. So when statues of Caesar began appearing in public places, crowned with diadems, some citizens felt a chill. Caesar claimed these were tokens of respect from admirers, not declarations of monarchy, but doubts lingered. At a public festival, Marcus Antonius, a favoured lieutenant, attempted to place a diadem on Caesar's head. Caesar dramatically refused, stating, "Only Jupiter is king of the Romans." But the crowd's reaction was mixed. Some cheered his refusal, others suspected a theatrical performance designed to test public opinion on a monarchy. The dissonance grew sharper as Caesar took on the title dictator for life. In theory, a dictator in Roman history was an emergency measure, appointed for 6 months in times of dire threat, and then required to relinquish power. By extending this temporary position indefinitely, Caesar strained the very definitions of Roman governance. His supporters insisted Rome needed strong leadership given all the unrest, but his critics argued that Caesar was snuffing out the Republican flame. The seeds of conspiracy began to sprout. Senators who longed for a return to the old order, such as Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, started meeting discreetly. Brutus stood out. He descended from Lucius Junius Brutus, the fabled founder of the Republic who drove out the ancient kings. Caesar had shown Brutus remarkable favour, even rumoured to have paternal affection for him. Yet this complicated bond didn't stifle Brutus's conviction that Caesar's power threatened the Republic's core values. Cassius, a cunning figure with a far darker edge, fanned the flames, reminding Brutus of his ancestors' legacy and the sacred duty to protect Rome from a tyrant. Meanwhile, Caesar seemed to sense an undercurrent of danger. He went about with guards, but he also believed that living in constant fear would diminish his stature. On the surface, he continued orchestrating elaborate plans. He was preparing a massive campaign against Parthia in the east, intending to surpass even Pompey's conquests. Returning to Rome from that victory, Caesar likely envisioned a final consolidation of power, an unassailable legacy. His mind overflowed with new ideas for governance, law codes and expansions of citizen rights. He confided in close allies that his rule would transform Rome into a cohesive empire rather than a loose confederation of territories. Yet those grand visions collided with the simmering resentment of the senatorial class. Many of them had gone along with Caesar out of pragmatism, biding their time, waiting for a chance to assert the old ways. They resented how Caesar's reforms undermined their prestige, how his populist measures made the people less reliant on senatorial patrons. Some conspirators hoped to reinstate a pure republic with limited terms of office and carefully balanced powers. Others simply wanted Caesar gone, viewing him as an existential threat to their personal standing. So as Caesar walked the marble floors of the Curia, conferring with senators, not all who greeted him warmly were true allies. The facade of unity was just that, a facade. Whispers circulated about the Ides of March, a date the conspirators had marked as pivotal. Caesar, distracted by preparations for upcoming campaigns, either dismissed or downplayed the signs of looming treachery. He was, after all, Julius Caesar, the man who escaped pirates, conquered Gaul, and overcame Pompey. To him, fear was a cage he refused to live in. To the conspirators, his confidence was both an insult and an opportunity. The stage was set, and all of Rome felt the tension in the air. The days leading up to the Ides of March had a strange energy in Rome. Senators bustled about with forced smiles, while scribes noted a flurry of edicts and proposals Caesar aimed to finalise before departing on campaign. Craftsmen laboured on newly commissioned statues and inscriptions praising Caesar's achievements. Meanwhile, Anxious whispers seeped through the city, swirling in the smoky corners of taverns and the hush of aristocratic dinner parties. Caesar himself oscillated between excitement for his Parthian expedition and vague apprehension. Omens were a big deal in Roman society, and several odd occurrences had stoked superstitions, reports of strange lights in the sky, or a soothsayer who warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Caesar, rational yet not entirely dismissive of Quran auguries, seemed torn between curiosity and disbelief. He joked about the warnings, telling friends the Ides of March had arrived and nothing had happened yet. But behind the levity, hints of caution surfaced. He was known to have shared concerns with Calpurnia, his wife, who begged him on to be vigilant. The conspiracy gained momentum. Cassius worked tirelessly, approaching senators who felt displaced by Caesar's sweeping reforms or who bore personal grudges. Persuading Brutus had been the linchpin. Brutus's moral standing and family legacy offered a veneer of honour to what might otherwise look like a naked power grab. With Brutus on board, recruiting others became easier. Each conspirator had different reasons. Some claimed to fight for the Republic's freedom, others sought personal gain or revenge, yet they united under a single, dramatic resolution: Caesar must be removed. One version of their plan involved attacking Caesar during a Senate session, when he would be relatively unguarded. In theory, the presence of so many senators served as a public shield. Caesar wouldn't expect a mass attack in the heart of Roman governance. The conspirators also believed that once the deed was done, they could proclaim themselves defenders of liberty, summoning the people to restore republican ideals. Despite the risk, none could deny the plan's audacious simplicity. The Senate meeting on the Ides of March beckoned like a grim appointment. The morning of the Ides arrived. Calpurnia, shaken by nightmares, implored Caesar not to go. Some historians claim she dreamed of a statue of Caesar spouting blood, or of him lying slain in her arms. Moved by her distress, Caesar initially decided to stay home, possibly rescheduling the Senate session. That alone could have altered history. But the conspirators panicked when they heard Caesar might not come. They dispatched Decimus Brutus, no relation to Marcus Brutus, but another close ally, to persuade Caesar. Decimus feigned concern that Caesar would insult the Senate by his absence, diminishing his standing right before his grand campaign. So, despite Calpurnia's pleas, Caesar relented. He donned his ceremonial toga and left for the Curia. Inside the Senate meeting, the atmosphere was thick with tension, though it started off with formalities. Caesar took his seat. A group of conspirators approached, pretending to ask a favour on behalf of a political exile. They surrounded him as if to press their case more passionately. Then, as the story goes, at a signal, daggers appeared. The first strike came from Casca, and others joined. Accounts vary. Some say Caesar tried to defend himself, others that he was too overwhelmed. He was stabbed multiple times, the final blow from Brutus, prompting Caesar's legendary and possibly apocryphal utterance, "Et tu, Brute?" In moments, it was over. Caesar lay dead at the foot of Pompey's statue, a cruel twist of fate for the man who had once wept for Pompey's demise. The senators, spattered with blood, proclaimed they had liberated Rome from tyranny. They expected the city to greet them as heroes, yet the immediate reaction was shock, not jubilation. Citizens fled the Curia, unsure whether more violence would follow. The conspirators had planned for Caesar's death, but they hadn't planned for the emotional vacuum it would create among the Roman populace. The question remained, had they truly saved the Republic, or just unleashed chaos? Brutus and Cassius tried to calm the city with speeches, invoking the memory of their ancestor Lucius Junius Brutus, who banished Rome's last king centuries before. They insisted they had restored the Republic, but the people had witnessed Caesar's generosity, his banquets, land distributions, public games. Many commoners revered him. Anger and sorrow brewed in the streets. Word spread of the savage butchery in the Senate. Far from celebrating the conspirators, many citizens demanded vengeance. Mark Antony, who had not participated in the conspiracy, seized this public sentiment. He delivered a funeral oration for Caesar that became legendary. Antony spoke with passion, displaying Caesar's blood-stained toga, stirring the crowd into a frenzy against the conspirators. Some historians say Caesar's body was burned in the forum itself, with the flames fed by citizens who tossed in furniture and items as offerings. The conspirators, realizing the tide had turned, fled the city. Outrage soared. and the once proud Senate found itself overshadowed by the populist fury that Caesar had so skillfully harnessed in life. Thus, the killing that was intended to save the Republic actually accelerated its decline. Power soon consolidated not around a restored Senate, but around new strongmen: Mark Antony, Octavian, Caesar's young heir and adopted son, and others who would jockey for command in the following years. In death, Caesar had transcended mortality to become an icon, some would say a martyr, while the vision of a renewed republic, ironically, slipped further away. The aftermath of Caesar's assassination was as turbulent as any period Rome had ever seen. The city, already tense from years of civil conflict, discovered that removing one towering figure didn't automatically restore the old republic. Instead, a new power vacuum emerged, quickly filled by those with the ambition and resources to claim it. Mark Antony, Caesar's closest lieutenant, was first on the scene, leveraging his connection to the slain dictator to rally the masses, but Caesar had named a surprise heir in his will, Gaius Octavius, better known as Octavian, his grandnephew. Only 19 years old, Octavian carried Caesar's name, and soon enough, Caesar's legions would rally around him too. Brutus and Cassius fled Rome, hoping to raise armies in the eastern provinces. They published declarations defending the assassination as an act of patriotic duty, but the events in Rome worked against them. The funeral oration by Antony had painted them as traitors to Caesar, and, by extension, enemies of the Roman people. Legions loyal to Caesar scorned the conspirators. Lines hardened. Another round of civil wars seemed inevitable, as one man's ambition had morphed into a generational crisis of identity for Rome. Though Antony and Octavian initially eyed each other with suspicion, they realised they stood a better chance against the conspirators if they cooperated. Along with Marcus Lepidus, a trusted commander, they formed the Second Triumvirate. Unlike Caesar's informal arrangement, this triumvirate was legally sanctioned, granting the three men near absolute power to reorganise the state. And reorganise it they did. Prescriptions, lists of enemies of the state, were published. Men of wealth and influence found themselves outlawed. The triumvirate seized property and executed opponents, echoing the grim days of Sulla's dictatorship. The conspirators, meanwhile, mustered forces in the east, culminating in the climactic Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE. Brutus and Cassius were defeated, and they chose suicide over capture. If Caesar's murderers hoped for a renaissance of republican ideals, they had gravely miscalculated. Rome was now torn between competing strongmen. After Philippi, tensions rose between Antony and Octavian. Antony headed east, forming an alliance, and famously a romance, with Cleopatra in Egypt. Octavian solidified his base in Rome, ensuring the Senate recognised him as the principal heir to Caesar's legacy. By 31 BCE, the rivalry exploded into another civil war, culminating in the naval Battle of Actium. Octavian prevailed. Antony and Cleopatra fled and later took their own lives, and the stage was set for Octavian to become Augustus, the first Roman emperor. The Republic, in its old form, was gone. And what of Caesar's legacy? His name, Caesar, would become synonymous with rulership itself. From Kaiser in German to Caesar in Russian, leaders in distant lands would adopt the moniker as a badge of imperial might. His reforms, especially the Julian calendar, outlived him by centuries, influencing how millions of people mark time. His writings, particularly the commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars, remained essential reading for generations of statesmen and generals, admired for their clarity and rhetorical brilliance. In a strange twist, the Senate that once feared him voted to deify Caesar after his death, proclaiming him Divus Julius. Shrines and temples to the divine Julius sprang up, turning him into a figure of worship. This posthumous deification gave Octavian an added aura of legitimacy. He was now Divi Filius, the son of a god. One might argue it was the final irony. The same institution that bristled at his ambition now raised him to divine status. This transformation reflected the contradictory nature of Roman politics, practical to the core, yet steeped in superstition and reverence for signs and wonders. Public memory of Caesar remained divided. Many admired him for championing the lower classes, taking decisive action to end Rome's internal strife, and extending Roman influence abroad. Others condemned him as the man who shattered the Republic's checks and balances, making a single-man rule inevitable. Over time, historians, playwrights, and orators distilled his story into dramatic beats. The brilliant general, the cunning politician, the betrayed friend. Those wanting a moral lesson found ample material. Some used him as a warning against unchecked ambition, others as an example of visionary leadership undone by a petty jealousy. Yet there's a deeper layer to Caesar's life, one less recounted in popular lore. He was profoundly curious about the world, about languages, cultures, and the mechanics of governance. From his youth in the streets of Rome to his kidnapping by pirates, from the muddy battlefields of Gaul to the marble corridors of the Curia, he sought to understand and master every environment he touched. He wasn't content to play by the rules, he rewrote them. Not all admired his methods, but few could deny his results. For those living in Rome after Caesar's demise, daily life eventually stabilized under Augustus's reign. The city grew grander, the empire expanded, and a new system, the Principate, took shape. But an undercurrent of nostalgia persisted among some senators who recalled a republic where men like Cicero and Cato once debated the future of Rome. They wondered if, in slaying Caesar, they had severed the last chance to preserve republican dignity, or if Caesar's very presence had doomed it from the start. And so the figure of Julius Caesar stands in Roman history not simply as a conqueror or a dictator, but as a turning point. He harnessed ambition, popular view support, and raw military skill to reshape the world's greatest republic. And in doing so, he cleared a path for imperial rule. Some see him as a hero visionary who expanded Rome's horizons. Others view him as the ultimate usurper, betraying the collective governance that had once defined the city's spirit. Perhaps both are true. In the end, Julius Caesar's story reminds us that history rarely lends itself to neat labels. The arcs of power, destiny, and personal will often weave together in ways that defy easy categorization. And if there's one lesson that resonates across the centuries, it might be this. When a single individual grows too large for the existing order, transformation, however exhilarating or destructive, becomes inevitable. It is quite intriguing to consider that you are likely resting on a meticulously designed mattress composed of foam and springs, while listening to a narrative about how your ancestors slept on much less comfortable surfaces, while not literally on rocks, though we will address that aspect shortly. This evening we will journey back in time to explore the sleeping arrangements of those who lived before the innovative concept of filling a fabric sack with soft materials to create a mattress was conceived. Well, they didn't actually sleep on rocks, though we'll discuss that part soon enough. Tonight, we're going back in time to discover what people did before someone had the brilliant idea to stuff a fabric sack with soft things and call it a mattress. Picture this. It's 200,000 years ago, and your great time's about 10,000 grandmother is getting ready for bed. She's not scrolling through her phone or adjusting her memory foam pillow. She's not even wearing pyjamas because pyjamas haven't been invented yet. Neither has the bed she's about to sleep in. In fact, the idea of having a specific sleeping area, rather than just collapsing wherever exhaustion takes you, has not been developed either. The earliest humans were remarkably practical about sleep. They found a spot that wasn't too rocky, hopefully not too muddy, and definitely not occupied by something with more teeth than they had. Then they curled up and hoped for the best. You might think this scenario sounds uncomfortable, but remember, these people had never experienced a Tempur-Pedic mattress, so they had no idea what they were missing. Ignorance was bliss, literally. However, as is typical of humans, they quickly began to get creative. Archaeological evidence shows that around 77,000 years ago, people in South Africa were making the world's first beds out of sedge grass and aromatic leaves. They'd layer these materials in caves, creating what was essentially nature's first mattress prototype. The aromatic leaves weren't just for comfort, they helped repel insects, so technically these ancient beds were also the world's first bug zappers. You have to admire their ingenuity. They figured out that certain plants, when dried and layered, created a relatively soft surface that was infinitely better than bare rock or dirt. They even discovered that some leaves, when crushed, released natural insect repellents. Your ancestors were basically running a prehistoric bed and bath store complete with aromatherapy. The intriguing thing about these early beds is that they weren't permanent fixtures. When the tribe moved, the bed stayed behind. This meant that every night someone had to gather fresh materials and essentially build a new bed. Imagine if you had to reconstruct your entire sleeping arrangement every single day. You'd probably develop some serious appreciation for your current setup pretty quickly. These grass beds weren't just about comfort, though. They represented one of humanity's first attempts to control their environment, rather than simply adapt to it. People began to reject the idea that sleep had to mean lying on whatever surface was available, saying, you know what, I think I can do better than this. And that drive to improve their sleeping situation would continue for thousands of years. The construction of these early beds was surprisingly sophisticated. People would gather fresh grass and leaves, carefully layer them for maximum softness and insulation, and arrange them in shapes that followed the natural curves of the human body. They understood concepts like moisture management and temperature regulation, long before anyone gave those ideas fancy names. What's particularly fascinating is that these beds were often communal projects. Everyone in the group would help gather materials, and the beds were usually large enough for multiple people to share. Privacy as we know it didn't exist yet, so sleeping arrangements were more about survival and warmth than personal space. Archaeological sites containing these beds provide evidence of consistent upkeep and rejuvenation. People would periodically burn old bedding materials, possibly to eliminate pests and parasites, before starting anew. Such behaviour makes them possibly the first people in history to actually change their sheets regularly, something that would make your mother proud. As you settle into your bed tonight, take a moment to appreciate the long journey that brought us from those first grass beds to whatever you're lying on now. Those ancient people, sleeping on their carefully constructed piles of aromatic leaves, had no idea they were starting a tradition that would eventually lead to memory foam, adjustable bases and heated blankets. You want to sleep well just like they did. Fast forward about 70,000 years, and suddenly we're in ancient Egypt, where people had figured out some pretty impressive tricks for getting comfortable at night. You might think the Egyptians were all about pyramids and mummies, but they were also surprisingly good at sleeping. In fact, they basically invented the concept of having a real bed that you could use more than once. The Egyptians thought, this is nice, but what if we could make something that didn't need to be rebuilt every night? So they started making bed frames out of wood, usually palm, sycamore or cedar if they could afford it. These weren't just simple platforms either. Egyptian beds were often elaborate affairs with carved legs that looked like animal feet, decorative headboards, and even built-in storage. Now, here's where it gets intriguing. The Egyptians didn't put mattresses on these beds. Instead, they used a system of woven reed mats or leather strips stretched across the wooden frame. Imagine it as the world's first box spring, with reeds or leather taking on the role of springs. The wealthy would add layers of linen sheets and pillows stuffed with feathers or straw, but the basic sleeping surface was still pretty much a fancy hammock. The Egyptian approach to pillows was particularly creative, and by creative, I mean potentially painful. The Egyptians used headrests made of wood, stone, or ivory instead of the soft, fluffy pillows you're accustomed to. These weren't pillows at all, really. They were more like neck supports that kept your head elevated while you slept on your side. The idea was to protect your elaborate hairstyles and keep your head cool in the desert heat. You're probably thinking the idea sounds incredibly uncomfortable, and you'd be right. But the Egyptians had their reasons. Those wooden headrests weren't just practical, they were also spiritual. They believed that elevating the head helped protect the sleeper from evil spirits and allowed the soul to travel more freely during dreams. So while you might wake up with a stiff neck, at least your soul was well travelled. The truly affluent Egyptians achieved remarkable levels of bed comfort. They had servants whose job was to fan them while they slept, ensuring a cool breeze throughout the night. Some beds even had built-in mosquito nets made of fine linen, which was probably the most practical innovation since the aromatic leaves. Nothing ruins a good night's sleep like mosquitoes, whether you're in ancient Egypt or modern Florida. Egyptian beds were also status symbols. The more elaborate your bed, the more important you were. Pharaohs had beds made with gold inlays, precious stones, and intricate carvings. These beds were often so ornate that they were probably more comfortable to look at than to sleep on. But when you're a pharaoh, comfort is sometimes less important than making sure everyone knows you're the pharaoh. The construction of these beds was remarkably sophisticated. Egyptian craftsmen understood concepts like weight distribution and joint flexibility. They created beds that could support significant weight while still providing some give and flexibility. The leather or reed sleeping surfaces were carefully tensioned to provide optimal support, and the bed frames were designed to last for decades. One particularly ingenious feature of Egyptian beds was their height. They were typically quite tall, sometimes requiring a small step or stool to climb into. This wasn't just for show. It helped protect sleepers from scorpions, snakes, and other ground-dwelling creatures that might want to share the bed. It also improved air circulation, which was crucial in Egypt's hot climate. The Egyptians also developed some of the first bed linens. They made sheets from linen, which was cooler than wool and softer than the reed mats. Wealthy Egyptians would have multiple sets of linen sheets, and they were often buried with their favourite bedding to ensure comfort in the afterlife. This gives a whole new meaning to the phrase eternal rest. What's particularly amusing is that Egyptian beds often had a slight incline, with the head end higher than the foot end. This feature was supposed to aid digestion and improve circulation, so basically, the Egyptians invented the adjustable bed about 4,000 years before anyone thought to add motors and remote controls. The legacy of Egyptian bedding extended far beyond Egypt itself. Their techniques and designs influenced bedding throughout the Mediterranean world, and many of their innovations, like elevated beds and linen sheets, became standard features that we still use today. When you adjust your pillows tonight, you're participating in a tradition that started with those wooden headrests along the Nile. The Greeks and Romans embraced the Egyptian bed concept, a characteristic of cultures adept at elevating others' good ideas to a higher level. By the time we reach classical antiquity, beds had evolved into a serious business, complete with social etiquette, philosophical implications, and a level of luxury that would make a modern hotel jealous. Greek beds were called kleins, and they weren't just for sleeping. These were multi-purpose pieces of furniture used for sleeping, eating, and lounging around looking philosophical. The Greeks basically invented the concept of the couch, except their version was also your bed, your dining table, and your thinking spot. Talk about efficient use of space. The construction of a Greek klein was quite sophisticated. The frame was typically made of wood, often decorated with inlays of ivory, silver, or precious metals. The sleeping surface consisted of a network of cords or leather straps stretched across the frame, like the Egyptian system, but with much more attention to comfort and aesthetics. On top of this, they'd pile layers of woolen blankets, linen sheets, and stuffed cushions. Now, the Greeks had some intriguing ideas about pillows. Instead of just one pillow for your head, they used multiple cushions of different sizes and firmness levels. You'd have firm cushions for support and soft ones for comfort, arranged in various combinations depending on whether you were sleeping, eating, or just lounging around contemplating the nature of existence. It was basically the ancient equivalent of those people who have 17 pillows on their bed and spend 10 minutes arranging them every night. Not to be outdone, the Romans took Greek bed technology and added their own flair for excess. Roman beds, or lectus, were often massive affairs that could accommodate multiple people. This wasn't necessarily for romantic reasons. Roman dining culture involved reclining on beds while eating, so a family meal might involve several people sharing the same sleeping surface while consuming elaborate multi-course dinners. Roman beds were also the first to feature anything resembling a real mattress. They stuffed large fabric sacks with wool, feathers, or even rose petals for the extremely wealthy. These weren't quite the mattresses we know today, but they were definitely a step up from stretched leather and wooden headrests. The Romans had discovered that if you stuff enough soft things into a bag, it becomes surprisingly comfortable to sleep on. The Romans were particularly proud of their bed linens. They imported fine silks from China and cotton from India, creating sheets that were softer and more luxurious than anything that had come before. Roman beds often featured elaborate bedding sets with matching pillows, blankets, and curtains. They basically invented the concept of bedroom decor, complete with colour coordination and seasonal changes. One particularly Roman innovation was the canopy bed. They discovered that hanging curtains around the bed created privacy, blocked drafts, and helped keep insects at bay. These bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics and were as much about showing off wealth as they were about practical comfort. If you've ever wondered why canopy beds seem so fancy, you can thank the Romans for establishing that tradition. The Romans also developed heated beds, which is pretty impressive considering they didn't have electricity. They used a system called hypercaust that circulated warm air from furnaces through hollow spaces in the walls and floors. Some wealthy Romans had heated sleeping chambers that maintained comfortable temperatures throughout the night. This method was probably the ancient equivalent of those heated mattress pads that make getting out of bed even more difficult than it already is. Roman beds often featured adjustable elements. They had mechanisms for raising or lowering different parts of the bed, allowing sleepers to find their optimal position. Some Roman beds could be converted from sleeping configuration to dining configuration, with a few simple adjustments. This flexibility was regarded as the pinnacle of luxury and practicality. The social aspects of Roman bedding were complex and fascinating. There were strict rules about who could sleep where, what type of bedding was appropriate for different social classes, and how beds should be arranged in different rooms. The master bedroom, or cubiculum, was considered a semi-public space where important guests might be received, so the bed had to be impressive enough to reflect the owner's status. The Romans developed the first real understanding of sleep hygiene, which is particularly interesting. They thought that the quality of your bedding affected your sleep, which affected your health. This belief led to innovations in mattress materials, bed positioning, and even the orientation of sleeping chambers to catch optimal breezes. The decline of the Roman Empire marked the end of this golden age of bed luxury, but many Roman innovations survived and influenced bedding for centuries to come. The idea of stuffed mattresses, elaborate bed linens, and beds as status symbols all traces back to Roman innovations that were far ahead of their time. After the fall of Rome, bed technology took a bit of a nosedive, which is probably what you'd expect during a period called the Dark Ages. Medieval Europeans basically forgot most of what the Romans had figured out about comfortable sleeping, and went back to much simpler arrangements. But don't worry. They made up for it with creativity, communal sleeping, and some pretty intriguing solutions to the problem of staying warm in drafty stone castles. Medieval peasants, who made up about 90% of the population, slept on what were essentially piles of straw covered with rough woolen blankets. Their beds were usually just wooden platforms, or even hollowed-out sections of the floor filled with straw or hay. The straw served as both mattress and pillow, and it was changed when it got too smelly or bug-infested to tolerate. This scenario happened more often than you might think, because medieval hygiene standards were, shall we say, relaxed. The really interesting part about medieval sleeping arrangements is that almost nobody slept alone. Families would pile into one big bed, often with parents, children, and sometimes even servants all sharing the same sleeping space. This wasn't just about saving space, it was about staying warm. Medieval houses were cold, drafty places, and body heat was often the only reliable source of warmth available during winter months. Even wealthy medieval nobles didn't have private bedrooms as we understand them today. The enormous hall of a castle or manor house would be filled with beds, and everyone from the lord's family to visiting guests to household servants would sleep in the same room. Privacy was a luxury that simply didn't exist. You learned to sleep through other people's snoring, talking, and various nocturnal activities, or you didn't sleep at all. The wealthy did have somewhat better sleeping arrangements, of course. Noble beds were often large, elaborate affairs with carved wooden frames and thick curtains that could be drawn for privacy and warmth. These bed curtains were crucial because they created a microclimate around the sleeper, trapping body heat and blocking drafts. Medieval beds were essentially small, portable rooms within the larger sleeping space. Medieval mattresses, when they existed at all, were usually large fabric sacks stuffed with straw, feathers, or wool. The wealthy often possessed mattresses filled with down feathers, regarded as the epitome of luxury. Wills and inheritance documents often specifically mentioned these feather mattresses due to their high value. Imagine being so excited about your mattress that you want to ensure it goes to the right person after you die. Medieval people also developed some creative solutions to common sleeping problems. They discovered that certain herbs, when mixed with straw, helped repel insects and provided pleasant scents. Lavender, mint and rosemary were popular choices, so medieval beds were essentially aromatherapy stations, long before anyone called them that. One important medieval innovation was the trundle bed. These were low beds that could be rolled under larger beds during the day and pulled out at night. Servants, children or guests would sleep on trundle beds, which saved space and allowed for flexible sleeping arrangements. It was basically the medieval equivalent of a pull-out couch, except much less comfortable. The concept of changing sheets was pretty foreign to medieval people. Bed linens, when they existed, were expensive and difficult to clean. Most people slept directly on their mattresses or under rough woolen blankets that were washed infrequently, if at all. The wealthy might have linen sheets, but even these were changed only occasionally. Medieval people had a much higher tolerance for what we would consider unsanitary conditions. Medieval beds were also surprisingly portable. Wealthy nobles travelled frequently, and they often took their beds with them. A proper medieval bed could be disassembled, packed onto wagons, and reassembled at the next castle or manor house. This meant that your bed was literally your most important piece of furniture, because it went everywhere you did. The height of medieval bed luxury was the state bed used by royalty and the highest nobility. These beds were enormous, elaborate constructions that resembled architecture more than furniture. They had carved posts, embroidered curtains, and sometimes even small chambers built into the headboard for storing valuable items. These beds were so impressive that they were often considered works of art in their own right. What's particularly fascinating about medieval sleeping arrangements is how they reflected social hierarchy. The closer you slept to the lord of the castle, the higher your social status. The most important guests would sleep in the same room as the lord, while servants and lesser nobles would sleep in progressively more distant locations. Your sleeping spot was a direct reflection of your place in society. Medieval people also had some intriguing beliefs about sleep and dreams. They thought that sleeping with your head pointing east was healthiest, and that certain materials in your mattress could influence your dreams. They believed that sleeping on a mattress stuffed with particular herbs could promote prophetic dreams or ward off nightmares. Whether or not this approach actually worked, it certainly made bedtime more interesting. The Renaissance brought a revolution in sleeping comfort that would have made medieval peasants weep with envy. Suddenly, people rediscovered the Roman love of luxury and comfort, but with medieval practicality and some genuinely new innovations. This was the period when sleeping went from being a basic survival necessity to something that could actually be enjoyable. Renaissance Italians were particularly obsessed with comfortable sleeping. They developed the first real mattresses that would be recognisable to modern sleepers, large fabric cases stuffed with combinations of wool, cotton and feathers, sewn into sections to prevent the stuffing from clumping. These mattresses were placed on top of rope or wooden slat bed frames, creating a sleeping surface that was both supportive and comfortable. The rope bed frame was a Renaissance innovation that deserves special mention. Instead of the solid wooden platforms of medieval times, Renaissance beds used networks of ropes threaded through holes in the bed frame. These ropes could be tightened or loosened to adjust the firmness of the sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" comes from. It literally meant to tighten the ropes on your bed to ensure a firm, comfortable sleeping surface. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature multiple layers of bedding. Instead of just throwing a blanket over a straw mattress, people began using systems of sheets, blankets, and coverlets that could be added or removed depending on the weather and personal preference. This layered approach allowed for much more precise temperature control and comfort customization. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first real pillows as we know them today. Instead of wooden headrests or simple cloth bundles, Renaissance pillows were carefully constructed fabric cases stuffed with down, feathers, or fine wool. These pillows were designed specifically for comfort and support, and wealthy households would have multiple pillows of different sizes and firmness levels for different sleeping positions. Privacy became increasingly important during the Renaissance, and this led to innovations in bed curtains and canopies. Renaissance bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics like silk or velvet, and they were designed to create a private, intimate space within the larger bedroom. These curtains served practical purposes too. They blocked drafts, provided insulation, and helped keep out insects and light. The Renaissance bed was also when furniture makers began treating beds as serious pieces of craftsmanship. Renaissance beds featured elaborate carvings, inlays, and decorative elements that made them works of art as well as functional furniture. These beds were often family heirlooms, passed down through generations and becoming more valuable over time. One specific Renaissance innovation was the development of specialized bedding for different seasons. Wealthy households would have lightweight linen bedding for summer and heavy woolen bedding for winter. They also developed the first washable bed linens, which represented a significant advance in hygiene and comfort. The ability to regularly clean your bedding was a luxury that previous generations couldn't imagine. Renaissance beds also became much larger than their medieval predecessors. The great bed became a status symbol among the wealthy, with some beds measuring 8 feet square or larger. These enormous beds weren't just for sleeping, They were used for conducting business, receiving guests, and displaying wealth and status. The bed became the centrepiece of the bedroom, which itself became an important room in the house. The Renaissance period also saw the development of the first adjustable beds. Some Renaissance beds featured mechanisms that allowed sleepers to raise or lower their heads and feet, providing comfort for people with medical conditions or simply allowing for more comfortable reading or dining in bed. These adjustable beds were complex mechanical devices that demonstrated the period's growing understanding of engineering and comfort. Renaissance sleeping arrangements also reflected changing social attitudes. While medieval people saw nothing wrong with communal sleeping, Renaissance sensibilities increasingly valued privacy and individual comfort. Married couples began sleeping in their rooms, and children were given their beds rather than sharing with parents or siblings. This shift toward individual sleeping spaces was a significant cultural change that would continue into the modern era. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first specialized children's beds. Instead of just making smaller versions of adult beds, furniture makers began creating beds specifically designed for children's needs. These beds were lower to the ground, had protective railings, and were designed to be safe and comfortable for young sleepers. The idea that children might have different sleeping needs than adults was revolutionary. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature storage solutions. Many Renaissance beds had built-in chests or drawers underneath the sleeping surface, providing storage for bed linens, clothing, and personal items. This innovation held significant importance during a period when closets were scarce and storage space was highly valued. The Renaissance period established many of the basic principles of comfortable sleeping that we still use today. The idea of layered bedding, supportive mattresses, comfortable pillows, and private sleeping spaces all trace back to Renaissance innovations. During this period, we essentially figured out what makes a good bed, despite the dramatic improvements in technology. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally transformed the way people slept, with most of the changes occurring more quickly than you could say, factory-made mattress. Suddenly, beds that had been luxury items for the wealthy became available to ordinary people, and innovations that had taken centuries to develop were being improved upon every few years. The 1850s saw the development of the coil spring mattress, marking the first major change. This breakthrough was revolutionary because it provided support and comfort that was far superior to anything that had come before. Instead of sleeping on stuffed fabric sacks that gradually compressed and lost their shape, people could now sleep on mattresses that maintained their support and bounce back night after night. The coil spring mattress quickly established itself as the standard, with variations still in use today. Mass production meant that mattresses could be made consistently and affordably. Instead of having to commission a custom mattress from a local craftsperson, people could buy ready-made mattresses from stores. This democratization of comfort meant that working-class families could have sleeping arrangements that were comparable to what only the wealthy had enjoyed in previous centuries. The Industrial Age also brought significant improvements in bedding materials. The development of cotton mills made cotton sheets and pillowcases widely available and affordable. Cotton was softer, more breathable, and easier to clean than the rough linen or wool bedding most used. The ability to have soft, washable sheets represented a major advance in both comfort and hygiene. Iron and steel bed frames became popular during this period, replacing wooden frames for many people. These metal frames were stronger, more durable, and less likely to harbour insects than wooden frames. They were also much easier to mass-produce, which made them more affordable. The classic iron bed frame, with its distinctive vertical bars and simple design, became a symbol of the Industrial Age. The Industrial Revolution also brought the first real understanding of sleep hygiene and health. Medical professionals began studying sleep and its effects on health, leading to recommendations about mattress firmness, room ventilation, and sleeping positions. This scientific approach to sleep was a departure from the folk wisdom and superstitions that had guided sleeping arrangements for centuries. One particularly important innovation was the development of the box spring. Instead of placing mattresses directly on rope or wooden slat frames, manufacturers began creating specialized foundation systems that provided additional support and extended mattress life. The box spring, combined with the coil spring mattress, created a sleeping system that was far superior to anything that had existed before. The Industrial Age also saw the development of specialized bedding for different needs. Manufacturers began producing mattresses for children, for people with medical conditions, and for different climates. This specialization represented a recognition that different people had different sleeping needs and that technology could be adapted to meet those needs. Department stores revolutionized how people bought bedding. Instead of visiting specialized craftspeople or commissioning custom work, people could see and compare different mattresses, sheets, and pillows in large retail spaces. This gave consumers much more choice and helped drive innovation as manufacturers competed for customers. The development of reliable indoor heating also changed sleeping arrangements significantly. People no longer needed to share beds for warmth, and bedrooms could be separate from living spaces. This led to the development of the modern bedroom as a private individual space designed specifically for sleeping. The industrial age brought the first real advertising for sleep products. Mattress manufacturers began making claims about the health benefits of their products, the superiority of their materials, and the importance of excellent sleep. This was the beginning of the modern sleep industry, which would eventually become a multi-billion-dollar business. Mail-order catalogues made it possible for people in rural areas to buy the same quality bedding as city dwellers. Companies like Sears and Montgomery Ward offered mattresses, bed frames, and bedding through their catalogues, bringing industrial-age comfort to people who had previously been limited to local products. The Industrial Revolution also led to the initial standardization of bed sizes. Instead of custom-made beds that varied depending on the craftsperson and customer, manufacturers began producing beds in standard sizes. This made it easier to buy bedding, and meant that a mattress bought in one city would fit a bed frame bought in another. Working conditions during the industrial age also highlighted the importance of good sleep. Factory workers who had to wake up early and work long hours needed better sleep than had been necessary in agricultural societies. This created demand for more comfortable bedding, and led to innovations designed to help people fall asleep faster and sleep more soundly. The industrial age established the foundation for modern sleep technology. The basic concept of the coil spring mattress, the box spring foundation, and mass-produced bedding all originated during this period. The Industrial Revolution established the fundamental approach to creating comfortable beds, despite dramatic improvements in materials and construction techniques. And here we are, in the modern era, where your bed is probably more technologically advanced than the computers that sent people to the moon. The 20th and 21st centuries have brought an explosion of innovation in sleep technology that would have seemed like science fiction to people just a few generations ago. The development of synthetic materials revolutionized mattress construction. Memory foam, originally developed by NASA to improve crash protection for astronauts, became the foundation for a new generation of mattresses that could conform to individual body shapes and provide personalized support. The idea that your mattress could remember your body's contours and adapt accordingly was a concept that previous generations couldn't have imagined. Latex mattresses brought natural elasticity and durability that surpassed traditional coil springs. These mattresses could provide firm support while still conforming to body shapes, and they lasted much longer than previous mattress types. The development of synthetic latex made these benefits available at reasonable prices, democratizing comfort in ways that would have amazed earlier generations. The introduction of adjustable beds brought hospital-level comfort to home bedrooms. These beds could be adjusted to provide optimal positioning for sleeping, reading, watching television, or dealing with medical conditions. The ability to adjust your bed's position with the touch of a button represented a level of convenience and customization that surpassed anything in history. Temperature control became a major focus of modern sleep technology. Gel-infused foams, phase-change materials, and even water-cooled mattresses were developed to help people maintain optimal sleeping temperatures. The recognition that temperature regulation was crucial for good sleep led to innovations that actively managed heat and moisture throughout the night. Modern bedding materials have achieved levels of softness and performance that would have been impossible with natural materials alone. Microfiber sheets can be softer than silk while being more durable and easier to care for. Moisture-wicking fabrics help regulate temperature and humidity, creating optimal sleeping conditions regardless of season or climate. The development of the sleep industry as a major economic force has driven continuous innovation. Companies spend millions of dollars researching sleep patterns, testing new materials, and developing products that promise better rest. This competition has led to rapid advances in mattress technology, bedding materials, and sleep accessories. Sleep tracking technology has given people unprecedented insight into their sleep patterns. Devices that monitor movement, heart rate, and sleep stages provide detailed information about sleep quality and duration. This data-driven approach to sleep represents a return to the scientific study of sleep that began during the Industrial Age, but with far more sophisticated tools and understanding. The internet has revolutionized how people buy mattresses and bedding. Online retailers offer detailed product information, customer reviews, and even sleep trials that allow people to test mattresses in their homes. The internet has made it easier for people to find products that meet their specific needs and preferences. Modern understanding of sleep science has led to products designed for specific sleep positions, body types, and medical conditions. Side sleepers can buy mattresses optimized for their sleeping position, while people with back problems can find products specifically designed to provide proper spinal alignment. This level of customization represents a sophisticated understanding of how different people have different sleep needs. The development of organic and natural bedding materials has brought together modern performance with traditional materials. Organic cotton, natural latex, and wool bedding provide the benefits of natural materials, while meeting modern standards for comfort and durability. This trend represents a return to natural materials, but with the benefit of modern manufacturing techniques. Smart beds are at the forefront of sleep technology. These beds can automatically adjust firmness, temperature, and position based on sleep patterns and preferences. Some can even track sleep quality and make recommendations for improvement. A bed that actively works to improve your sleep would have seemed like pure fantasy to previous generations. The modern sleep revolution has also brought an understanding of the importance of sleep for overall health and well-being. Research has shown that adequate sleep is crucial for physical health, mental performance, and emotional stability. This awareness has led to increased investment in sleep technology and a recognition that good bedding is an investment in health, not just comfort. As you settle into your modern bed tonight, with its carefully engineered support system, temperature-regulating materials, and precisely designed comfort layers, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those first grass beds in South African caves. The drive to create better sleeping conditions has been a constant throughout human history, leading us from simple piles of aromatic leaves to the sophisticated sleep systems we have today. The journey from sleeping on the ground to sleeping on memory foam has been long and fascinating, filled with innovations, setbacks, and gradual improvements. Each generation has built upon the discoveries of the previous one, creating better and more comfortable ways to get a good night's rest. And who knows? The bed you're sleeping on tonight might seem primitive to future generations, who will undoubtedly find even better ways to achieve the perfect night's sleep. Sweet dreams, and remember, you're sleeping better than 99.9% of all humans who have ever lived. That's worth appreciating as you drift off to sleep on your modern miracle of comfort and engineering. But if that insomnia is still kicking, don't worry. I will always have other stories of mine told here from the past to help you get that rest no matter what it takes. Sleep well, my friends, and I will catch you later, as I always do. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour, so in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground, and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritising profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries. Private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous no taxation without representation wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world, just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, Industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The First Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going, that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilising mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilising mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end, and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating 2 new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations, while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it. The rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around. You know how sometimes the most ridiculous moments in history happen when powerful people try to do something perfectly normal? Well, settle in, because you're about to hear about the time Napoleon Bonaparte, conqueror of Europe, Emperor of France, the man who redrew the map of the world, got completely overwhelmed by a bunch of fluffy rabbits. Imagine Napoleon in July 1807, when his power was at its peak. He has just signed the Treaty of Tilsit with Russia, which essentially divides Europe between him and Tsar Alexander the Hun as if they are splitting a pizza. The treaty negotiations took place on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River, which sounds uncomfortable, but was apparently the fashionable way to conduct international diplomacy back then. Napoleon is feeling pretty good about himself. He's 37 years old, ruler of an empire that stretches from Spain to Poland, and he's just convinced one of Europe's most powerful rulers to be his friend instead of his enemy. In his mind, the occasion calls for a celebration. This is not just any celebration, but one that is fittingly imperial and manly. So what does the Emperor of France decide to do? He wants to go hunting. Specifically, he wants to go rabbit hunting. Now, this may seem like a perfectly reasonable way for a powerful man to decompress. After all, hunting was the traditional pastime of European nobility. It showed you had leisure time, excellent aim, and weren't afraid to get a little dirt under your fingernails. This is where Napoleon's personality begins to emerge. Napoleon cannot simply go hunting like any other individual. Everything has to be grand, everything has to be perfect, and everything has to make a statement. He doesn't want to wander through the woods hoping to spot a rabbit or two. He desires a hunt that is not only grand but also spectacular, a hunt that will leave a lasting impression. He turns to his chief of staff, Alexandre Berthier, and tells him to organise a rabbit hunt. This is not just any rabbit hunt, but a hunt fit for an emperor. Berthier, who has dealt with Napoleon's grandiose ideas for years, probably sighs internally, but immediately gets to work. After all, if your boss has just conquered most of Europe, you don't argue with him about party planning. The location chosen is the grounds around Malmaison, Napoleon's country estate. It's a beautiful property with rolling hills, scattered woods, and plenty of open space, perfect for a hunting party. The plan is simple. Invite all the important military officers and government officials, release hundreds of rabbits into the countryside, and then have a grand time chasing them down. You can imagine Napoleon's excitement as the plans come together. He's probably pacing around his study, hands clasped behind his back in that famous pose, detailing exactly how he wants everything arranged. The weapons must be cleaned and prepared, the refreshments must be perfect, and there must be many rabbits. This phase is where Berthier starts to earn his reputation as one of history's most competent staff officers. He understands that his emperor doesn't just want a hunting party. He wants a hunting party that will become a legend. Berthier starts the planning process with the same meticulousness he would apply to a military campaign. First, he needs to secure the hunting grounds. The estate must be properly prepared, with beaters positioned to drive the rabbits toward the hunters. Then there's the matter of weapons. Fine hunting rifles for all the guests, properly maintained and sighted. Food and drink should also be provided for the guests, as they will undoubtedly engage in a lengthy day of outdoor activities. They need to arrange transportation to and from the hunting grounds. It's starting to sound less like a casual afternoon and more like a logistical operation. But most importantly, Berthier needs rabbits. Berthier requires an abundance of rabbits. The year is 1807, so it's not like he can just call up a rabbit supplier and place an order. He needs to find someone who can provide hundreds of rabbits on short notice, and they need to be the right kind of rabbits. Healthy, numerous, and suitable for an imperial hunting party. As you drift off tonight, picture Napoleon in his study, completely absorbed in planning what he thinks will be a perfect day of hunting, with no idea that he's about to face one of the most embarrassing moments of his career. So there's Berthier, Napoleon's most trusted organiser, facing what might seem like a simple task: get some rabbits for the emperor's hunting party. But you know how it is when your boss wants something done perfectly. Suddenly even the simplest job becomes complicated. Berthier starts by doing what any sensible person would do. He asks around. Where does one acquire several hundred rabbits for a hunting party? It's not exactly the kind of question that comes up in normal conversation. Oh, by the way, do you know anyone who has a few hundred rabbits lying around, asking for an emperor? The answer, it turns out, is local farmers and rabbit breeders. In early 19th century France, rabbit farming was actually quite common. Rabbits were a reliable source of meat and fur. They reproduced quickly, and they didn't require much space or expensive feed. Your average French farmer probably had a dozen or so rabbits in hutches behind his house. But Berthier doesn't need a dozen rabbits. He needs hundreds. So he starts sending out his assistants to every farm and rabbit breeder within a day's travel of Malmaison. The message is simple. The emperor needs rabbits, and he needs them by a specific date. Money is no object. Now you can imagine the conversations this must have sparked in French farmhouses. The emperor wants our rabbits. Does the emperor want them all? For hunting? Well, if Bonaparte wants rabbits, Bonaparte gets rabbits. It probably seemed like the most patriotic thing a rabbit farmer could do for France. Word spreads quickly through the farming communities. Imperial agents soon contact every rabbit breeder in the region. The demand is so high that people start bringing rabbits from farther and farther away. Carts full of rabbit cages start rolling toward Malmaison from all directions. But here's where things get intriguing, and where Berthier makes what historians now recognise as a crucial error. He's so focused on getting enough rabbits that he doesn't pay close attention to what kind he's getting. You see, there are basically two types of rabbits you might encounter in this situation. There are wild rabbits, the kind that live in the woods and fields, that are naturally wary of humans and will run away the moment they are released. These are the rabbits that would make for proper hunting, skittish, swift, and inclined to scatter in all directions the moment they sense danger. Then there are domestic rabbits, the kind that farmers raise for meat and fur. These rabbits have been bred for generations to be docile, well-fed and comfortable around humans. They're used to being handled and used to being fed by people, and they associate humans with food and safety rather than danger. Berthier, in his rush to fulfill Napoleon's order, ends up with a mix of both types. But here's the problem. The domestic rabbits vastly outnumber the wild ones. Most local farmers and breeders are supplying domestic rabbits because they have a larger quantity of them. And domestic rabbits, it turns out, behave very differently from wild rabbits when released into the countryside. As the day of the hunt approaches, hundreds of rabbits in wooden cages are being transported to Malmaison. The logistics alone are impressive. You've got dozens of carts, each loaded with rabbit cages converging on Napoleon's estate. The rabbits are fed and watered, kept in the shade, and generally treated better than many soldiers in Napoleon's army. The staff at Malmaison is probably a bit bewildered by the whole operation. The stable boys are suddenly dealing with hundreds of rabbits instead of horses. The groundskeepers are being asked to help prepare release points for the rabbits. The kitchen staff is also involved. as they must provide food for all the rabbits until the hunt day. Meanwhile, Napoleon is getting more and more excited about his upcoming hunting party. Napoleon is likely examining his hunting rifle, strategizing with his officers, and envisioning the tales that will unfold from this magnificent hunt. In his mind, it's going to be a perfect day. Good weather, good company, and plenty of rabbits to provide exciting sport. Berthier, meanwhile, is dealing with the practical details. Could you please advise on the optimal location for releasing the rabbits? How many should be released at once? Should they be released all at the same time or in waves to keep the hunting interesting throughout the day? These are the kinds of questions that don't come up in military planning, but they're crucial for a successful hunting party. The decision is made to release all the rabbits at once from several different points around the hunting grounds. The move should provide plenty of targets and ensure that the rabbits scatter in all directions, giving everyone a good chance at some hunting. It seems like a perfectly reasonable plan. As you go to bed, imagine the rabbits in their cages, unaware that they are about to make history in the most unexpected way. The morning of the great rabbit hunt dawns clear and bright, the kind of summer day that makes you want to be outside doing something active. Napoleon wakes up in an excellent mood, probably humming to himself as he gets dressed in his hunting outfit. He's chosen his clothes carefully, elegant but practical, befitting an emperor who's about to demonstrate his prowess in the field. You can picture him standing in front of his mirror, adjusting his coat, making sure everything is perfect. This isn't just a hunting trip, it's a performance. Napoleon wants to present himself as a masterful huntsman to all the important people in his government and military who will be present. The guests start arriving at Malmaison in the late morning. These aren't just casual friends invited for a day of sport. These are the power brokers of the French Empire. Military officers who've helped Napoleon conquer Europe, government officials who run his administration, and diplomats who negotiate his treaties. Everyone's dressed in their finest hunting attire, carrying beautiful rifles, looking forward to a day of imperial entertainment. The atmosphere is festive and relaxed. After years of constant warfare, everyone's ready for a break. The Treaty of Tilsit has brought a temporary peace to Europe, and for the first time in years, Napoleon's inner circle can gather without discussing military campaigns or political crises. It's just going to be a pleasant day of hunting, tasty food, and masculine camaraderie. Berthier, meanwhile, is running around making sure everything is perfect. He's coordinating with the beaters who will drive the rabbits toward the hunters, checking that the refreshment stations are properly stocked, and making sure all the rifles are in excellent working order. He's also supervising the final preparations for the rabbit release. Throughout the hunting grounds, the rabbits themselves are placed in key locations. Hundreds of cages are scattered through the woods and fields, each one containing several rabbits ready to be released on signal. The plan is beautifully simple. When Napoleon gives the word, all the cages will be opened simultaneously, releasing a small army of rabbits into the countryside. The hunters will then fan out and begin their sport. What nobody realises is that the majority of these rabbits have spent their entire lives in captivity. They've been hand-fed by farmers, handled by humans, and generally treated as livestock rather than wild animals. They don't have the instincts that would make them good hunting targets. They don't know they're supposed to be afraid of humans. The hunting party gathers in the main field, and Napoleon gives a little speech about the day's activities. He's in his element, commanding attention, setting the tone for what he expects to be a memorable day. The rifles are loaded, the beaters are in position, and everyone's ready for the grand release. Berthier gives the signal, and all across the hunting grounds cage doors swing open. Hundreds of rabbits hop out into the sunshine, probably blinking in the sudden brightness, and looking around to get their bearings. For a brief moment, everything appears to be proceeding as planned. The hunters spread out across the field, rifles ready, expecting the rabbits to scatter in all directions and provide them with moving targets. Napoleon himself takes a position in the centre of the field, probably feeling very satisfied with how well everything is organised. But then something unexpected happens. Instead of running away from the humans, the rabbits start moving toward them. Not just a few rabbits, but dozens of them, then hundreds. They're hopping across the field with what appears to be determination, heading straight for the hunting party. At first, the scene probably seems amusing rather than alarming. Maybe Napoleon chuckles and makes a joke about brave rabbits. Maybe some of the officers laugh about rabbits that don't know they're supposed to be afraid of hunters. It's quirky and unexpected, but not necessarily problematic. But the rabbits keep coming, and more rabbits keep emerging from the woods, and instead of providing moving targets running away from the hunters, they're converging on the humans like they're expecting something, which, of course, they are. They're expecting to be fed, just like they've been fed every day of their lives. The hunting party starts to realise that something is going very wrong with their carefully planned day of sport. These aren't wild rabbits behaving like wild rabbits. These are domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, and domestic rabbits have very different ideas about what humans are for. As you drift off to sleep, imagine Napoleon standing in that field, rifle in hay, observing hundreds of rabbits hopping toward him with an unmistakable confidence, and beginning to realise that his perfect hunting party is about to transform into something entirely different. Do you recall the moment when you become aware of a dire situation, yet uncertain about how to address it? That's exactly where Napoleon finds himself as hundreds of rabbits continue hopping toward the hunting party with what can only be described as enthusiasm. At first, the situation is more puzzling than alarming. These are supposed to be prey animals, after all. They're supposed to run away when they see humans with rifles. Instead, they're approaching like they're expecting a handout. Some of the officers are still chuckling nervously, making jokes about fearless French rabbits showing their patriotic spirit. But the rabbits keep coming, and they're not just approaching, they're surrounding the hunting party. It's like watching a slow-motion avalanche of fur and floppy ears. The rabbits hop closer and closer, and some of them start doing what domestic rabbits do when they want attention from humans. They start climbing. Imagine Napoleon, the Emperor of France and conqueror of Europe, standing in a field as rabbits begin hopping onto his boots, then onto his legs, then up with his coat. These aren't tiny rabbits either. These are well-fed farm rabbits, some of them weighing several pounds each, and they're treating Napoleon like he's their favourite farmer coming to feed them. The other hunters are experiencing the same problem. Rabbits are climbing all over them, getting tangled in their hunting gear, and generally behaving like overly friendly pets rather than wild game. Some of the officers are trying to gently push the rabbits away, but there are too many of them, and they keep coming. Napoleon's initial amusement is rapidly turning to irritation. This is not how an imperial hunting party is supposed to go. He's supposed to be demonstrating his marksmanship, enjoying civilized sport with his colleagues, and creating stories that will enhance his reputation. Instead, he's being overwhelmed by affectionate rabbits. The situation gets worse when the rabbits start exhibiting more aggressive behaviour. They are not aggressive in the sense of attacking, but aggressive in the sense of relentlessly pursuing their desires. And what they want, having been trained by a lifetime of human interaction, is food and attention from these humans who have appeared in their territory. Some of the larger rabbits begin to exhibit bolder behaviour. They're not just climbing on the hunters, they're exploring pockets, chewing on clothing, and generally treating the hunting party like a mobile petting zoo. Napoleon finds himself with rabbits in his coat pockets, rabbits tugging at his buttons, and rabbits that seem determined to climb all the way up to his shoulders. The rifles, intended for hunting, turn into completely useless tools. You can't shoot at rabbits that are climbing all over you without risking injury to yourself or your fellow hunters. And even if you could get a clear shot, these rabbits are so tame and friendly that shooting them would feel less like hunting and more like massacre. Berthier, watching this disaster unfold, probably realises exactly what went wrong. Instead of encountering wild rabbits, Berthier has encountered domestic rabbits, who view humans as sources of food and comfort, rather than as potential predators. But realising the problem and fixing it are two different things, especially when you're dealing with hundreds of determined rabbits. The hunters try various strategies to deal with their situation. Some attempt to walk away from the rabbits, but the rabbits simply follow them, treating the scenario as a fun game. Others try to shoo the rabbits away, but the rabbits interpret this as playful interaction and become even more enthusiastic. Napoleon, meanwhile, is getting genuinely frustrated. He's trying to maintain his imperial dignity while literally covered in rabbits. Every time he manages to remove one rabbit from his person, two more take its place. His carefully planned hunting outfit is getting covered in rabbit fur and possibly other things that rabbits leave behind. The other members of the hunting party are having their struggles. These men, important government officials and military officers, are accustomed to receiving respect and deference. Instead, they're being treated like walking rabbit toys by an army of overly friendly farm animals. The beaters, who were supposed to drive the rabbits toward the hunters, are standing around looking confused. Their job was to make sure the rabbits ran in the right direction, but these rabbits don't need to be driven anywhere. The rabbits are precisely where they should be, swarming all over the humans they believe are there to feed them. As the situation continues to deteriorate, Napoleon starts giving orders. He's a military commander after all, and his instinct when faced with a crisis is to take charge and start issuing commands. What exactly do you instruct when you're being surrounded by amiable rabbits? Retreat from the rabbits doesn't sound very imperial. Tonight, as you settle in, picture Napoleon standing in that field, his imperial composure beginning to crack as he realises that he's about to suffer one of the most ridiculous defeats of his career at the hands of creatures that weigh less than his boots. Every disaster culminates in a realisation that maintaining dignity is no longer a luxury. For Napoleon, that moment arrives when a particularly large rabbit manages to climb all the way up his coat and perch on his shoulder like some kind of furry, floppy-eared parrot. The Emperor of France, the man who has stared down the armies of Austria, Prussia and Russia, finds himself in the utterly ridiculous position of being unable to dislodge a single rabbit from his person without losing his balance and potentially falling over. Naturally, dozens of other rabbits surround his feet, hopping back and forth, rendering any abrupt movement hazardous. You can imagine the thoughts going through Napoleon's head at this moment. This is supposed to be a relaxing day of sport, a chance to unwind with his closest associates and enjoy some traditional aristocratic entertainment. Instead, an army of overly affectionate farm animals is treating him like a jungle gym. The other hunters are faring no better. The creatures that eat lettuce are defeating these seasoned military officers who have charged into battle without flinching. Some of them are trying to maintain their composure, but it's hard to look dignified when you're covered in rabbit fur and there's a rabbit trying to nest in your hat. The situation reaches its peak when someone, history doesn't record who, makes the fatal mistake of trying to run away from the rabbits. Perhaps it's one of the younger officers, someone who thinks he can simply outrun the problem, but running turns out to be exactly the wrong strategy, because it triggers every rabbit's instinct to chase after something that's moving. Suddenly, instead of just climbing on the stationary humans, the rabbits start hopping after the running humans. And rabbits, it turns out, are surprisingly fast when they want to be. They can hop at speeds of up to 25 miles per hour, which is considerably faster than most humans can run while carrying hunting rifles and wearing formal hunting attire. Napoleon, seeing one of his officers being chased across the field by a horde of bouncing rabbits, probably realises that the situation has moved beyond embarrassing and into the realm of the completely absurd. This is the kind of scene that would be funny if it were happening to someone else, but is absolutely mortifying when it's happening to you. The decision is reached, though it is not entirely clear who made it, that the hunting party should retreat. It's not a tactical repositioning or a strategic withdrawal, but a genuine retreat from an army of rabbits. Napoleon, who has never retreated from a human enemy, is about to retreat from a bunch of farm animals. But retreating from rabbits turns out to be more complicated than retreating from, say, Austrian cavalry. The rabbits don't understand military protocol. They don't recognise surrender flags or ceasefire signals. They just see their favourite humans trying to leave, and they're determined to follow. The hunting party starts moving toward their carriages, but the rabbits move with them. It's like trying to evacuate a building while being followed by hundreds of overly enthusiastic pets. Every step toward the carriages is accompanied by a bouncing escort of rabbits, who seem to think their presence is the most entertaining thing that's ever happened to them. Napoleon, trying to maintain some semblance of imperial dignity, walks as calmly as he can toward his carriage. But it's hard to look imperial when you're brushing rabbits off your coat every few steps, and there's rabbit fur floating around you like some kind of barnyard snowstorm. The carriages, when they finally reach them, present their problems. The rabbits completely terrify the horses. Horses and rabbits don't normally interact, and the horses aren't sure what to make of these small bouncing creatures that keep hopping around their hooves. Some of the horses are dancing nervously, others are trying to back away, and the coachmen are struggling to keep them under control. Getting into the carriages becomes an operation in itself. The moment someone opens a carriage door, rabbits start trying to hop inside. They're not being malicious. They just want to continue their interaction with these fascinating humans. But having a carriage full of rabbits is not exactly what Napoleon had in mind for his dignified departure. The scene becomes increasingly chaotic as the hunting party tries to separate themselves from their rabbit admirers. Some of the officers are literally having to pick rabbits off themselves and set them down before climbing into carriages. Others are trying to create barriers to keep the rabbits from following them. Napoleon finally makes it to his carriage, probably with less grace than he's used to displaying in public. The coachman, who's never dealt with a rabbit siege before, is doing his best to keep the rabbits from climbing onto the carriage itself. Some of the more athletic rabbits are actually managing to hop onto the running boards and peer into the windows. As you drift off tonight, imagine Napoleon sitting in his carriage, looking out at a field full of rabbits who are probably wondering why their new human friends are leaving and trying to figure out how he's going to explain the matter to anyone. The carriage ride back to Malmaison is probably one of the most awkward journeys in Napoleon's life. Here he is, the Emperor of France, fresh from one of the most embarrassing defeats in military history, and he has to sit there with rabbit fur still clinging to his coat while pretending that what just happened was somehow normal. You can imagine the silence in that carriage. How do you address the situation after being unexpectedly overrun by a group of domestic rabbits? How might one present that in a way that appears impressive rather than absurd? Napoleon, who typically possesses a wealth of words, likely spends the entire journey attempting to contextualize this disaster. The other carriages are dealing with their own awkward situations. These are high-ranking military officers and government officials who have just experienced something that defies all their training and experience. They've been in battles, they've negotiated treaties, and they've dealt with political crises, but none of that prepared them for being climbed on by overly friendly farm animals. Some officers may be joking to lighten the mood, but what do you joke about when rabbits have just defeated your emperor? Others are maintaining a dignified silence, pretending that nothing unusual has happened. A few are probably already trying to figure out how to tell this story to their wives without sounding completely insane. Meanwhile, back at the hunting grounds, Berthier is left to deal with the aftermath. Berthier must decide how to handle the hundreds of rabbits roaming the estate. He can't just leave them there, they're not wild rabbits, so they don't know how to survive on their own. But he also can't exactly round them all up and return them to their original owners, because that would require admitting what happened. The estate staff is probably having the strangest day of their careers. The groundskeepers, who are expecting to help with a normal hunting party, are now dealing with a rabbit population explosion. The stable hands are trying to calm down horses who are still spooked by the morning's events. Everyone is attempting to restore some semblance of normalcy to the once peaceful country estate. Word of the rabbit incident starts spreading almost immediately, despite everyone's best efforts to keep it quiet. Servants talk to other servants, coachmen share stories with other coachmen, and pretty soon the tale is making its way through the social circles of Paris. But the stories that spread aren't exactly accurate. They're embellished, exaggerated, and twisted into something even more ridiculous than what actually happened. Meanwhile, Napoleon grapples with a crisis of public relations. Napoleon has established his reputation by being invincible, mastering every situation, and never letting anyone catch him off guard. The idea that he could be defeated by a bunch of rabbits is exactly the kind of story that his political enemies would love to spread around Europe. The official version of events that emerges is carefully sanitized. The hunting party was successful and enjoyable, the emperor demonstrated his excellent marksmanship, and everyone had a thoroughly imperial time. Any mention of rabbits behaving unusually is carefully omitted from the official records, but you can't completely suppress a story this good. Whispers and private letters circulate the rabbit incident as a historical anecdote. Military officers tell the story to their friends, government officials share it with their families, and gradually it becomes part of the unofficial history of Napoleon's reign. The irony lies in the fact that this absurd rabbit defeat occurs during the pinnacle of Napoleon's power. He's just negotiated the Treaty of Tilsit, he controls most of Europe, and he's at the peak of his political and military influence. However, he finds himself completely powerless against a group of domestic rabbits who merely seek food and affection. Years later, when Napoleon is in exile on St. Helena, he probably has plenty of time to reflect on the rabbit incident. The story becomes increasingly humorous over time and distance, yet it also serves as a poignant illustration of how even the most powerful individuals can succumb to unforeseen circumstances. Berthier, meanwhile, learns a valuable lesson about the importance of understanding your resources. He has successfully managed military logistics for some of the most complex campaigns in European history, but his failure to distinguish between wild and domestic rabbits has led to his defeat. It's probably not a mistake he'll ever make again. The rabbits themselves, having had their brief moment of historical significance, are eventually rounded up and returned to more conventional lives. Some probably end up back on farms, others might be relocated to areas where they can live more naturally. But for one morning in 1807, they were the most important creatures in France. As you settle in for the night, think about how this story reveals something essential about human nature. No matter how powerful or important we become, we're all just one encounter with unexpected rabbits away from looking completely ridiculous. The beautiful thing about Napoleon's rabbit incident is how it perfectly captures the absurdity that lurks beneath all human pretension. Here we have the most powerful man in Europe, someone who has literally reshaped the political landscape of an entire continent, and he's brought down by creatures most people consider suitable for children's petting zoos. The story's continued survival, despite everyone's best efforts to suppress it, adds to its delight. Napoleon's government certainly didn't want this story getting out, and most of the participants probably preferred not to talk about their morning being overwhelmed by farm animals, but the story was simply too good to stay buried. Over the years, the rabbit incident has taken on a life of its own. Each telling, like all good historical anecdotes, embellishes and exaggerates the story. In certain renditions, thousands of rabbits completely overwhelm Napoleon. In other versions, the rabbit attack actually injures Napoleon. Some stories claim the rabbits were deliberately released as part of a practical joke, while others suggest they were trained to attack rabbits deployed by his enemies. The truth, as you now know, is both more mundane and more amusing than the legends. It wasn't thousands of rabbits, and they weren't trying to attack anyone. It was simply a case of domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, treating humans as sources of food and comfort rather than as predators to be avoided. But the story endures because it reveals something important about power and human nature. Napoleon dedicated the majority of his career to demonstrating his ability to surmount any challenge through his unwavering determination, strategic planning, and exceptional organisational skills. He defeated armies, conquered nations, and rewrote the laws of entire societies. However, he was unable to overcome a group of hungry rabbits. There's something deeply satisfying about this story, especially for those of us who sometimes feel overwhelmed by the ordinary challenges of daily life. If rabbits can defeat Napoleon Bonaparte, perhaps our own minor setbacks don't carry such embarrassment. Maybe getting flustered by a technology problem, or being outwitted by a household pet, or failing to assemble a piece of furniture properly puts us in pretty good company. The rabbit incident also highlights the importance of understanding your resources and your environment. Berthier was an excellent organiser, but he failed to ask the right questions about the rabbits he was acquiring. He focused on quantity rather than quality, and he didn't consider how the rabbits' background might affect their behaviour. It's a lesson that applies to everything from military campaigns to dinner parties. The details matter, and assumptions can be dangerous. Modern historians have used the rabbit story as an example of how even the most carefully planned events can go wrong in unexpected ways. It's become a case study in the limits of control and the importance of contingency planning. Military academies sometimes use it as a humorous example of how intelligence gathering should include seemingly trivial details. This story has also become a favourite among those who study the psychology of power. Napoleon's reaction to the rabbit incident, his apparent inability to laugh at himself, his focus on damage control rather than enjoying the absurdity, reveals something about how absolute power can make people lose their sense of humour about themselves. But the rabbit incident's most lasting lesson is that life is unpredictable and absurd, no matter who you are or how powerful you are. Napoleon could plan brilliant military campaigns and reorganise entire legal systems, but he couldn't plan for the possibility that hundreds of domestic rabbits would mistake him for their favourite farmer. The rabbits, of course, were completely innocent in all this. They were just being rabbits, following their instincts and their training. They saw humans and expected food and attention, just as they'd been conditioned to expect throughout their lives. From their perspective, the humans were the ones behaving strangely by running away, instead of providing the expected carrots and lettuce. In the end, the rabbit incident becomes a perfect metaphor for the gap between our plans and reality, between our self-image and how the world actually works. Napoleon saw himself as the master of Europe, but the rabbits saw him as a potential source of breakfast. Both perspectives were valid, but only one of them was prepared for what actually happened that morning. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember that no matter how important our plans seem to us, somewhere there are rabbits who have their ideas about how things should work, and sometimes, just sometimes, the rabbits win. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair, maybe with a warm cup of tea, as we travel back to a time when America was a very different place. It's the late 1800s, and if you wanted to get somewhere, you'd better have a good pair of shoes, a reliable horse, or access to a train. The idea of every family owning their own personal transportation device, well, that was about as likely as having a computer in your pocket that could connect you to anyone in the world. Oh, wait. Our story begins with a young man named Henry Ford, born in 1863 on a farm in what's now Dearborn, Michigan. Now, Henry wasn't your typical farm boy. While other kids were content to milk cows and plant corn, Henry was the kind of kid who'd take apart the family's pocket watch just to see how it worked. His father probably wasn't thrilled about this habit, much like how you might feel if your teenager decided to fix your smartphone. Henry had what we'd call today a classic case of mechanical curiosity. He couldn't see a machine without wondering how it ticked, literally and figuratively. When Henry first laid eyes on a steam engine at the age of 13, it was an instant connection. Not the romantic kind of love, mind you, but the kind of obsession that makes you forget to eat dinner because you're too busy sketching gear ratios. By 16, Henry had left the farm for Detroit, which was already becoming a hub of American industry. He found work as a machinist's apprentice, earning $2.50 a week. To put that in perspective, that's about what you might spend on a fancy coffee drink today, except Henry had to live on it for 7 days. But he was learning, absorbing everything about how things worked, from steam engines to the newfangled electricity that was just beginning to light up cities. What made Henry different from other tinkerers of his time wasn't just his mechanical aptitude, it was his vision. While others saw machines as individual marvels, Henry began to see them as part of something bigger. He understood that the real magic wasn't just in making something work, but in making it work for everyone. The project wasn't just about building a better mousetrap, this was about reimagining how society itself could function. During these early years in Detroit, Henry worked for the Edison Illuminating Company, eventually becoming their chief engineer. Yes, that Edison, Thomas Edison himself. Working for the man who brought us the light bulb gave Henry front row seats to the biggest technological revolution of his time. He watched how Edison didn't just invent things, but created entire systems around them. The light bulb was useless without power plants, wiring and switches. Henry was taking notes, but Henry's real passion project was happening in his spare time in a little brick shed behind his house. He was building what he called a horseless carriage, basically a carriage without the horse, powered by a gasoline engine. The carriage wasn't a completely original idea. Other inventors were working on similar projects, but Henry had something different in mind. While others were creating expensive toys for the wealthy, Henry was already dreaming of something that ordinary people could afford. In 1896, at 2 a.m. on a June morning, Henry fired up his first successful automobile. There was just one problem. The car was wider than the door of his workshop, so what did he do? He took an axe to the brick wall. His wife Clara, watching from the doorway in her nightgown, probably wondered if she'd married a genius or a madman. Time would reveal that it was a combination of both genius and madness. That first car, the quadricycle as he called it, could reach the blazing speed of 20 miles per hour. To put that in perspective, that's slower than most people jog today, but it was fast enough to scare horses and create quite a stir in the neighbourhood. Henry had achieved a significant milestone. He'd proven that his vision wasn't just a dream, it was possible. As you drift off tonight, imagine that moment when Henry first drove his quadricycle down Detroit's dirt roads. The neighbours peered out their windows, wondering what that strange contraption was. Henry himself probably grinning from ear to ear, knowing that he'd just taken the first step toward changing not just how people got around, but how they lived, worked and thought about the future. Now you might think that after building his first car, Henry Ford would have immediately started mass-producing them. But here's where our story gets interesting, and where Henry shows he was more than just a good mechanic. He was a dreamer with a practical streak, and he understood something that many inventors miss. Building something once is engineering, but building it affordably for millions of people, that's revolution. Henry's early attempts at starting a car company were, to put it gently, learning experiences. His first company, the Detroit Automobile Company, folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. The cars were too expensive, too unreliable, and frankly too much like the luxury playthings that other manufacturers were making. Henry wanted something different, but he wasn't quite sure how to get there yet. This is where Henry's story becomes relatable to anyone who's ever had a big idea that seemed impossible. You know that feeling when you can see exactly what you want to accomplish, but every practical step seems to lead to another obstacle. That was Henry in the early 1900s. He could envision millions of Americans driving affordable cars, but the math just didn't add up. Cars were assembled by skilled craftsmen, one at a time, like handmade furniture. The result was beautiful but expensive, about $3,000 for a basic model, which was more than most people made in 2 years. But Henry was stubborn in the best possible way. Instead of giving up or settling for the luxury market, he became obsessed with a single question. How do you make something both good and cheap? It's the same question that would later drive entrepreneurs to create everything from affordable computers to budget airlines. Henry was researching cars at a time when most people considered them a fleeting trend. The breakthrough came when Henry started studying other industries. He spent time in slaughterhouses, not the most pleasant research locations, but bear with me here. He watched how they processed cattle, with each worker performing one specific task as the carcass moved along overhead rails. He visited flour mills and watched grain being processed in stages. He was seeing the power of breaking down complex tasks into simple, repeatable steps. The process wasn't just about efficiency, it was about democratization. You can only make a few of them, and they'll be expensive. But if you can teach someone to do one task well, you can make a lot of them, and they can be cheap. It's the same principle that makes your smartphone possible. Instead of one person handcrafting each phone, thousands of people each do one small part of the process. Henry's breakthrough occurred when he realized that instead of workers circling a stationary car, the car could move past these workers. Each person would install one component, then the car would move to the next station. It sounds simple now, but it was revolutionary then. It was like rearranging the entire world of manufacturing. But here's what made Henry different from other industrialists of his time. He didn't just want to make cars efficiently, he wanted to make them so efficiently that his own workers could afford to buy them. This wasn't just good business, it was visionary. He understood that the people who made the cars should also be able to enjoy them. It's a lesson that some modern companies are still learning. In 1903, Henry founded the Ford Motor Company with $28,000 in capital. That's roughly $850,000 in today's money. Significant, but not the billions we associate with major companies today. From the beginning, he was clear about his mission: I will build a car for the great multitude. He was not building a car for the wealthy or the elite, but for everyone. The first Ford Model A sold for $850, which was still expensive but considerably less than the competition. More importantly, Henry was already planning for the future. He knew that the present was just the beginning, that the real goal was to make cars as common as bicycles. His partners thought he was crazy. They wanted to focus on more expensive cars with higher profit margins per unit. But Henry had a different vision of profit. Instead of making a lot of money on a few cars, why not make a little money on many cars? As you settle in for the night, picture Henry in his office, sketching and calculating, surrounded by the noise and smoke of early Detroit industry. He's not just designing a car, he's designing a new way of life. He's imagining families taking Sunday drives, workers commuting to better jobs, and young people exploring the world beyond their neighborhoods. He's dreaming of an America where mobility isn't a privilege but a possibility for everyone. Let's talk about what might be the most important car ever built. A car so revolutionary that it changed not just transportation, but the entire fabric of American society. In 1908, Henry Ford introduced the Model T, and if you've ever heard someone jokingly say, "You can have any colour you want as long as it's black," you're hearing an echo of this moment in history. But here's the thing about that famous quote. It wasn't about Henry being stubborn or lacking imagination. It was about something much more profound: the power of standardization. By offering the Model T in just one colour, and it was actually dark green initially, but black dried faster, Henry could streamline production and keep costs down. It's the same principle that makes modern fast food possible: limited options but consistent quality and low prices. The Model T wasn't just affordable, it was practically indestructible. Henry understood that if you're going to sell cars to farmers, factory workers and middle-class families, those cars better be able to handle whatever life throws at them. The Model T could drive through mud that would stop a modern SUV, and it was so simple that just about anyone could learn to repair it. It was the era's smartphone, not due to its complexity, but because it was easy to use. Now, imagine you're living in 1908. Your world is still largely organised around walking distance. You live near where you work, you shop at the stores in your neighbourhood, and if you want to visit family in the next town over, that's a major expedition requiring careful planning. The Model T changed all of that. Suddenly, distance became less important than time. You could live in one place and work in another. You could shop where prices were better, not just where things were closest. But here's where Henry's real genius shows. He didn't just build a car, he built a system. He understood that selling cars was useless if people couldn't get parts, fuel or repairs. So Ford created a network of dealerships across the country, trained mechanics, and standardized parts. When your Model T broke down in rural Kansas, you could fix it with Detroit parts and procedures. It's the same thinking that makes your phone work the same way whether you're in New York or Nebraska. The production innovations were just as revolutionary as the car itself. Henry's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it made them consistently better. When each worker becomes an expert at one specific task, quality actually improves. It's like the difference between a home cook making one elaborate meal and a specialist making one perfect dish hundreds of times. In 1908, the Model T sold for $825. By 1925, the price had dropped to $290, even though the car had gotten better. That's the opposite of what usually happens with products. They typically get more expensive over time, not cheaper. Henry found the learning curve. The more you make something, the better you get at it, and the cheaper it is. But the real revolution was social. The Model T democratized mobility in a way that changed everything about how Americans lived. Young people could court someone from the next town over. Families could live in suburbs and commute to city jobs. Farmers could get their products to market faster and cheaper. It's hard to overstate how fundamentally these innovations changed daily life. The Model T also created something we take for granted today, the weekend road trip. Before cars, leisure travel was something only the wealthy could afford. But with a Model T, a middle-class family could pack up on the Saturday morning and explore places they had only heard about. This marked the start of America's passion for the open road. Extending from Route 66 to the interstate highway system, Henry's workers were among the first to benefit. In 1914, he made a decision that shocked the business world. He doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day. Other industrialists believed he had gone insane, but Henry understood something they didn't. If his workers could afford to buy the cars they were making, he'd have a whole new market. It wasn't just generosity, it was brilliant business strategy. The $5 a day did more than boost sales. It created a new kind of middle class. Ford workers could afford not just cars, but homes, appliances, and education for their children. They became consumers, not just producers. This era was the beginning of the consumer economy that would define 20th century America. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the sound of a Model T puttering down a dirt road in 1915, perhaps carrying a family on their first real vacation, or a young entrepreneur heading to the city to start a business. That simple black car wasn't just transportation, it was possibility itself, rolling down American roads and into the future. Now we come to the most important part of our story, when Henry Ford changed how everything was made. The assembly line wasn't just a manufacturing technique, it was a complete rethinking of how work itself could be organised. Like many revolutionary ideas, it began with a simple observation and a willingness to challenge traditional methods. Picture the world of manufacturing before Henry's innovation. If you desired a car, a skilled craftsman would construct it from beginning to end. He'd be part mechanic, part artist, and part engineer. Each car was unique, like a handmade piece of furniture. It was beautiful in its way, but it was also slow, expensive, and required workers with years of training. It's like the difference between having a master chef prepare your meal from scratch versus having a kitchen staff where each person specialises in one aspect of the meal. Henry's breakthrough came from watching that slaughterhouse we mentioned earlier, but also from studying his workers. He noticed that when someone did the same task repeatedly, they got remarkably quick at it. They became not just slightly faster, but significantly faster. A worker who could install a dashboard in 20 minutes could do it in 5 minutes after doing it 100 times. The steep learning curve led to substantial improvements, but the real innovation was moving the work to the worker, instead of the worker to the work. Instead of craftsmen walking around a stationary car with their tools, the car would move along a line while workers stayed in one spot with their tools organised exactly how they needed them. It sounds obvious now, but it was revolutionary then. It's akin to the difference between a chef frantically gathering ingredients in a kitchen and having everything they need within easy reach. The first assembly line at Ford's Highland Park plant was almost comically simple. They used a rope and pulley system to drag car frames past workers onto a wooden floor. But it worked. The time to build a car dropped from 12 hours to 2.5 hours almost immediately. And this improvement was just the beginning. As they refined the process, adding conveyors and optimizing the workflow, the time kept dropping. But here's what made Henry's approach different from other industrialists. He obsessed over the details that made workers' lives better, not just more productive. He studied how high the conveyor belt should be, so workers didn't have to bend over or reach up. He figured out the optimal speed, fast enough to maintain efficiency, but not so fast that workers felt rushed or made mistakes. He was essentially inventing ergonomics, though that word wouldn't be coined for decades. The results were staggering. By 1914, Ford's Highland Park plant could produce more cars in a day than most manufacturers could make in a month. The Model T, which had taken 728 minutes to assemble in 1930, was taking just 93 minutes by 1914. That's not just improvement, that's transformation. But with this efficiency came new challenges. Repetitive work could be mind-numbing. Worker turnover was initially high as people found the work boring compared to the variety of traditional craftsmanship. Henry's solution was typically direct. He paid workers well enough that they wanted to stay. The famous $5 a day wasn't just about buying cars, it was about creating jobs that people actually wanted to keep. This is where Henry's philosophy really shines through. He understood that efficiency without humanity was ultimately self-defeating. Happy workers were productive workers. Well-paid workers were loyal workers. Workers who could afford the products they made were also customers. It was a virtuous cycle that benefited everyone. The assembly line also democratized skill. Previously, making cars required master craftsmen with years of training, but Henry's system could take someone with no experience and make them productive in days. The initiative wasn't about replacing skilled workers, it was about creating a new kind of skilled work. Workers became experts in their specific tasks, often innovating better ways to do their jobs. Other industries took notice. The assembly line principle spread to everything from appliances to electronics to food processing. Even today, when you unwrap a smartphone or open a packaged meal, you're benefiting from principles Henry Ford pioneered. The modern world of abundant, affordable goods traces back to that first rope and pulley system dragging car frames across a factory floor in Detroit. But perhaps the most important thing to understand is that Henry didn't just speed up production, he made it more predictable. Before the assembly line, you never knew exactly when a car would be finished. With the assembly line, you could plan production weeks in advance. This predictability made everything else possible: supply chains, dealer networks, even consumer financing. As you rest tonight, think about how many things in your daily life exist because of Henry's innovations. The device you're listening to this on, the car in your driveway, even the grocery store where you shop, they all owe something to that moment when Henry decided to move the work to the worker instead of the worker to the work. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how everything was made. January 5th, 1914 was a day that changed not just Ford Motor Company, but the entire relationship between workers and employers in America. On that day, Henry Ford announced something so radical that newspapers across the country struggled to believe it was real. He was going to pay his workers $5 a day. To understand why the news was so shocking, you need to know that the average industrial wage at the time was about $2.50 a day. Henry wasn't just raising wages, he was more than doubling them. Other business leaders believed Henry was insane. The Wall Street Journal called it an economic crime and predicted it would ruin Ford Motor Company. Competitors were furious, worried that they'd have to raise their wages to compete for workers. But Henry had done his math, and his reasoning was both simple and brilliant. If we pay our workers well, they'll be able to buy our cars. The immediate effect was chaos, but the good kind of chaos. The next morning, thousands of men lined up outside Ford's Highland Park plant, hoping for jobs. Police had to use fire hoses to control the crowds. Word spread that Ford was paying wages that could actually support a family, and workers came from across the country. It was like the gold rush, except instead of searching for gold, people were searching for good jobs. However, Henry's $5 day was not without its limitations. Workers had to meet certain standards, not just at work but in their personal lives. Ford created a sociological department that would visit workers' homes to ensure they were living properly. This meant no drinking, no gambling, keeping a clean house, and sending children to school. By modern standards, the arrangement seems intrusive and paternalistic, but in the context of 1914, many workers saw it as a fair trade, a middle-class wage in exchange for middle-class behaviour. The programme worked better than even Henry expected. Worker turnover dropped to under 20%, down from over 300% annually, meaning they had to hire 3 people for every job just to keep positions filled. Quality improved dramatically. Productivity soared. The workers who stayed were invested in their jobs in a way that had never been seen before in industrial America. But the real revolution was what happened after work. For the first time in American history, you had industrial workers who could afford more than just survival. They could buy homes, not just rent them. They could purchase appliances, furniture, and yes, cars. They could send their children to high school instead of putting them to work at age 14. They could plan for the future instead of just surviving the present day. Henry had essentially created a new social class, the industrial middle class. These weren't farmers or shopkeepers or professionals, they were factory workers who lived like middle-class people. The idea was revolutionary. Throughout history, people who worked with their hands had always been poor. Henry changed that equation. The ripple effects were enormous. When Ford workers could afford to buy homes, the construction industry boomed. When they could afford appliances, the appliance industry grew. When they could afford cars, the entire automotive industry expanded. Henry had discovered something that economists would later call the multiplier effect. When you put money in workers' pockets, they spend it, which creates more jobs, which creates more spending. Other companies slowly began to follow Ford's lead, not out of generosity, but out of necessity. They discovered what Henry had already figured out. Well-paid workers were more productive, more loyal, and more innovative. The idea that paying workers well could build a better business challenged the notion that paying them as little as possible would work. But the $5 day was about more than wages. It was about dignity. For the first time, industrial workers experienced a sense of partnership in the business, rather than being mere components. They had a stake in the company's success because that success directly affected their lives. When the Model T sold well, Ford workers benefited. When the company grew, their job security increased. Henry also understood something that many modern companies have forgotten. Training workers is an investment, not an impulse. The sociologicals department didn't just monitor workers' behaviour, it provided education and support. Workers could learn English, take classes in personal finance, and get help navigating the bureaucracy of home ownership. Ford was creating not just employees, but citizens. The program wasn't perfect. The intrusion into workers' private lives was problematic, and the standards were sometimes arbitrary and culturally biased. But the fundamental principle that workers should share in the prosperity they help create was revolutionary and remains relevant today. By 1915, Ford workers were buying Model Ts with their own paychecks. Henry's forecast had materialised. His employees had transformed into his clients. More than that, they had become tangible evidence that the American dream was achievable for individuals who employed their hands, not just their minds. As you settle into sleep, imagine what it must have felt like to be a Ford worker in 1915, driving home in a car you built and paid for with wages that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. You weren't just going home from work, you were driving toward a future that previous generations of workers could never have imagined. By the 1920s, something remarkable had happened in America. The country had become mobile in a way that no society in human history had ever been before. Thanks to Henry Ford's vision and the Model T's success, cars were no longer luxury items for the wealthy. They were becoming as common as telephones and electric lights. And this transformation was changing everything about how Americans lived, worked, and thought about themselves. The numbers tell an incredible story. In 1910, approximately 500,000 cars were present throughout the United States. By 1920, there were 9 million. By 1930, there were 26 million. That's not just growth, that's a complete transformation of society. It's like the adoption of smartphones, but even more fundamental because cars changed where people could live, work and play. Think about what this development meant for a typical American family. In 1910, your job options were limited to what you could reach on foot or by streetcar. Neighbourhood stores were the only places you could shop. Your social life was limited to people who lived nearby. Your children's education was limited to the local school. By 1925, all of those limitations had been swept away. The car had given ordinary people a kind of freedom that had previously been available only to the wealthy. The transformation was especially dramatic in rural areas. farmers had been among the most isolated people in America, sometimes going weeks without seeing anyone outside their immediate family. The Model T changed that overnight. Farmers could drive to town for supplies, attend church regularly, and send their children to better schools. They could get their crops to market faster and cheaper. They could access medical care that had been unreachable before. The car didn't just change rural life, it saved it. But perhaps the most profound change was in how young people lived. Before cars, courtship was a highly supervised affair. Young men would visit young women in their family's parlour, under the watchful eye of parents. The car changed all that. Suddenly young people could go out together, alone, and explore their feelings without constant supervision. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary the invention was. The car didn't just change transportation, it changed romance, marriage, and family formation. Cities began to reshape themselves around the automobile. New suburbs sprang up, connected to downtown areas by roads rather than streetcar lines. Shopping centres moved from downtown to the outskirts, where land was cheaper and parking was abundant. The mall, that quintessentially American institution, was born from the marriage of cars and commerce. People could live in quiet residential areas and commute to work, shop at convenient locations, and still have access to urban amenities. The car also democratized leisure in ways that are difficult to imagine today. Before cars, vacation travel was something only the wealthy could afford. Working families might take a day trip to a nearby lake or park, but real travel required trains and hotels that were beyond most people's budgets. The car changed that. Families could pack up and drive to national parks, beaches, or mountains. They could camp along the way, making vacation travel affordable for the first time. This phenomenon gave birth to an entirely new industry: roadside America. Gas stations, motor courts, the predecessors of motels, diners, and tourist attractions sprang up along major highways. Route 66, the famous highway from Chicago to Los Angeles, became a symbol of American freedom and adventure. Railroads had bypassed small towns, but if they happened to be along a major highway, they suddenly found themselves back on the map. But the car revolution wasn't just about leisure, it was about opportunity. Workers could live in one place and work in another, which meant they could choose jobs based on quality rather than just proximity. Businesses could locate where land was cheaper and still attract workers. The entire economic geography of America was being redrawn by the automobile. Henry Ford had predicted this transformation, but even he was probably surprised by how quickly and completely it happened. The Model T had become more than just a product, it was the catalyst for a new way of life. Americans were becoming a mobile people, always ready to move toward better opportunities, new experiences, and different ways of living. The psychological impact was just as important as the practical one. Owning a car gave people a sense of control over their lives that they'd never had before. They weren't dependent on streetcar schedules or limited to walking distance. They could make decisions about where and when to go there. It was a kind of personal freedom that was entirely new in human experience. Of course, this transformation brought challenges too. Traffic jams, parking problems, and air pollution were the price of mobility. Traditional communities began to break down as people became more mobile and less tied to specific neighbourhoods. The car enabled suburbanization, which had both positive and negative effects on American society. But for most Americans in the 1920s, the car represented pure possibility. It was the physical embodiment of the American dream, the idea that with hard work and determination you could go anywhere and become anything. Henry Ford had built more than just an affordable car, he had built a machine that made dreams feel achievable. Imagine the excitement of a family in 1925, packing their Model T for their first real vacation, heading out on roads that led to places they'd only read about in books. They weren't just driving, they were exploring a new kind of freedom that their parents could never have imagined. As we reach the end of our story, it's worth reflecting on just how completely Henry Ford changed not just America, but the world. By the time he died in 1947, the boy who took apart pocket watches on a Michigan farm fundamentally altered how people lived, worked, and thought about the future. But his legacy goes far beyond the millions of cars that rolled off his assembly lines. Henry's greatest achievement wasn't technical, it was philosophical. He proved that mass production and high wages could work together, that efficiency and humanity weren't opposites, and that the people who made things should also be able to afford them. His approach wasn't just a business strategy, it was a new way of thinking about the relationship between work and prosperity. The principles Henry pioneered, standardization, continuous improvement, and treating workers as partners rather than just labour, became the foundation of modern manufacturing. When you buy something today that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from ideas that Henry Ford developed in his Detroit factories. From smartphones to furniture to food, the modern world of abundant consumer goods traces back to those early assembly lines. But perhaps Henry's most important contribution was proving that innovation could be democratic. Before Ford, most new technologies were luxury items that gradually became more affordable. Henry reversed that process. He started with the goal of making cars affordable for everyone, then figured out how to make them efficiently. He began with the customer, not the technology, and that customer-first approach revolutionized how businesses think about innovation. The social changes Henry set in motion were even more profound than the economic ones. The automobile culture he created, the freedom to live where you want, work where you want, and travel where you want, became central to the American identity. The suburbs, the shopping mall, the family road trip, the drive-in restaurant, even the drive-through bank, all of these trace back to Henry's decision to make cars affordable for ordinary families. Henry also demonstrated something that many modern companies struggle with: the power of long-term thinking. While his competitors focused on quarterly profits, Henry was thinking in decades. He understood that building a sustainable business meant creating a sustainable society where workers could afford to be customers, where efficiency served humanity rather than replacing it, and where innovation made life better for everyone, not just the wealthy. The influence of Henry's ideas extended far beyond the automotive industry. The assembly line principle transformed manufacturing across every sector. The concept of paying workers well enough to be customers influenced labour policy for generations. The idea that mass production could create prosperity rather than just profit became a cornerstone of American economic policy. But Henry's story also teaches us about the complexity of change. The same innovations that created suburban prosperity also contributed to urban decay. The freedom of the automobile came with costs: pollution, traffic, and the decline of public transportation. The efficiency of mass production sometimes came at the expense of craftsmanship and individual creativity. Every revolution brings both benefits and challenges, and Henry's was no exception. What made Henry special wasn't that he was perfect. He certainly wasn't. He could be stubborn, sometimes to the point of damaging his own company. His paternalistic approach to worker welfare would be unacceptable today. His later embrace of automation over employment showed the limits of his vision. But what made him remarkable was his ability to see beyond the immediate problem to the larger possibilities. Today, as we face new revolutions in technology and work, Henry's example remains relevant. His approach, starting with human needs rather than technical capabilities, thinking about workers as partners rather than costs, and believing that innovation should serve everyone, not just the few, offers lessons for our digital age. When you drive your car tomorrow, remember that you're not just using a machine, you're participating in a revolution that began with a young man who couldn't resist taking things apart to see how they worked. When you buy something that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from principles that Henry Ford pioneered over a century ago. Henry proved that work can provide not just survival, but prosperity. The boy who left his father's farm to work in Detroit factories became the man who showed the world that technology could serve humanity, that efficiency could coexist with fairness, and that innovation could create opportunities for everyone. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how we think about work, prosperity, and the possibilities of American life. As you settle into sleep tonight, remember that you're living in the world that Henry Ford helped create, a world where ordinary people can afford extraordinary things, where innovation serves humanity, and where the next great breakthrough might come from someone who simply refuses to accept that things have to be done the way they've always been done. Remember, every revolution begins with someone brave enough to imagine that things could be different. Picture yourself standing outside a towering Manhattan mansion in 1885, clutching a worn carpet bag and wearing your only decent dress. The marble steps stretch up like a mountain, but you're not headed that way. Your entrance is around back through a narrow door marked only by the constant stream of delivery boys and other working folks. Welcome to your new life as a housemaid in America's Gilded Age, where the rich got richer and you got to scrub their chamber pots. The servants' entrance opens into a different universe entirely. While the family upstairs lives surrounded by velvet drapes and crystal chandeliers, you're entering a maze of narrow hallways, steep staircases, and rooms that never see proper sunlight. The basement kitchen feels like a ship's galley, cramped, hot, and buzzing with activity. The downstairs is your world now, and it operates by rules as rigid as any royal court. Your first shock comes when the housekeeper, Mrs. Patterson, hands you a list of duties longer than your arm. Did you assume that housework only involved sweeping and dusting? Think again. You're responsible for everything from blackening the coal stoves before dawn to polishing door handles with such precision that the master of the house shouldn't see a single fingerprint. And that's just Monday. The uniform comes next. A grey wool dress that itches something fierce, covered by a white apron that must remain spotless, despite the fact that you'll be cleaning fireplaces, scrubbing floors, and hauling buckets of water up 3 flights of stairs. The little white cap perched on your head serves as both identification and humiliation. You're invisible until you're needed and needed until the job is perfect. Your bedroom is a closet-sized space under the eaves, shared with another maid named Sarah, who snores like a freight train. The single window faces an air shaft, offering a view of absolutely nothing except the brick wall of the house next door. But hey, at least you get your own chamber pot, though you'll be emptying everyone else's too. The pay sounds decent at first, maybe $8 a month plus room and board. But then you discover the board consists of whatever leftovers the family doesn't want, served at a wooden table in the kitchen after the family has finished their elaborate meals upstairs. You'll eat a lot of bread and gravy, and you'll be grateful for it because jobs are scarce, and this beats the factory work that's slowly killing your cousin back home. What nobody tells you is how the hierarchy works below stairs. The butler rules like a king, the housekeeper like a queen, and you're somewhere near the bottom of the pecking order with the scullery maid and the boot boy. Everyone has a boss and someone else bosses them around. It's like a pyramid scheme, except instead of selling overpriced vitamins, you're all selling your dignity one scrubbed floor at a time. The strangest part isn't the work, it's becoming a ghost in your life. You dust around the family as they eat breakfast, invisible as furniture. You change sheets while they're at the opera, erasing any sign that you exist. You know intimate details about their lives, who's having affairs, who's losing money at cards, who can't sleep without laudanum, but they couldn't pick you out of a police lineup. Yet somehow, in this strange netherworld between upstairs and downstairs, you'll find a community. The other servants become your family, sharing gossip over stolen moments and leftover cake. You'll discover that Mrs. Patterson isn't as stern as she seems, and that even the stuffy butler once sneaked you an extra blanket during a cold snap. Your hands will become rough and red, your back will ache from bending over scrub brushes, and you'll fall into bed each night exhausted. But you'll also develop muscles you never knew you had, learn skills that would impress any modern efficiency expert, and gain a perspective on wealth and privilege that few people ever get to see from the inside. 5 a.m. marks the start of your day, with the world still in darkness and the house enveloped in a quiet that echoes with every footstep. You've learned to dress by feel, fumbling for your uniform in the pitch black, because lighting a candle would wake Sarah, and a cranky roommate makes an already difficult day downright miserable. The first task is creeping downstairs like a burglar in your workplace. Those beautiful hardwood floors that the family walks on so elegantly become your enemy in the pre-dawn hours. Every board seems designed to creak at the worst possible moment. You've mapped out the quiet spots like a criminal planning a heist, stepping only where the floorboards meet the joists. Once you reach the kitchen, it's time for the morning miracle, bringing the house to life without anyone upstairs knowing how it happens. The coal stove needs to be cleaned out, fresh coal added, and the fire coaxed back to life. Your hands turn black within minutes, and you'll spend the rest of the day trying to scrub the evidence from under your fingernails. But this temperamental iron beast is your lifeline. No fire means no hot water, no cooking, and no heat for the family's morning comfort. While the stove heats up, you're racing against time to complete what servants call the invisible ballet. Every surface that the family might touch needs to be perfect before they wake up. Doorknobs become polished until they gleam, carpets become beaten free of yesterday's dust, and windows are cleaned with a mixture of vinegar and newspaper that leaves your hands smelling like a pickle factory. The state of the bathroom warrants a separate narrative. Indoor plumbing is still a luxury even in wealthy homes, so you're dealing with chamber pots, wash basins, and the occasional newfangled water closet that breaks down more often than it works. Emptying and cleaning chamber pots becomes as routine as brushing your teeth, though considerably less pleasant. You develop a technique that involves holding your breath and contemplating literally anything else. Breakfast preparation happens in controlled chaos. The cook maintains strict authority in the kitchen, wielding a wooden spoon with determination to ensure that anyone who obstructs her efforts is swiftly dealt with. You're responsible for setting the dining room table with military precision. Every fork exactly 1 inch from the edge of the plate, every napkin folded into perfect triangles. The family's breakfast must be delivered upstairs as if by magic, hot and impeccably arranged, while you hastily grab cold leftover biscuits and hope your stomach remains silent enough to go unnoticed. The washing routine would make a modern person weep. Everything is scrubbed by hand with lye soap that could strip paint from a barn door. Bedsheets are boiled in large copper tubs and stirred with wooden paddles, reminiscent of preparing an exceedingly tedious stew. Your hands develop calluses in places you didn't know could grow blisters, and the constant moisture makes your skin crack like dried leather. Laundry day transforms the basement into a steamy jungle. Clotheslines stretch everywhere, creating a maze of damp linens and undergarments. You learn to navigate this textile obstacle course while carrying baskets of wet laundry that weigh more than small children. The air becomes so thick with moisture that breathing feels like drowning in slow motion, and your hair escapes from your cap in rebellious wisps that make you look like you've been struck by lightning. The ironing comes next, using heavy metal irons heated on the stove. These weapons of domestic destruction weigh about 5 pounds each and retain heat like tiny furnaces. You'll burn yourself at least once a week, developing a collection of small scars that mark you as permanently as any sailor's tattoos. The family's clothes must emerge crisp and perfect, while your own uniform looks like you slept in it, which some days you practically did. Between all these tasks, you're constantly running up and down stairs that seem designed by someone who hated servants. Your legs develop the strength of a mountain climber, but your knees start protesting before you turn 25. Each trip upstairs feels like scaling Mount Everest, especially when you're carrying heavy buckets or baskets of clean laundry. The morning routine ends around 9, when the family finally makes their grand appearance downstairs. By then, you've been working for 4 hours, accomplished enough tasks to exhaust a small army, and somehow managed to make it all look effortless. The family effortlessly navigates their morning routine, unaware that a team of servants has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure their comfort. The invisible line between upstairs and downstairs isn't marked on any blueprint, but it might as well be painted in neon. Cross it at the wrong time or in the wrong way, and you'll face consequences ranging from sharp words to outright dismissal. Learning to navigate this social minefield becomes as crucial as mastering the art of silver polish. Your training in invisibility starts immediately. When family members enter a room, you become a piece of furniture, useful when needed, ignored otherwise. You learn to dust around conversations about family finances, clean fireplaces while dramatic arguments unfold, and change bed linens while pretending not to notice the love letters hidden under pillows. It's akin to operating as a secret agent within your own organisation, yet the information you collect is utterly insignificant and could pose a threat if discovered. The bell system becomes your master. Every room has a cord that connects to a series of bells in the servants' hall, each with a different tone that you must memorise like a musical scale. The library bell sounds different from the morning room bell, which sounds different from the master bedroom bell. Every room is equipped with a cord that connects to a series of bells located in the servants' hall, each producing a distinct tone that one must memorise akin to a musical scale. The bell in the library has a different sound than that of the morning room, which in turn differs from the bell in the master bedroom. Should you make an error, you may find yourself in the position of having to explain why you delivered tea service to someone who actually desired their boots to be polished. Engaging in conversation with family members necessitates its own set of protocols. One should never initiate dialogue unless there is an urgent situation, such as someone's hair being on fire. Speaking to family members requires its own protocol. You should never start a conversation unless someone's hair is in danger. When spoken to, you respond with "yes sir" or "yes ma'am," followed by immediate action. Extended conversations are forbidden, even if the family member seems friendly. They might ask about your family back home or comment on the weather, but these aren't invitations for genuine human connection. They're just rich people being polite in the same way they might pat a well-behaved dog. The children of the house present special challenges. Little Master Timothy might be adorable in his sailor suit, but he's also a tiny dictator who's never heard the word no applied to himself. He'll demand that you drop everything to build him a fort out of dining room chairs, then cry to his mother when you explain that you need to finish your actual work first. The result? You'll build the fort and work twice as fast to catch up, because rich children's tears carry more weight than servants' explanations. Privacy becomes a foreign concept. Your employers expect you to see and hear everything while somehow remaining mentally absent. You'll witness family fights that would scandalise the neighbours, observe personal habits that range from quirky to disgusting, and overhear financial discussions that could tank stock prices. But you're not supposed to remember, discuss, or use any of it. The family's guests provide their own entertainment. Wealthy guests treat their servants like interactive wallpaper, discussing intimate details of their lives as if they've left you deaf and mute. You'll learn about affairs, business deals, and family scandals that would fill a dozen gossip columns, all while polishing silver or arranging flowers with the focused concentration of a monk. Meal service becomes a choreographed dance where one wrong step can ruin the entire performance. You must appear at exactly the right moment with the right item, serve from the correct side, and vanish before anyone notices you are there. Drop a fork and the entire table falls silent. Spill wine on a guest and you'll be lucky to find work cleaning stables. The family's schedule dictates your entire existence. When they decide to host a dinner party for 20 people, your schedule explodes into 16-hour days of preparation. They either pack you along like luggage or leave you behind to maintain an empty house when they travel to their summer house. Your needs for rest, social contact or personal time simply don't factor into their calculations. Yet within this rigid system, small rebellions bloom. Servants develop their own communication networks, passing information through a complex system of glances, gestures, and carefully coded conversations. You learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when cook is in a poor mood, when the butler has been sampling the wine, or when Mrs. Patterson is actually pleased with your work despite her stern expression. The hypocrisy becomes almost comical once you adjust to it. The same family that lectures their children about honesty will lie smoothly to social callers about their whereabouts. They'll preach Christian charity at Sunday dinner, then dock your wages for breaking a plate. They'll discuss the moral degradation of the working classes while running their household through a system that would make a medieval lord blush. Your fellow servants become your real family, united by shared exhaustion and mutual understanding of the absurdities you witness daily. Late-night conversations in the servants' hall create bonds stronger than blood, forged by the knowledge that you're all surviving the same bizarre social experiment together. Below stairs operates like its own small kingdom, complete with rigid social rankings, unspoken rules, and enough political intrigue to rival any royal court. Understanding your place in this hierarchy becomes crucial for survival, because stepping out of a line can make your already difficult life absolutely miserable. At the top of this domestic pyramid sits the butler, a man who carries himself with more dignity than most senators and considerably more authority than the average army general. He controls the wine cellar, manages the male servants, and serves as the family's public face when they are receiving guests. In his perfectly pressed uniform and white gloves, he glides through the house like he owns it, which, in many practical ways, he does. Cross him, and you'll find yourself assigned to the worst jobs until you either quit or learn proper respect. The housekeeper holds a dominant position among the female servants, dictating everything from uniform standards to room assignments. Mrs. Patterson may appear as a gentle grandmother to some, yet she manages her domain with the efficiency of a military commander and the meticulousness of a Swiss watchmaker. She keeps track of every towel, every bar of soap, and every minute of your day. Her approval means protection and slightly better assignments. Her disapproval means scrubbing floors until your knees bleed. Cook occupies her own special category, technically below the housekeeper in rank, but wielding enormous practical power because she controls the food. A skilled cook has the power to shape the social status of a wealthy family, inspiring both respect and fear in everyone, including the family members themselves. She rules her kitchen like a benevolent dictator, capable of creating masterpieces with one hand while boxing ears with the other. If you manage to gain her favour, you'll never face hunger. If you provoke her anger, you'll have to rely on bread crusts and regret. Ladies' maids and valets occupy the aristocracy of servant land. These personal attendants dress their employers, style their hair, and know intimate details about their daily lives. They earn higher wages, wear better uniforms, and often receive cast-off clothing worth more than your annual salary. They also tend to adopt an air of superiority, behaving as though they are somehow elevated above others simply because they assist affluent individuals in dressing rather than performing more menial tasks. Footmen represent the peacocks of the servant world, chosen more for their appearance than their skills. They need to be tall, handsome, and capable of standing motionless for hours while looking decorative. Their primary duties include opening doors, serving meals, and providing visual stimulation for the family's female guests. The beneficial news is they're often too pretty to be truly bright. The adverse news is they know they're pretty and act accordingly. You occupy the vast middle ground of general housemaids, along with your fellow soldiers in the war against dust, dirt, and disorder. You're above the scullery maid, who spends her entire existence washing dishes and scrubbing pots, and the boot boy, whose life revolves around making leather shine, but below practically everyone else. It's like being middle management in a company that specialises in thankless labour. Kitchen politics make international diplomacy look simple. Cook and the housekeeper maintain an uneasy alliance based on mutual respect and territorial boundaries that shift like desert sands. The butler considers himself above such petty concerns, which makes everyone else consider him an arrogant peacock. Personal maids gossip about their employers while somehow maintaining superiority over everyone who doesn't have access to such intimate information. Meals in the servants' hall follow protocols stricter than state dinners. At the head of the table, the butler and housekeeper receive the first service and consume the tastiest portions. Personal servants are seated next, then upper housemaids, then lower housemaids, and lastly, the truly unfortunate individuals who clean pots and polish boots. Conversation follows equally rigid rules. No discussion of family business, no complaints about working conditions, and absolutely no questioning of decisions made by your superiors. Romance below stairs provides endless entertainment and occasional heartbreak. Relationships between servants face constant scrutiny from both the staff hierarchy and the family upstairs. A housemaid dating a footman might find herself reassigned to less desirable duties if the housekeeper disapproves. Marriage usually means one partner must locate employment elsewhere, since most families won't employ married couples who might prioritise each other over their duties. The contrast between your circumstances and those of the family creates its own psychological challenges. You handle their money while earning a fraction of what they spend on a single dinner party. You maintain their beautiful clothes while wearing the same grey dress day after day. You prepare their luxurious meals while eating leftovers that wouldn't satisfy a prison inmate. The irony thickens to such an extent that it could be sliced with the silver knives you meticulously polish every day. Yet within this strange system, genuine friendships develop. Sarah, your snoring roommate, becomes your closest confidant. The scullery maid, despite her lowly status, possesses a wicked sense of humour that makes even the worst days bearable. Even Mrs. Patterson, for all her stern efficiency, occasionally shows flashes of motherly concern that remind you she was once young and overwhelmed too. Information becomes currency in this closed world. Knowing which family members are travelling, which guests are expected, or which social events require extra preparation provides you leverage and protection. The servant who overhears plans for a dinner party can prepare accordingly. The one caught off guard ends up working until midnight with no warning. Nothing tests a servant's endurance quite like the social season, when wealthy families transform from merely demanding employers into social climbing tornadoes that sweep through your life, leaving chaos, exhaustion, and occasionally broken china in their wake. From November through February, your employers shed any pretense of normal living and dive headfirst into a whirlwind of dinner parties, balls, and social events that would exhaust a professional athlete. Preparing for a dinner party feels like planning a military invasion. 2 days before the event, the house erupts into controlled pandemonium. Every piece of silver must be polished until it blinds anyone foolish enough to look directly at it. Crystal glasses get washed in special solutions that cost more per bottle than you earn in a week. Mrs. Patterson meticulously scrubs, polishes, and inspects every surface in the dining room, a process typically reserved for operating theatres. The floral arrangements alone could drive you to drink, if you had access to anything stronger than Cook's cooking sherry. Flowers arrive from the florist in carefully packed boxes, each bloom worth more than your monthly wages. You'll spend hours arranging roses, lilies, and exotic blooms whose names you can't pronounce, creating centerpieces that will be admired for precisely 3 hours before being relegated to the servants' hall, where they'll brighten your dreary meals for the rest of the week. Planning the menu turns into a challenging exercise in culinary mathematics, comparable to that of a university professor. The family wants to impress their guests without appearing to try too hard, serve sophisticated food without being pretentious, and accommodate dietary restrictions that change daily based on the latest medical fads. Cook transforms into a temperamental artist, creating elaborate dishes while simultaneously managing a kitchen staff that multiplies mysteriously during party preparations. Your uniform gets upgraded for special events, a slightly better dress, a crisper apron, and shoes that haven't been rosoled 3 times. You're expected to serve guests with the grace of a ballet dancer and the efficiency of a factory worker while remaining as invisible as furniture. Spill wine on a guest's gown, and you'll find yourself explaining to potential future employers why your last position ended so abruptly. The guest bedrooms become monuments to excessive hospitality. Fresh linens appear on beds that may not even be used, but the possibility that the Vanderbilt's cousin might need a place to rest between courses requires preparation worthy of visiting royalty. You'll arrange flowers, stock wash basins with the finest soaps, and ensure that chamber pots are spotless and discreetly positioned, because nothing ruins a social evening like inadequate bathroom facilities. Christmas season multiplies the insanity by roughly 10,000%. The family's gift-giving requires military-level logistics coordination. You'll spend December wrapping presents with paper that costs more than most people's winter coats, arranging elaborate displays that transform the house into something resembling a particularly expensive museum, and somehow maintaining normal daily operations while accommodating the constant stream of deliveries, social calls, and holiday preparations. Holiday entertaining reaches levels of absurdity that would impress Roman emperors. New Year's Eve parties stretch until dawn, requiring you to work shifts that would violate modern labour laws by several decades. You'll serve champagne that costs more per bottle than you earn in 3 months, clean up after revellers whose idea of fun involves considerable property damage, and somehow maintain a pleasant demeanour while running on 3 hours of sleep and pure caffeine. The laundry situation during the social season deserves its own chapter in the annals of human suffering. Evening gowns require special handling, with beading, lace, and fabric so delicate that breathing on them wrong could cause irreparable damage. Men's formal wear involves starching shirt fronts to cardboard stiffness, pressing tailcoats that must hang perfectly, and managing white tie ensembles that require the precision of a Swiss clockmaker. Guest management becomes a diplomatic challenge that would stump professional ambassadors. Wealthy visitors arrive with their servants, creating temporary hierarchies and territorial disputes that make international border negotiations look simple, sharing already cramped quarters with ladies' maids who consider themselves your social superiors, competing for kitchen space with visiting cooks who have strong opinions about proper techniques, and navigating personality conflicts that could destabilise small governments are all common experiences. The aftermath of large parties resembles battlefield cleanup. Wine stains on Persian carpets require immediate attention, with special cleaning solutions and techniques passed down through generations of servants. Broken crystal is collected with the reverence usually reserved for gathering fragments of religious relics. Leftover food will be redistributed through a complex system that ensures nothing edible goes to waste, though the definition of edible is stretched considerably after midnight. Your social life disappears entirely during party season. Any hope of personal time evaporates under the constant demands of preparation, service, and clean-up. Letters from home pile up unread, friendships with other servants get reduced to exhausted nods in hallways, and your health becomes secondary to maintaining the family's social standing. Yet somehow, you develop skills that would impress modern event planners. You learn to coordinate complex logistics, manage multiple tasks simultaneously, and solve problems with creativity born from desperation. You can estimate quantities for 50 people, arrange flowers that would make professional florists weep with envy, and serve formal meals with precision that would satisfy military inspection. The strangest part is how normal it all becomes. After your first social season, you develop the stamina of a marathon runner and the organisational skills of a general staff officer. What once seemed impossible becomes merely exhausting, and what once seemed exhausting becomes just another Tuesday in the life of a Gilded Age housemaid. Finding space for your humanity within the rigid structure of domestic service requires the ingenuity of a master criminal and the stealth of a professional spy. Your personal life exists in fragments, stolen moments between duties, whispered conversations in hallways, and relationships that bloom in the shadows of other people's grand lives. Your correspondence becomes a lifeline to the world beyond the servant's door. Letters from home arrive sporadically, their contents both comforting and heartbreaking. Your mother writes about crops and weather and neighbours who've married or died, painting pictures of a life that feels simultaneously familiar and impossibly distant. You save your pennies to send money home, knowing that your wages might mean the difference between your younger siblings eating well or going hungry, even as you survive on kitchen scraps and leftover bread. Romance in service requires navigating obstacles that would challenge a diplomat. Meeting someone from outside the household means coordinating schedules that change daily, finding time when you're not exhausted from 14-hour workdays, and somehow maintaining a relationship when you can't predict whether you'll have an evening free until about 5 minutes before it happens. Dating fellow servants creates its own complications, workplace relationships under the constant scrutiny of superiors who view any personal attachment as a potential distraction from duty. Your half-day off becomes more precious than gold and twice as rare. Every other Sunday afternoon, from 2 until 10 in the evening, you're theoretically free to live your life. In reality, you're often too exhausted to do anything more ambitious than sleeping in a real bed or taking a bath without worrying about someone needing immediate service. When you do venture outside, the world feels foreign after spending weeks in the artificial environment of wealth and privilege. Friendships among servants develop their own peculiar intensity. Shared hardship forges bonds that might not otherwise exist. The scullery maid transforms into your confidant, the boot boy provides you with comedic relief, and Sarah becomes your sister beyond blood. These relationships sustain you through the worst moments and make the best moments worth celebrating, even if celebration means sharing a stolen apple tart in the servants' hall after midnight. Reading becomes a form of rebellion and escape. You squirrel away penny novels and yesterday's newspapers, reading by candlelight until your eyes strain and your candle budget disappears. Books transport you to worlds where women have choices, where love overcomes social barriers, and where hard-working people sometimes find happiness. The family's discarded magazines provide glimpses into fashions and lifestyles that seem as exotic as tales from distant countries. Your health suffers in ways both obvious and subtle. The constant physical labour strengthens your muscles but wears down your joints. Poor nutrition leaves you vulnerable to every passing illness. The lack of sunlight and fresh air creates a pallor that marks you as any uniform. Back pain becomes your constant companion, along with hands that crack and bleed from exposure to harsh cleaning chemicals and cold water. Personal hygiene presents its challenges in an era when hot water is a luxury, and privacy is non-existent. Your weekly bath becomes a cherished ritual, even if it takes place in a tin tub in the kitchen after everyone else has finished their evening duties. Washing your hair requires planning and coordination worthy of a military operation since you need access to hot water, sufficient time for drying, and privacy that's rarer than diamonds. Your few personal possessions take on enormous significance. A locket from your mother, a pressed flower from your last walk in the countryside, or a photograph of family members becomes a treasure guarded more carefully than the family silver. These small tokens represent your identity beyond the grey uniform and white cap, reminders that you exist as more than just a pair of hands that scrub and clean. Dreams and aspirations are modified rather than abandoned. Instead of opening your shop, you dream of becoming a housekeeper with authority over your staff. Instead of marrying a prosperous farmer, you hope to locate a butler or valet, whose combined income might allow for a small apartment, and maybe even children someday. Your goals shrink to fit reality, but they don't disappear entirely. The seasonal rhythms of the household create their own calendar of anticipation and dread. Summer might bring opportunities to accompany the family to their country house, offering glimpses of different scenery and slightly modified routines. Winter social season means exhausting work, but also excitement, and the possibility of glimpsing famous guests. Spring cleaning represents weeks of back-breaking labour, but also the satisfaction of transformation and renewal. Small pleasures take on enormous importance. A compliment from Mrs. Patterson carries more weight than praise from royalty. An evening when cook shares leftover dessert feels like Christmas morning. A Sunday when you're healthy enough to walk to the park and sit under actual trees becomes a memory to sustain you through difficult weeks ahead. Your relationship with money becomes complex and contradictory. You handle more wealth daily than most people see in their entire lives, yet your own financial situation remains precarious. Every penny saved represents enormous sacrifice, less food, fewer letters home, and no small luxuries that might make your hard life slightly more bearable. Your bank account grows slowly while your hands grow rough and your back grows crooked. The strange intimacy of service creates its own emotional complications. You know details about your employers' lives that their relatives don't share, yet they remain strangers who could dismiss you without reference and barely remember your name. This one-sided intimacy breeds both affection and resentment, creating relationships that are simultaneously personal and completely impersonal. As the 1890s draw to a close, you've survived nearly a decade of service in the grand houses of America's wealthy elite, and the world around you is changing in ways both subtle and dramatic. From your perspective in the servants' quarters, these changes feel both impossibly distant and intimately personal. Technology creeps into the household like a slow-moving revolution. Electric lights begin replacing gas fixtures, transforming your morning routine of lamp cleaning but introducing new mysteries of switches and bulbs that sometimes work and sometimes don't. The telephone appears in the front hall like a magical device, bringing the outside world directly into the house while creating new responsibilities. Someone must answer it, and that person often turns out to be you. Your body tells the story of your service in ways that no employment record could capture. Your hands bear the permanent stains and scars of countless cleaning chemicals and burns from hot irons. Your shoulders curve slightly forward from years of bending over scrub brushes and laundry tubs. Your knees protest when climbing the endless flights of stairs that connect your basement world to the family's elevated existence. These marks of service will stay with you long after you've left domestic work behind. The skills you've developed would impress any modern efficiency expert. You can manage complex household logistics, coordinate multiple tasks simultaneously, and maintain impossibly high standards under constant pressure. You've learned to read people's moods and needs from subtle cues, mastered the art of diplomatic problem-solving, and developed the physical stamina of a professional athlete. These abilities will serve you well, whether you continue in service or venture into other forms of work. Daily proximity to extreme luxury and the labour required to maintain it has shaped your perspective on wealth and privilege. You've witnessed the ease with which one can spend money and the challenge of earning it. You've witnessed the isolation that wealth can create, even as you've experienced the exhaustion that poverty demands. This understanding of both sides of America's growing economic divide provides you insights that few people possess. The friendships forged in service carry a special intensity born from shared hardship and mutual dependence. Sarah, your long-suffering roommate, has become closer than any sister. Cook, despite her gruff exterior, has served as a mentor and mother figure. Even Mrs. Patterson, with all her stern efficiency, has shown moments of genuine care that transcended the employer-employee relationship. These bonds will outlast your employment and provide emotional support for decades to come. Years of separation and financial responsibilities have complicated your relationship with your own family. The money you've sent home has made real differences. Your youngest brother finished school instead of working in factories, your sister avoided an unfortunate marriage, and your parents kept their small farm despite several bad harvests. Yet the physical and emotional distance has created gaps that letters can't entirely bridge. You've become somewhat foreign to your origins, shaped by experiences your family can't fully understand. Marriage and family planning in service pose special difficulties that will influence your future choices. If you marry another servant, you'll understand each other's experiences but face continued economic uncertainty. If you marry outside domestic service, you'll need to explain a world that sounds almost fictional to people who haven't lived it. Children complicate everything. Servants with families obtain fewer employment opportunities and face the constant struggle of balancing parental responsibilities with professional demands. The broader social changes rippling through American society will eventually transform domestic service itself. Women are beginning to discover other employment opportunities in offices, shops, and factories. Labour movements are questioning the working conditions that you've simply accepted as natural. New technologies will gradually reduce the need for armies of servants to maintain wealthy households. Your generation represents the peak of an era that won't last forever. Your dreams have evolved through your years of service. The naive girl who first walked through the servants' entrance has been replaced by a woman who understands both her capabilities and the realistic limits of her opportunities. Even when your hard work remains largely unnoticed, you've learned to find satisfaction in it. You've discovered that dignity can be maintained even in situations designed to minimize it. The education you've received through observation and experience rivals anything offered in formal schools. You've learned about art by dusting priceless paintings, about music by overhearing private concerts, about literature by reading discarded books, and about human nature by witnessing how people behave when they think no one important is watching. This informal education has expanded your mind in ways that will continue paying dividends throughout your life. Looking back on your years in service, the experience defies simple categorization. It has been simultaneously degrading and ennobling, exhausting and educational, and isolating and community building. You've sacrificed your youth and health to maintain other people's comfort, yet you've also developed strengths and skills that you might never have discovered otherwise. You've lived through one of the most economically unequal periods in American history, not as a victim or a hero, but as a working woman doing what was necessary to survive and help your family survive. As you consider your future, whether continuing in service, marrying and starting your family, or venturing into the changing world of women's work, you carry with you the knowledge that you've already overcome challenges that would break weaker spirits. You've maintained your humanity in a system designed to reduce you to a function. You've found friendship in unlikely places, dignity in humble work, and strength in circumstances that seem designed to crush it. The Gilded Age is ending, taking with it some of the extreme social rigid structures that defined your working life. But the lessons you've learned about resilience, community, and the true nature of both wealth and poverty will serve you well in whatever comes next. You've been invisible to the wealthy families you've served, but your story, and the stories of millions of women like you, represents the real foundation upon which America's grandest era was built.